spending and barriers to access concessional financing. The adverse effects of climate change are already having massive impacts on the enjoyment of human rights. We must be prepared by integrating human rights into environmental analysis and modelling. We can anticipate the types of issues that will arise, inform decision-making and minimise the worst impacts. Seeking accountability for environmental harm, including through the appropriate use of criminal law, will help make the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment a reality on the ground. Mr. President, we talk about human rights as the best tool for early warning and prevention. But what does this mean? It means we must take the drivers and root causes of tensions, violence and conflict seriously. Entrenched inequalities, lack of access to basic rights, food, water, housing, education, decent work, a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, systemic discrimination, deficient governance and the quashing of dissenting voices. Globally, inequality has seen the largest increase in 3 decades as poorer countries took a bigger economic hit from the COVID-19 pandemic compared to richer countries. According to Oxfam, the wealth of the world's 5 richest billionaires has more than doubled since the start of this decade, while 60% of humanity has grown poorer. 4.8 million people are poorer than they were in 2019. And the wealth gap between men and women globally, $100 trillion. We are a far cry from the 2030 agenda's promise to reach those furthest behind first. Almost half of humanity, some 3.3 billion people, live in countries where governments spend more on servicing their debts than investing in health and education systems for their people. While Sri Lanka's macroeconomic situation has improved, the impacts of the economic crisis, together with associated austerity measures, are affecting the poorest and already marginalised groups the most. Between 21 and 23, the poverty rate doubled from 13.1 to 25.9% and is expected to remain at such levels over the next few years. During my recent visit to the Lao People's Democratic Republic, I heard about the drastic impact debt servicing is having on public spending on social services, including social infrastructure, social protection programs, health and education. In my visits to both Laos and Malaysia, I welcomed the increased engagement with my office and with the UN human rights mechanisms, and I look forward to building on it further. In Argentina, recent proposed and adopted measures risk undermining human rights protection. These include cuts to public spending, particularly affecting the most marginalised, the announced closure of state institutions dedicated to women's rights and access to justice, and an instruction from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to suspend participation in all events abroad related to the 2030 agenda. I urge the authorities to place human rights at the centre of their policy making to build a more cohesive and inclusive society. This also means full respect for the right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression. Mr. President, a human rights economy is a lever for social justice. It promotes equal opportunities, meaningful participation and investment in essential services. It helps forge trust in public institutions, fostering the social contract. Globally, we need to bring our economic systems from trade treaties to investment agreements, business regulation to development frameworks in line with human rights, including the right to development. This has also consequences for the reform of the international financial architecture. Some promising initiatives are underway, such as the Bridgetown Initiative, the proposed new Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation, the OECD 15% global minimum tax rate on multinational companies, and the global 2% minimum wealth tax on billionaires proposed by Brazil as the current G20 chair. This last measure alone could generate roughly $300 billion per year to combat climate change, inequalities and poverty. I hope these initiatives are further triggers of the real transformation that is needed by working together to put human rights at the center of all economic decision-making. Mr. President, systemic racism against people of African descent is perpetuated by systems and structures that are rooted in the legacies of colonialism and enslavement. It manifests in many ways, in terms of socio-economic inequalities and in the way law enforcement and the criminal justice system interact with people of African descent in a discriminatory manner. Clearly, there is much to be done, as illustrated by recent reports. While countries like Brazil, Colombia and the United States of America, for example, are taking important steps to address racial discrimination, issues remain. Racial profiling, high unemployment, overrepresentation and differential treatment in detention, greater instances of excessive use of lethal force by law enforcement, disproportionate rates of maternal mortality, health and housing inequalities, and food insecurity persist in these and many other countries around the world. In countries in the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights also reported that discrimination, harassment, violence and racial profiling continue to be routine features of life for black people. My office's agenda towards transformative change for racial justice and equality and the recommendations of UN mechanisms, including the International Independent Mechanism to Advance Racial Justice and Equality in Law Enforcement, offer a comprehensive response to systemic issues. As the coordinator of the International Decade for People of African Descent, I support calls by several states and others to proclaim a second International Decade for People of African Descent, starting in 2025. This second International Decade must be informed by the lived experiences, knowledge and expertise of people of African descent to reverse the culture of denial, dismantle systemic racism in all areas of life, and deliver reparatory justice for the wrongs of the past. I urge states also to draw on the recommendations of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent and on other UN anti-racism mechanisms in this process. Mr. President, tragically, pushbacks on the rights of women and girls continue. Active resistance to gender equality is a key factor in slowing progress, even reversing gains made in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By 2030, women are forecasted to represent the majority of the extreme poor among those aged 15 and above, an increasing gender poverty gap. I deplore the ongoing systemic persecution of women and girls in Afghanistan, particularly regarding their rights to education, employment and freedom of movement. More broadly, human rights defenders and media workers continue to be arbitrarily arrested and detained for expressing opinions perceived as critical of the de facto authorities. The use of corporal punishment, including mass floggings, persists in violation of international law. Attacks by armed groups against civilians, particularly targeting the Hazara community, continue. In the Islamic Republic of Iran, we continue to receive reports of violent crackdowns, including widespread arrests against women and girls for not wearing the hijab as instructed, as new measures to enforce the hijab law are implemented. The draft bill supporting the family by promoting the culture of chastity and hijab threatens to impose additional restrictive and punitive measures on women and girls. More generally, ahead of the presidential elections, I urge respect for the rights of freedom of expression and assembly and protection of journalists. I also reiterate my call for an immediate moratorium on the death penalty, given the reported spike in executions since the beginning of the year. While I have mentioned only some more salient examples, and there are more, let me be clear. No country is immune from regression in women's rights. Everyone must be vigilant and steadfast in countering this pushback, and with the same determination, challenge harmful narratives, embrace inclusivity, and respect the rights and dignity of everyone everywhere. I once again warn of the dangers of anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim bigotry, as well as divisive rhetoric and disinformation that cast migrants and refugees as the scapegoats for wider challenges in society, including socio-economic issues. This has become particularly fashionable among populists and far-right extremists in election campaigns in Europe, North America, and elsewhere. And a lot more work needs to be done to stem ongoing discrimination and exclusion on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. Any form of hate speech is unacceptable, dangerous for social cohesion, and a harbinger of worse to come. Mr. President, attacks continue against human rights defenders, journalists, and others who seek to shed light on violations and abuses, as do restrictions on civic space. We must do better for their protection. According to data from UNESCO, 72 journalists and media workers were killed in 2023, in large part in conflict situations. Data compiled by my office shows that at least 42 indigenous human rights defenders were killed in 2023 in 11 countries, most of them for defending the environment, their lands, territories and resources. This is almost certainly underreported. In Guatemala, I welcome the government's efforts to establish new mechanisms to strengthen protection of human rights defenders, journalists, indigenous leaders and justice officials as they continue to be under attack for having defended human rights, denounced corruption and called for accountability. In Yemen, however, I am deeply worried about the well-being of 13 UN national staff who, along with dozens of staff from national and international NGOs and civil society, have been arbitrarily detained by the de facto authorities since the 6th of June. 6 of them, including 1 woman, are my national staff and have not had contact with their families, nor has the United Nations been able to access them. This is in addition to 2 UNESCO staff and 2 other of my staff who have already been arbitrarily detained for a lengthy period. The de facto authorities must immediately and unconditionally release them, and harassment of their families must stop. I call on all states with influence to take urgent action to end this situation. The situation in Belarus continues to be very troubling. My office continues to receive reports of restrictions on freedom of assembly, association and expression, and persistent impunity. Over 1,300 people remain imprisoned on politically motivated and vague charges. I urge the authorities in Azerbaijan to review, in line with international human rights law, all cases of journalists, activists and other individuals arbitrarily deprived of their liberty, and to ensure their protection against ill treatment. All individuals arbitrarily detained must be immediately released. A worrying trend in terms of civic space is the consideration or adoption of so-called transparency of foreign influence laws in over 50 countries, including in the Republika Srpska entity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, India, Kyrgyzstan, the Russian Federation, Slovakia and Turkey. These laws risk having serious chilling effects on the work of civil society, freedom of expression and of association. In recent months in Peru, the Congress has advanced a series of legislative initiatives that could undermine judicial and electoral independence, reverse important gains on transitional justice and on women's political participation, and restrict freedom of association and expression. In Mexico, I call on the authorities to ensure accountability for the violence and killings that occurred during the electoral period, including of politicians. I have continued to engage with China on a range of human rights issues, including the serious concerns my office identified in the Xinjiang region. My office recently visited Beijing to discuss, among other things, problematic provisions in China's counterterrorism and criminal laws, as well as the application of national security laws in Hong Kong SCR. My office continues to raise individual cases of concern, and I deplore the heavy sentences given last week to a women's rights activist and to a labor rights activist for exercising their fundamental human rights. I urge the authorities to release all those arbitrarily detained, ensure access to information by family members, and embark on legal reform. I acknowledge the dialogue of the authorities with my office and hope this will contribute to concrete improvements in all human rights. In the Southeast Asia region, there is a pattern emerging of transnational repression, whereby human rights defenders seeking refuge in neighboring countries have been subject to rendition and refoulement or disappeared and even killed. There are indications this trend may be becoming a global one, and so I urge all states to have zero tolerance for such actions and to ensure full accountability of their security forces. Mr. President, I would also like to share with you some developments on which to build further and which can give us hope. First, last year's commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights demonstrated the strength of our commitment to the universality and indivisibility of human rights. Almost 800 pledges were made to advance economic, social and cultural rights, the right to development, the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and civil and political rights. Many have already been acted upon. For instance, 29 treaty ratifications were made by 20 states, with Kazakhstan, South Africa and Thailand having fulfilled their human rights 75 ratification pledges. More generally, I welcome recent ratifications of human rights treaties by Bhutan, Cote d'Ivoire, the Republic of Congo, South Sudan and Tuvalu. Morocco, Paraguay and Portugal led the launch of the International Network of National Mechanisms for Implementation, Reporting and Follow-up in May, which was their joint Human Rights 75 pledge. A number of countries advanced new bills or reformed their comprehensive anti-discrimination laws in line with their Human Rights 75 pledges. Adoption of legislation against gender-based violence in Dominica and St. Lucia is also welcome. Second, we continue to see a significant mobilization of people around the world demanding change to uphold human rights, equality and justice, nationally, regionally and globally. This includes many young people. It includes people taking extensive personal risk and who are up against numerous barriers. Human rights provide the solid ground on which such movements can stand. Third, the international and regional human rights systems, despite significant constraints, continue to deliver for people. Human rights treaty bodies have been groundbreaking on many issues, notably on the environment of late. Their work is bolstered by that of regional and international courts and tribunals, such as the recent ruling by the European Court of Human Rights that states have justiciable, positive human rights obligations to protect against the growing risks of climate change. The International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea's advisory opinion on climate change is another example. It found that anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions constitute marine pollution and that states have a binding obligation under international law to limit temperature rise to no more than 1.5 degrees centigrade. A March 2024 ruling by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights held a state responsible for violating the right to a healthy environment and not protecting against business-related harms to the environment. Such courts have also referenced the contributions of special procedure mandate holders, demonstrating the relevance of the system. There are also pending requests for advisory opinions related to climate change before the ICJ and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. These efforts give momentum, demonstrating that the various pieces of the regional and global system reinforce each other, and with that, change is possible. The reforms in law and practice that flow from the work of these mechanisms may not always make the headlines, but they are crucial to laying out the way forward. Fourth, I welcome the increasing commitment of numerous countries to advancing the human rights agenda. Those countries who, despite geopolitical headwinds, have reached out to my office requesting technical support. For example, I recognize the openness of Ecuador to strengthening my office's presence there, and that of Honduras to working with my office to address systemic challenges ranging from transitional justice initiatives to land and environmental protection. I also appreciate the commitment to establish UN Human Rights Regional Office for the Caribbean Community and a country office in Mozambique. Mr. President, in closing, I need to flag one overarching concern. We are seeing increasingly aggressive verbal attacks, threats and reprisals, and virulent social media campaigns against international institutions and mechanisms, including the United Nations generally, my office, special procedures mandate holders, the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. This is unacceptable. These institutions were set up and mandated by states precisely to undertake their crucial work. States must facilitate this work and protect it from undue interference and attack. I would like each of us to think hard about how to ensure that the achievements of the multilateral system are not undermined and that we are able to do our job. States gathered in this very room last December, fully cognizant of the many challenges, recognized that human rights are a pathway for solutions. With focus now on the Pact for the Future, I urge all states to ensure that our common commitment to human rights is reflected powerfully and concretely in the summit's outcomes. A strong and effective human rights system is key to effective multilateral cooperation and to building a better future for people and planet. My office is ready to play its part. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
أشكركم سيد المفوض السامي على تقديم هذا التقرير الهام، تقريركم السنوي أمام مجلسنا في هذا اليوم. أريد أن أذكر أن الحوار التفاعلي حول تقرير سيد المفوض السامي السنوي سينطلق غدا بعد الظهر. أصحاب السعادة هي الحضور الكريم. سننطلق الآن في الحوار التفاعلي حول تقرير سيد المفوض السامي المتعلق بوضعية حقوق الإنسان في ميانمار حول مسلمي ميانمار وكذلك الأقليات الأخرى، وذلك طبقا لقرار المجلس تحت الرقم 50.3. قائمة المتدخلين سيتم إغلاقها بعد 15 دقيقة. والآن أعطي الكلمة للسيد المفوض السامي لتقديم هذا التقرير. سيد المفوض السامي لكم الكلمة، وأرجو منكم من فضلكم أن على الحضور أن يحافظ على هدنة هذه القاعة كي نتابع أشغالنا في الظروف اللائقة. وشكرا. سيد المفوض السامي لكم الكلمة. عفوا سيد المفوض السامي، يجب كذلك حتى يتم تقديم التقرير في الظروف المستوجبة. أطلب منكم من فضلكم أن تراعوا ضرورية الحفاظ على الجو المناسب. سأعطي ربما 20-30 ثانية الذين يريدون مغادرة القاعة كي نتابع أشغالنا. من فضلكم يجب الهدوء، وكذلك لنتمكن من الإنصات إلى السيد المفوض السامي. وشكرا مجددا. لكم الكلمة السيد المفوض السامي.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we convene here in the Council, yet again discussing Myanmar, we are bearing witness to a country being suffocated by an illegitimate military regime. Myanmar is in agonizing pain, and the disintegration of human rights continues at breakneck speed. This is a crisis emblematic of a decades-long legacy of military domination, the stifling of dissent and division. And right now, these very same dynamics are playing out in a terrifying form with the Rohingya and Rakhine communities. We are hearing stories of horrific war tactics such as beheadings, midnight drone attacks, the burning of homes as people sleep, people being shot at as they flee for their lives. The military has lost control over a considerable amount of territory, so it is resorting to increasingly extreme measures: forced conscription, indiscriminate bombardment of towns and villages, brutal atrocity crimes. Mr. President, I have just returned from a visit to Southeast Asia. I had the opportunity to hear from Myanmar civil society on the spiralling regional impacts of the crisis and the urgent need for leadership and influence to halt this catastrophe. The Myanmar military continues to gain access to foreign currency and weapons it needs to sustain its campaign of terror, while international financial support for the people of Myanmar is meagre at best. But I also witnessed a profound sense of hope. In my discussions with Myanmar civil society, human rights defenders and refugee communities, it was clear to see there is a new generation of young people from all ethnic communities leading the struggle to create an inclusive vision for the future of Myanmar. In Malaysia, I met with representatives of almost all ethnic communities together. A few years ago, it would have been unthinkable to meet with Rohingya and other ethnic communities around one table. I was moved by their solidarity and shared hopes. In Thailand, representatives of Myanmar civil society and human rights defenders from different communities and backgrounds were also united by a common sense of purpose. Their rejection of the military's seizure of power and violence, their demand for accountability, their desire for a better future. These young people have strong expectations of the international community. They seek for the extent of Myanmar's suffering to be genuinely acknowledged and given the attention it deserves. They hope that funding will be made available to those on the ground to deliver humanitarian assistance and services directly to communities throughout the country. They have risked their lives and livelihoods to help communities in need and resist the repression by the military. And with them, a future is possible. Mr. President, we are witnessing a people's revolution against decades of oppression and violence. In some areas outside the military's control, new local governance structures have emerged, supported by ethnic armed groups and activists alike. They are providing food, shelter, education and healthcare for hundreds of thousands who are otherwise receiving little to no humanitarian support. And they are delivering critically needed protection service in the complete absence of a functioning public system. The Karenni Interim Executive Council in Kaya State, for example, has created a local governance system where 7 members have been elected by the people to respond to the community's needs. I call on all anti-military armed groups to ensure the protection of civilians, defectors and surrendees at all times. Mr. President, the people of Myanmar must be spared more despair, more suffering, more fear. Armed conflicts continue to rage brutally across the country, taking an increasingly grim toll on the lives of civilians. My office is investigating several reported attacks against civilians in Rakhine State and Sagaing over recent days, with large numbers of civilians allegedly killed in airstrikes, naval artillery barrages and shootings. I am very concerned about the situation in Mongdo. The Arakan army this weekend gave all remaining residents, including a large Rohingya population, a warning to evacuate. But Rohingya have no options. There is nowhere to flee. Following a similar pattern in Butidong, where Rohingya were ordered to flee and then the town burned, I fear we are yet again about to bear witness to displacement, destruction and abuses. The military also reportedly ordered evacuation of ethnic Rakhine villages around Sitwe, where they have been conducting mass arrests in recent days. In another instance, the village of Byongpyu was reportedly emptied of its several hundred residents as the military tried to identify men of fighting age who sympathized with their armed opponent, the Arakan army. Men were separated from women. Dozens of men were allegedly tortured, shot and killed. Multiple reports allege that at least 5 women were also raped and killed in the incident. Their village was burned. Hundreds of men taken away are now missing. In a cynical move, the military has pressured and threatened young Rohingya men to join their ranks. Some reports have indicated thousands of Rohingya youth have been conscripted into the very same forces that displaced hundreds of thousands of their community in 2016 and 2017. In response, the Arakan army has exhorted Rohingya to fight with them against the military. They have targeted their communities by forcibly displacing residents. On multiple occasions, they have detained or killed men of fighting age who they suspected of taking up arms against them. These tactics have brought back the shocking images and memories from 2017 of systematic terrorization, persecution and forced displacement of populations. Today, sections of Mongdo and Butidong have been alternately burned. Ethnic Rakhine houses and neighborhoods were set alight, followed days later by the burning of Rohingya villages. And tens of thousands of civilians from these communities have been forced to flee, among them entire Rohingya communities with no guarantees of finding safe haven. Over 1 million Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh are still living in limbo, in dire conditions, with no prospect for durable solutions. All this in the face of binding provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice for the protection of the Rohingya, while it examines the case alleging genocide brought before it by the Gambia and other intervening member states. Accountability, including proceedings currently pending before the International Criminal Court, is absolutely critical. The failures to ensure accountability in Myanmar's past transition are now allowing history to repeat itself and are haunting the present and the future. Mr. President, the situation in Rakhine State is tragically just one example of how this coup, which has resulted in 3 years of conflict, has brought pain and suffering to an entire country. The attacks by the military have been and continue to be indiscriminate. Since February 2021, at least 5,280 civilians, including 1,022 women and 667 children, have been killed at the hands of the military. At least 26,865 individuals have been arrested and 20,592 remain in detention. There are now 3 million internally displaced by these conflicts, the vast majority still without proper shelter, without access to food or water, without essential medicines and healthcare, and so many more of the cruel consequences of the military's continued denial of humanitarian access remain invisible and underreported. It is clear the violence must end, the attacks against civilians must end, the forced conscription must end, and the denial of humanitarian assistance must end. I urge all parties to prevent the recurrence of the atrocity crimes committed against the Rohingya in 2016 and 2017. I also call on countries in the region to ensure international protection and provision of adequate shelter, support and long-term access to essential services to people fleeing the violence and persecution. Special provisions must be made for human rights defenders who are particularly exposed and often face transnational threats and refoulement. Nobody should be forcibly returned to Myanmar at this time. We need an urgent rethink of how we can respond collectively to this unmitigated crisis. I had the opportunity to discuss with the leadership of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and Malaysia as the current and future ASEAN chair, as well as with Thailand as a near neighbour. It is time to go beyond the ASEAN 5-point consensus that has failed to stem the violence or restore democracy. ASEAN's efforts must be re-energized and backed by a consortium of influential states to develop a new roadmap that can restore the destiny of Myanmar to its people. This must factor in the new realities of local governance emerging on the ground that can provide building blocks towards a democratic future from the bottom up. Myanmar's people must have a place at the table. This means reaching out to democracy movement and youth, involving them meaningfully in the resolution of this crisis. The new generation in Myanmar, particularly the women's leadership that has emerged, needs to be supported in a visioning process for the future of the country. With more attention, more investment, more political will and more action, this situation can be turned around for a better tomorrow for the people of Myanmar. Thank you.
أشكركم سيد المفوض سامي على تقديم تقرير حول وضعية حقوق الإنسان في ميانمار فيما يتعلق بمسلمي روهينجا والأقليات الأخرى في هذا البلد. إذن سننطلق الآن في التفاعل مع تقرير السيد المفوض سامي، علما أن الوقت المخول لجميع الوفود وهو 1 دقيقة و30 ثانية، وبعد ذلك أعطي الكلمة لأستراليا، الوفد الأسترالي الذي سيتدخل باسم مجموعة من الدول. أستراليا لكم الكلمة.
Thank you, President. Australia is pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of Canada, Australia and New Zealand. We thank the High Commissioner for his report. We share the grave concerns expressed in recent statements from the High Commissioner, the IAMM and Special Rapporteur that detailed targeted attacks against civilians, including Rohingya, which has led people to flee to the Bangladesh border and hampered humanitarian access. We're also concerned by reports of displacements in Butidong and call on all armed actors to ensure the protection of civilians. The military regime's implementation of the 2010 conscription law is increasing displacement of people and contributing to further instability and violence. We're gravely concerned by reports of forcible recruitment of children by the regime. We call on all states to prevent or halt the flow of arms, military and dual-use materials, including aviation fuel, to the Myanmar military. We remain resolute in our support for the people of Myanmar. High Commissioner, can you please provide more information on the unique needs of women and girls who are internally displaced and what can be done to strengthen their protection? I thank you.
أشكركم. أعطي الكلمة الآن للاتحاد الأوروبي.
Thank you. The EU thanks the High Commissioner for his report and update. The EU condemns the repressive actions of the Myanmar military. All violence against civilians must cease. Conflict continues to escalate across Myanmar. In Rakhine State, the reported forced recruitment of Rohingya is further dividing communities and bringing to the surface deep-seated ethnic tensions and mistrust, making it increasingly dangerous for all civilians. Ensuring justice and accountability for all human rights violations and abuses committed by any actor is crucial. The role of the IIMM remains key. We recall the ICT's 2020 provisional measures order and the urgent need for compliance with it, as well as relevant accountability efforts in the ICC and through universal jurisdiction. We welcome the appointment of the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary-General and call for greater leadership and coordination of the UN system humanitarian effort on the ground, including through the appointment of a UN resident coordinator. The EU calls on all parties, in particular the Myanmar military, to allow the complete, safe and unhindered humanitarian access to all persons. High Commissioner, how important is the flow of dual-use goods and jet fuel in the context of human rights violations and abuses? Thank you.
أشكركم سيدة السفيرة وأعطي الكلمة للوكسمبورغ. سيد السفير لكم الكلمة علما أنكم ستتدخلون باسم مجموعة من الدول. تفضلوا.
Thank you, Mr. President. This statement is on behalf of the Benelux, Belgium, the Netherlands and Luxembourg. We align with the EU statement. We thank the High Commissioner for his report and we support its conclusions and recommendations. As he states, The human rights situation in Myanmar is in free fall, and human rights protection and civilian rule of law are absent. The increasing number of airstrikes and the continued violence towards civilians are causing great suffering among the population. The situation of children's rights is nothing short of catastrophic. In Rakhine, the Rohingya suffering is reaching new heights with the enforcement of conscription law, providing cover for the forcible abduction of Rohingya men out of villages and camps, even beyond Myanmar's borders, to recruit them into the military. These violations and abuses show the urgent need for the parties concerned to adhere to the ICJ's provisional measures, also concerning the safe return of Rohingya refugees to Myanmar, which is currently not a possibility. We explicitly acknowledge efforts to build local, democratic, human rights-based and victim-centered systems of governance and welcome the efforts of the National Unity Government and others working towards an inclusive, democratic future for Myanmar. High Commissioner, you have recently returned from a mission to the region to visit Malaysia, Laos, PDR and Thailand. How can the international community, in particular the ASEAN and OIC member states and other partners of Myanmar, act concretely for justice for the Rohingya and a better future for all? I thank you.
شكرا سيد السفير. أعلن أنه بعد 15 دقيقة سيتم إغلاق قائمة المتدخلين حول هذا الحوار التفاعلي، وأعطي الكلمة الآن لباكستان، الوفد الباكستاني الذي سيتدخل باسم منظمة التعاون الإسلامي. باكستان لكم الكلمة.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the High Commissioner for the presentation of his report. The OIC Group is deeply concerned at the resumption of hostilities in Rakhine State and at the recent reports of violence, forced displacement and property destruction against the Rohingya Muslims in Butidang Township in Rakhine. The OIC Group urges all conflicting parties to protect the Rohingya Muslims and ensure their safety and security. We also express grave concern at the forced recruitment and use of Rohingya as a human shield by the warring parties in Rakhine and urge them to immediately put an end to this illegal conscription and allow Rohingya already conscripted to return home. We urge Myanmar to implement all recommendations of the Advisory Commission on Rakhine State, including a clear pathway to citizenship for the Rohingya, fully comply with ICJ's provisional measures and cooperate with all ongoing international accountability mechanisms, allow the full, safe, unhindered and immediate access of humanitarian actors to provide humanitarian assistance, and commence repatriation of the Rohingyas from Bangladesh and other host states to Myanmar with rights, safety and dignity at a suitable time. Mr. President, in the context of decreasing funding in Joint Response Plan, we call on the international community to keep investing in the well-being, safety and dignity of Rohingya and help realize their right to return to their homeland in Rakhine. We also urge the OHCHR to closely monitor the situation in Rakhine and play an active role in pursuing a durable solution to the crisis, including through contributing to accountability processes. I thank you, sir.
شكرا سيد السفير. والآن الكلمة للدنمارك كذلك باسم مجموعة من الدول.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Nordic Baltic states remain deeply disturbed by the frequent and credible reports of serious violations and abuses of human rights and international law in Myanmar. The report speaks of military attacks causing civilian fatalities, including women, children and persons belonging to ethnic minorities, aerial attacks and shelling of homes, schools, places of worship and hospitals, mass killings, persecution, torture and SGBV. The forced and prolonged recruitment of conscripts, including forced recruitment of children, exacerbates the civil war. It disrupts society at every level and fuels identity-based violence. We call for an immediate end to all violations and abuses against civilians, the provision of full and unhindered humanitarian access, the release of all political prisoners, and an inclusive dialogue with meaningful participation of all stakeholders. Myanmar must comply with the ICJ's provisional measures order. High Commissioner, what actions should external actors prioritize in the face of rising communal tensions, including in Rakhine? Thank you.
أشكركم سيد السفير وأعطي الكلمة الآن للكويت.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يضم وفد بلادي صوته للبيانات الصادرة عن المجموعات التي ينتمي إليها، وباسم دولة الكويت أود أن أعبر عن بالغ القلق حيال ما ورد في تقرير مفوض السامي قيد النظر، والذي يشير إلى توجهات وأنماط جديدة من انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان في ميانمار، وخاصة استمرار ما تتعرض له أقلية مسلمي الروهينجا والأقليات الأخرى من أعمال عنف وحظر الاتصالات عبر الإنترنت وعدم توفر ظروف معيشية آمنة لهذه الفئات من المجتمع. وإذ نؤكد في هذا السياق على أهمية معالجة الأسباب الجذرية للأزمة من أجل تحقيق سلام دائم وبناء مجتمع قائم على مبادئ المساواة وعدم التمييز بين أطياف المجتمع في ميانمار. إن دولة الكويت كانت ولا زالت داعمة لكافة المساعي والجهود الدولية الرامية لرفع المعاناة الإنسانية للروهينجا والمجتمعات المستضيفة لهم، خاصة مبادرة إعادة توطين لاجئي الروهينجا في بنغلاديش. كما استقبلت بلادي العام الماضي المقرر الخاص المعني بحالة حقوق الإنسان في ميانمار، وتم بحث ومناقشة سبل تقديم مزيد من الدعم الإنساني للروهينجا. سيد الرئيس، ختاما تؤيد بلادي الاستنتاجات والتوصيات الواردة في هذا التقرير، خاصة الوقف الفوري لجميع أعمال العنف الموجهة ضد المدنيين بما في ذلك الروهينجا والبنى التحتية المدنية والمواقع الدينية والموظفين، امتثالا لقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2669. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
أشكركم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لأيرلندا.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ireland aligns with the statement of the EU and thanks the High Commissioner for his update. Ireland is deeply concerned by the continued rapid deterioration of the human rights situation in Myanmar. We are appalled by the perpetration and continued torture and sexual and gender-based violence and the targeting of civilians by the military, including in shelters and camps where they have sought protection that have intensified since October. In particular, Ireland notes with deep concern the dire circumstances faced by the Rohingya communities in Rakhine State amidst escalating violence and forced conscription and recruitment perpetrated by multiple parties to the conflict. Nearly 19 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance. Ireland commends the ongoing work of humanitarian actors, including ground-up actors, and in this extremely dangerous context. Ireland urges all parties to find a solution to issues of humanitarian access and calls on the military to immediately cease the blocking of humanitarian aid. Ireland welcomes the continued engagement on the conflict by the UN, including through the appointment of Ms. Julie Bishop as UN Special Envoy and through the High Commissioner's recent visit to the region. High Commissioner, how can the international community support and amplify the ground-up models referred to in your report? Thank you.
أشكركم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن إلى مصر.
السيد الرئيس، تأخذ مصر علما بتقرير المفوض السامي بشأن ميانمار وتؤكد إدانتها الكاملة لجميع الانتهاكات ضد أقلية الروهينجا وتعرب عن أسفها إزاء استمرار وضعهم المأساوي، وتطالب حكومة ميانمار بوضع حد لتلك الانتهاكات من خلال اتخاذ الإجراءات الكفيلة بتوفير الحماية اللازمة لهم وإيجاد حل دائم للأزمة. في هذا الصدد تدعم مصر كافة الجهود على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي الرامية لتفعيل المحاسبة، وتدعو مكتب المفوض السامي للتواصل والتعاون مع منظمة التعاون الإسلامي أخذا في الاعتبار محورية دور المنظمة في تلك القضية. كما تثمن مصر في هذا الإطار دور بنغلاديش والدول الأخرى المجاورة وجهودهم المستمرة لمواجهة تداعيات أزمة الروهينجا، وتدعو المجتمع الدولي لتقديم الدعم اللازم للدول المستضيفة للروهينجا والنظر في حلول عملية ومستدامة في هذا الشأن. شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Je vous remercie. Je donne maintenant la parole au Japon. Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also thank you, High Commissioner, for your insightful report. Japan remains seriously concerned about the continuing deterioration of the human rights situation in Myanmar since the coup. Japan strongly condemns the Myanmar's military's continued failure to try to resolve the situation by peaceful means, while many innocent civilians are killed and wounded daily by air strikes and other acts of violence around the country, including Rakhine State. Japan is seriously concerned that the introduction of a conscription by the Myanmar military would throw the country into the greater turmoil. We once again urge all stakeholders to refrain from the violence and work together towards a peaceful resolution of the situation. It is crucial to improve the human rights and humanitarian situation in Myanmar in a manner that reflects the will of the people of Myanmar. To this end, Japan will continue to work closely with the international community, including ASEAN, and make every effort to improve the situation in Myanmar. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. The floor is for Iran now. Iran.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Islamic Republic of Iran aligns itself to the statement of the group it belongs to. We thank the High Commissioner for his report and ask for more concentration in his future report on the rights of the Rohingya Muslims. Mr. President, the protracted and hate-driven unnatural disaster that unfolds day by day in Myanmar's Rakhine state has left the Rohingya minority as the main victim and sufferer of the conundrum. With consideration of expanding problems for Rohingya minority, including the increasing number of displaced people, unregistered identities, and right-deprived women and children that are facing existential threats, the dreadful situation of human rights for Rohingya Muslims should be prevented from marginalization in this Council. Regarding the current situation, we expect the authorities in Myanmar to ensure the political, security, humanitarian and human rights of Rohingya minority and exert maximum efforts to improve the socio-economic conditions for the Rohingya minority, mainly by taking effective measures to prevent their misplacement and displacement from their homeland. In conclusion, appreciating the overcapacity admission of the Rohingya refugee by host countries, we call upon consolidation of our common efforts for alleviating the refugee crisis and equally sharing the burden of this plight. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole maintenant à l'UNICEF.
Thank you, Mr. President. UNICEF welcomes the High Commissioner's report and the opportunity to highlight the impact of the conflict on the rights of children. UNICEF is on the ground in Myanmar, where children are bearing the brunt of the conflict. A record 3.1 million people have been displaced, with nearly 40% being children facing multiple rights violations and deprivations. Grave child rights violations verified by the UN continue to rise. In 2023, the number of children recruited and used by parties to the conflict surged by over 498% compared to 2022. The increasing use of landmines and the explosive remnants of war are putting civilians at grave risks, including children who account for over 20% of civilian casualties. Constraints on access and disruptions to essential services, including health and education, continue to have a devastating impact on children, 4.5 million of whom have limited to no access to learning. Schools and health facilities are increasingly under attack, further shrinking the already limited sanctuaries for children. UNICEF urges all parties to the conflict to comply with international humanitarian and human rights law, to end grave child rights violations, to allow safe, unimpeded and sustained humanitarian access to children in all areas, and to take all necessary measures to prevent and stop all forms of violence against children. We stand ready to support. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne maintenant la parole à la Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, Sierra Leone thanks the High Commissioner and his office for the detailed and thorough report on human rights situation of Rohingya Muslims and other minorities in Myanmar, pursuant to Resolution 53. We express our deep concern at the continuing reports of human rights violations and abuses against Rohingya Muslims and other minorities in Myanmar. It is imperative that we hold those responsible for these violations to account. The pursuit of justice and accountability must be a priority to ensure that such atrocities are not repeated. In this regard, Sierra Leone supports initiatives to bring perpetrators to justice through international mechanisms and supports the continued mandates of the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar. We commend the efforts of regional organizations, including ASEAN, to address the crisis in Myanmar. Sierra Leone recognizes the significant burden placed on neighboring countries, particularly Bangladesh, in hosting large numbers of Rohingya refugees. We call on the international community to provide continued and increased support to these host countries to alleviate the humanitarian crisis and to ensure that the rights and needs of the refugees are adequately addressed. We also urge the government in Myanmar to cooperate fully with the human rights mechanisms and to take immediate steps to end all forms of violence and discrimination against Rohingya and other minorities. It is essential that Myanmar complies with its obligations under international human rights and humanitarian law, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Je vous remercie. Et je donne maintenant la parole à la délégation de Turquie.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the High Commissioner for his report. The situation in Myanmar has been deteriorating since the military coup in 2021. We are concerned by increased fighting and the worsening security situation since last October. the reports of atrocities against civilians in the Rakhine State, particularly against the Rohingya Muslims in recent months, resulting in the forced displacement of thousands of people, continue to be a cause of concern. Rohingyas have long been recognized as one of the most persecuted groups in the world. It is the joint responsibility of the international community to find a lasting solution to the crisis. We call on all parties to the conflict to prioritize protection of civilians and prevent further incitement of violence, and to allow access to the region for the immediate and unhindered flow of humanitarian assistance. Creating the necessary conditions for the safe, voluntary and dignified return of the Rohingyas to their homeland is essential. The ruling of the International Court of Justice on the admissibility of the Gambia's application is also a crucial step forward. We will continue with our relief efforts to the Rohingya refugees, which cover various fields, including health, housing, education, and income-generating projects. I thank you.
Je vous remercie. La parole est à vous, Monsieur l'ambassadeur de l'Indonésie.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are gravely alarmed by the intensified violence and hostilities in Myanmar, which have widespread and further worsened the dire human rights and humanitarian situation in the country. We urge all parties involved in Myanmar to immediately end the violence and take utmost measures to protect the people, including Rohingya, Muslim and other minorities. Indonesia, as a transit country, has long hosted and assisted thousands of Rohingya from Myanmar, including rescuing the victims of capsized boat off the coast of Aceh last March. We note with concern from the High Commission report that the displacement of the fleeing Rohingya were also compelled by unscrupulous traffickers. The trend, whereas refugees are falling victim of national crime, have only aggravated their vulnerabilities and complicated our efforts in dealing with this issue. Mr. President, as part of the ASEAN Troika, Indonesia will continue to work for ensuring the ASEAN 5-point consensus is fully respected and implemented by Myanmar. And in this vein, we urge Myanmar to pursue comprehensive and inclusive solutions to the crisis that also protect and guarantee the right of Rohingya. I thank you.
Merci, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. La parole maintenant est à l'Espagne.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. España se suma a la declaración de la Unión Europea. Agradecemos al Alto Comisionado su actualización en esta sesión tras su reciente viaje a la zona y reiteramos nuestro apoyo a los esfuerzos que viene desarrollando su oficina, así como el relator especial y el mecanismo independiente de investigación internacional. El Consejo de Derechos Humanos debe seguir dando una respuesta a la grave situación de violación de los derechos humanos que persiste en Myanmar. Las autoridades militares deben poner fin inmediatamente a los ataques contra la población civil y cesar las actividades represivas en el país. Asimismo, las partes en conflicto deben terminar con la práctica de reclutamiento forzoso, que está afectando directamente a los jóvenes, particularmente en el estado de Rakhine y en especial a los rohinyas, y que contribuye al agravamiento de las tensiones entre comunidades étnicas en el país. Agradecemos a aquellos países vecinos, en particular Bangladesh, que han acogido a los numerosos desplazados que han tenido que huir del país y se encuentran en una situación de gran vulnerabilidad. España reclama el acceso seguro y libre de la ayuda humanitaria, que debe ser respetada por todas las partes. Reiteramos el reconocimiento a la importancia del papel de la Oficina en la prevención y protección de los derechos humanos en Myanmar y llamamos una vez más a una solución de paz duradera. Muchas gracias.
Je vous remercie. La parole est à vous, Monsieur l'ambassadeur de France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire, la France vous remercie pour votre rapport qui rappelle une nouvelle fois les exactions massives et délibérées commises par l'armée birmane. Cela fait plus de 3 ans que l'armée opprime le peuple birman. Depuis son coup d'État, elle multiplie les frappes aveugles, les emprisonnements arbitraires, la torture et les violences sexuelles contre les femmes et les filles, la persécution de minorités politiques, religieuses ou ethniques. Le bombardement de l'hôpital de l'État Chine le mois dernier n'est qu'un exemple du ciblage régulier des populations et des infrastructures civiles. Les progrès des rébellions armées ces derniers mois illustrent le rejet croissant de ces exactions commises par l'armée par la population birmane. La France soutient le mécanisme d'enquête indépendant pour la Birmanie, indispensable pour rendre justice à toutes les victimes, à commencer par les Rohingyas. La France exhorte les autorités de facto à mettre en œuvre la résolution 2669 du Conseil de sécurité, à mettre fin aux violences, à libérer immédiatement les plus de 20 000 prisonniers détenus arbitrairement, y compris la conseillère pour l'État Aung San Suu Kyi et le président de la République Win Myint, à construire les conditions nécessaires à un retour sûr, volontaire et digne des Rohingyas, et plus largement à accepter sincèrement le nécessaire processus de dialogue politique incluant toutes les parties, conformément au consensus en 5 points de l'ASEAN. Nous réitérons notre plein soutien à la population birmane et ses aspirations légitimes à la démocratie. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Comme annoncé auparavant, la liste des orateurs au titre de ce dialogue est désormais close. Je donne maintenant la parole à la délégation des Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Maldives thanks the High Commissioner for the comprehensive report on the situation of human rights in Myanmar. Mr. President, the Maldives remain deeply concerned over the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Myanmar. The human toll of the recent attacks by the Myanmar military in Rakhine State is appalling. Cycles of violence, repression, displacement, and the risk of famine continue to be the fate of nearly 630,000 Rohingya. The current humanitarian crisis in Myanmar necessitates immediate action to meet the basic needs of all individuals, including access to food and health care. Mr. President, the Maldives reiterates its call for an immediate cessation of violence and for humanitarian access to be granted to create a conducive environment for the voluntary, safe, dignified, and sustainable return of forcibly displaced persons. On this note, let me commend Bangladesh for hosting the Rohingya refugees and the Gambia for its efforts to hold the perpetrators accountable at the ICJ on behalf of the OIC. As an intervening state in their case, the Maldives is ready to work with the Gambia and the like-minded countries to bring justice to the Rohingya. The Maldives also welcomes the newly appointed Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General on Myanmar and supports efforts to foster sustainable peace through close cooperation with ASEAN and neighboring countries. I thank you.
Je vous remercie. La parole est à la Colombie. La Colombie, j'espère qu'ils sont dans la salle, je n'arrive pas à identifier le siège. Très bien. Nous passons donc à la délégation de la Suisse. La Suisse, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président, la Suisse remercie le Haut-Commissaire pour sa mise à jour. Depuis février 2021, le nombre de personnes en situation de besoin humanitaire est passé de 1 à 18,6 millions. Nous appelons tous les acteurs à renforcer d'urgence la protection de la population civile et à garantir l'accès rapide et sans entrave à l'aide humanitaire. Des rapports continuent de faire état de graves violations du droit international humanitaire ainsi que de violations et abus des droits de l'homme commis à l'encontre de la population civile, notamment des frappes aériennes sur les infrastructures civiles ainsi que des actes de torture et de violence sexuelle, le recrutement forcé et l'utilisation de civils comme boucliers humains. Les communautés et l'ensemble du Myanmar sont soumises à de nouveaux déplacements forcés. La Suisse condamne fermement ces actes, commis en particulier au premier lieu par les forces armées militaires. Nous soulignons la nécessité d'enquêtes crédibles, transparentes, indépendantes et impartiales sur toutes les violations et abus. La Suisse est profondément concernée par l'absence de volonté des parties de s'engager dans un dialogue inclusif pour la recherche d'une solution politique et non violente à cette grave crise. La Suisse exhorte les autorités militaires et toutes les parties au conflit à pleinement et rapidement mettre en œuvre la résolution 2669 du Conseil de sécurité. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie. The floor now is for China.
主席先生，高瞻先生，缅甸问题非常复杂，内外因素错乱交织。历史和现实一再证明，只有秉持主权平等、不干涉内政等国际关系基本准则，才能真正解决问题，促进和保障人权。人权理事会有关讨论应当有助于缅甸的政治和社会稳定，有助于缅甸的和平与和解，避免激化矛盾。遣返是解决罗兴亚危机的唯一出路。孟缅均为中国友好邻邦，长期以来，中方积极斡旋，促孟缅双方就启动遣返达成诸多重要共识。尽早启动遣返，对改善孟缅关系、维护地区和平稳定具有重要意义。中方支持孟缅双方继续相向而行，克服困难，排除干扰，尽早实现遣返。谢谢主席。
I thank you. I now give the floor to United States of America. Mrs. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, High Commissioner Turk, for your work drawing attention to the worsening human rights situation in Myanmar through your alarming and illustrative report today. It was devastating to listen to. I can't imagine what it must be to live it. We support your impassioned advocacy in recent weeks to raise the alarm about escalating violence and intercommunal tensions in Rakhine State. The world simply cannot sit idly by and allow the status quo to continue. The United States condemns the reported forced conscription of Rohingya and the targeted destruction of towns in Rakhine, resulting in the displacement of civilians. We call on Myanmar's military, as well as all armed actors, to protect civilian populations in Rakhine and allow for unhindered humanitarian access. The military's continued use of violence against civilians across the country underscores the need for the international community to do more to impede its access to arms and financial resources. We welcome this Council's unanimous adoption of a resolution that calls for states to restrict the Myanmar military's access to jet fuel, and we reiterate our call for all states to prevent the flow of arms to the military. High Commissioner Turk, you have warned that past atrocities could recur in Rakhine. What can member states do to prevent this? I thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador. The floor now is for Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bangladesh thanks High Commissioner for presentation of the report. We express grave concern at the recent reports of burning of Rohingya villages in Butidong township in Rakhine, their forced conscription and their displacement. We call on all parties involved to protect Rohingya and ensure their safety and security. Bangladesh is deeply troubled at the recent shooting from Myanmar targeting its people and property. Internal conflicts in Myanmar must not affect the safety and security of our people and property in the Myanmar border. Mr. President, Bangladesh has been hosting around 1.2 million Rohingya for nearly 7 years, despite various constraints. Sustainable repatriation of Myanmar of Rohingyas is the only solution to this crisis. We have continued our engagements with all parties concerned for commencement of Rohingya repatriation. We urge international community to come forward to create better conditions, invest in livelihood options for the Rohingya in Rakhine, and thus help reintegrate the Rohingya returnees. In the context of decreasing funding in Joint Response Plan, we call for adequate humanitarian assistance for the Rohingyas temporarily sheltered in Bangladesh. Finally, we urge High Commissioner and his office to keep the Rohingya issue high on the agenda until the accountability and justice is ensured and a durable solution is achieved. I thank you.
شكرا. أعطي الكلمة الآن للعربية السعودية.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. اطلعت بعثة بلادي باهتمام على تقرير المفوض السامي بشأن حالة حقوق الإنسان في ميانمار، وتطلع حكومة بلادي عن كثب على الوضع في ميانمار، وتدعو أصحاب المصلحة المعنيين على المستوى الوطني للحفاظ على الحوار البناء الذي يسهم إلى حلول عملية. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المملكة على موقفها الثابت والداعم لحماية المدنيين في ميانمار، لا سيما أزمة مسلمي الروهينجا، وتدعو إلى ضمان سلامتهم وأمنهم والاعتراف بحقوقهم الأساسية دون مزيد من التأخير، بما في ذلك الحق في المواطنة الكاملة وتهيئة الظروف لعودة آمنة وكريمة للاجئي الروهينجا إلى موطنهم الأصلي. كما وقد عملت المملكة منذ بداية الصراع باستضافة أكثر من 260 ألف من الروهينجا الذي تم تقديم الرعاية الصحية العامة وفرص العمل لهم وتقديم التعليم لأطفالهم. ودعمت المملكة أيضا لاجئي الروهينجا في عدد من الدول في المجالات المتعلقة بالاستجابة للإغاثة الطارئة والتعليم والمأوى والصحة. ختاما السيد الرئيس، ستواصل المملكة دعم الروهينجا بالتعاون مع المجتمع الدولي لضمان حصولهم على حقوقهم في العيش بسلام وكرامة في وطنهم. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
أشكركم. The floor now is for Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, Россия продолжает уделять пристальное внимание ситуации в Мьянме. Серьезным фактором дальнейшей деградации обстановки в этом государстве является политико-дипломатическая и финансовая поддержка антиправительственных сил представителями коллективного Запада. Такого рода действия значительно осложняют перспективы восстановления общественно-политического спокойствия в стране. В этих условиях выступаем против использования многосторонних площадок, включая СПЧ, для давления на НИПИДы и осуждаем попытки западных стран политизировать мьянмарское досье. По-прежнему видим задачу мирового сообщества в том, чтобы способствовать урегулированию кризиса в Мьянме без вмешательства в ее внутренние дела. Однако практические шаги отдельных государств этим задачам слабо соответствуют. Вместо равноправного и содержательного диалога с НЕПИДО предпочтение отдается санкциям и угрозам. Введенные в одностороннем порядке ограничительные меры наносят ущерб прежде всего обычным мьянманцам. На этом фоне отмечаем стремление АСЕАН содействовать поиску путей нормализации ситуации внутри и вокруг Мьянмы, в том числе решению гуманитарных проблем через предоставление помощи нуждающимся населению. Призываем все заинтересованные государства продолжить дальнейшее налаживание диалога с властями этой страны при отказе от политизации правозащитной повестки. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank you. The floor now is for Malta. Malta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Malta aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and thanks the High Commissioner for his update. Malta is profoundly concerned by reports of renewed violence and destruction in Rakhine State, resulting in the displacement of potentially tens of thousands of civilians, primarily Rohingya. We urge the Myanmar military and all armed groups to cease fighting, protect civilians, comply with international law, and immediately allow full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access. This includes through implementing the binding order of the International Court of Justice for the protection of the Rohingya people. We call on Myanmar to cooperate fully with the IIM, allow unhindered access to investigate allegations and hold perpetrators accountable before impartial and independent courts. We fully support the ongoing work of the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar in this regard. The people of Myanmar deserve a future where children are safe from recruitment into armed groups, young persons can meaningfully participate in peace negotiations, and the military is accountable to civilians. To realize this, the international community must take action to end the violence and promote civilian rule, democracy and the rule of law in line with Security Council Resolution 2669 and ASEAN's 5-point consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to Belarus.
Благодарю, господин председатель. Обеспокоены продолжающейся политизацией мандата СПЧ по Мьянме с учетом его реализации без согласия затрагиваемой страны. Отмечаем, что несмотря на предоставленную мьянмарскими властями информацию, она не была должным образом учтена, что ведет к искаженному восприятию реальной ситуации на местах. Считаем неприемлемым, когда в условиях лишения мьянмарской стороны голоса продолжается давление на страну с использованием односторонних механизмов. Вновь подчеркиваем необходимость учета позиции Мьянмы, приветствуем и призываем продолжать усилия по внутрирегиональному урегулированию конфликта. Призываем все другие заинтересованные страны и организации всячески способствовать усилиям правительства по нормализации ситуации и отказаться от дискредитировавшей себе практики давления и вмешательства в дела суверенных стран. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cyprus thanks the High Commissioner for his update and aligns itself with the EU statement. The continued escalations of violence, along with the deterioration of the political, humanitarian and security situation in Myanmar following the 2021 military takeover, is aggravating an already dire situation on the ground, as just presented by the High Commissioner. In the context of the ongoing repression, women and children, especially in the Rohingya community, remain particularly vulnerable to the risk of sexual exploitation, trafficking, gender-based harassment and violence perpetrated by military as well as other armed groups. Deliberately provoked inter-ethnic tensions have ignited distrust and hatred within communities, further exacerbating human rights violations. Compliance with the ICJ's provisional measures and order, as well as the accountability efforts at the ICC, are imperative to end the violence. Cyprus calls for the safe, full and unhindered humanitarian access, especially to vulnerable communities, in line with international humanitarian law. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The floor now is for Malaysia.
Mr. President, while we witness the televised genocide of other crises, we should not turn a blind eye to the brutal killings of the Rohingyas. We strongly urge all parties to immediately cease violence, exercise utmost restraint, and uphold international humanitarian law, and to take all necessary measures to defuse tensions and ensure the protection and safety of all civilians. We call on all parties to take urgent steps to create a safe and conducive environment for the timely and safe delivery of humanitarian assistance to all those in need without discrimination. Malaysia appreciates the strong support by the international community with regard to the implementation of the ASEAN 5-point consensus. We would like to see real and meaningful progress in its implementation, especially by the Myanmar's military authorities. A conducive environment for political dialogue must be created to ensure that the democratic aspirations of the people are fulfilled. The people of Myanmar deserve an inclusive and durable solution to this crisis. Without it, we will witness further expansion of violence, which will hinder the safe, voluntary and dignified return of Rohingya refugees. As the largest host of Rohingya refugees in Southeast Asia, Malaysia continues to bear significant responsibilities, even as we are forced to stretch our limited resources beyond capacity. We recall the principle of proportionate burden and responsibility sharing in addressing the refugee crisis. Signatories of the 1951 Refugee Convention must live up to their obligations by providing equal resettlement pathways for Rohingya refugees to third countries. I thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador. The floor now is for Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we thank the High Commissioner for his report and subsequent updates. It is worrisome that the latest reports clearly show continuously deteriorating human rights situation on the ground. This calls for an urgent and vital necessity for the cessation of hostilities and provision of humanitarian access to those in need. Georgia also shares concern over the recent escalation of violence, including in Rakhine State and Zagang region, which has resulted in increased death toll among civilians. These circumstances further trigger the forced displacement, and up to this point, continue to leave Rohingya refugees deprived of their ability to exercise the right of safe and dignified return to their homes. Georgia reiterates the necessity of prioritizing protection of civilians and reaffirms its support to the call of the High Commissioner for unhindered humanitarian access to the population of Myanmar, which is in dire need of life-saving assistance. Thank you.
I'm sorry. The floor now is for UK, United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner, for your report. The conflict across Myanmar is escalating alarmingly, inflicting huge suffering on civilians and driving a devastating human rights and humanitarian crisis. Across Rakhine State, all communities are being targeted by ongoing airstrikes and shelling. The spread of disinformation is stoking intercommunal conflict and dividing communities. Recent attacks in Bitidong and in Baimpuyu have fueled further displacement and caused the loss of innocent lives. The suffering of Rakhine communities, including the Rohingya, has been compounded by restrictions on humanitarian access. Food and medical supplies are urgently needed. The international community must consider all options for reaching those in Rakhine. Since 2017, the UK has provided over £45 million to the Rohingya and other Muslim minorities in Myanmar, and £391 million to Rohingya living in camps in Bangladesh. The current conditions in Rakhine State are not conducive to returns, which must be voluntary, safe and dignified. Accountability is crucial. We recall the provisional measures made by the International Court of Justice and continue to support evidence gathering, including by the IM. High Commissioner, what more can the Council do to ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches those in Rakhine? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador. The floor now is for Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Austria aligns with the EU statement and thanks the High Commissioner for his report. The current levels of violence and suffering in Rakhine are unheard of since 2017. Reports of entire villages being bombed and burned down, corpses thrown in the streets, people extorted and abused are deeply disturbing. Both the Arakan army and the Myanmar military have reportedly increased their attacks on civilians in Rakhine, particularly the Rohingya. In the face of this violence, hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced multiple times. Rohingya are once again trying to flee to neighboring Bangladesh for safety. We urge Bangladesh to keep its borders open for refugees. In the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, the Rohingya face an extremely dire human rights and humanitarian situation. We therefore encourage the High Commissioner and the country team to enhance their protection work in Cox's Bazar and to maintain a human rights focus in their work. Austria reiterates its call on the Myanmar military and all parties involved in the conflict in Myanmar to abide by the rules of international humanitarian and human rights law. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The floor now is for Ghana.
Mr. President, Ghana is deeply concerned about the tragic circumstances of Rohingya Muslims and other minorities in Myanmar. It is regrettable that despite the strong urging by the international community, the authorities of Myanmar have not done enough to find lasting solutions to the complex and delicate issues affecting the welfare of Rohingya population and other minorities, including accelerating the implementation of initiatives to comprehensively address the rolling resentment, distrust, and hostility directed against them. Mr. President, there is simply no justification for any population or a group of people to be subjected to persistent displacement and denied the protection accorded to all persons. We therefore call for the reversal of all discriminatory policies and actions against the Rohingya Muslims and affirm our support for accountability measures to tackle the atrocities and serious violations of human rights, especially those committed against children, girls, and women. In closing, we emphasize that a credible and genuine approach needs to be found to facilitate the voluntary, safe, and dignified return of Rohingya refugees in order to assure a pathway to sustainable peace and long-lasting sustainable stability of Myanmar. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And now give the floor to Venezuela.
Gracias, presidente. Venezuela reconoce la complejidad de la situación en Myanmar. Alentamos a seguir apoyando los esfuerzos de buena fe en la búsqueda de la paz duradera y el desarrollo sostenible de su pueblo, con un enfoque no politizado, con estricto apego al derecho internacional de los derechos humanos, al respeto a la soberanía y la no injerencia en los asuntos internos de los Estados. En ese sentido, consideramos que la aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales y la imposición de mandatos no contribuyen en nada a solventar las necesidades del pueblo de Myanmar. Al contrario, estas acciones pueden generar mayores tensiones internas. Venezuela seguirá abogando por la vigencia de los derechos humanos de la población y alentando los esfuerzos por la paz y la reconciliación nacional en Myanmar, exhortando al diálogo político como vía esencial para solucionar las diferencias en el país. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam. The floor now is for Gambia. Mr. Ambassador.
Mr. President, the Gambia fully aligns with the OIC statement and thank the High Commissioner for his update on the human rights situation in Myanmar. We share the High Commissioner's concern about the catastrophic situation of human rights in Myanmar. We strongly condemned the military's systematic denial of the civilian population's basic human rights. Additionally, we share the High Commissioner's concern that the Rohingya people continue to subject to ruthless oppression. As this violates the provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice, the Gambia will continue its pursuit of accountability for the ongoing genocidal acts against the Rohingya people and call for continued international support. We condemned all forms of human rights abuses against the Rohingya and other vulnerable populations, whether committed by the military or ethnic armed organizations. Mr. President, we ask what further actions can we take to support a peaceful transition to democracy in Myanmar while also protecting especially vulnerable populations and striving towards accountability for the ongoing perpetration of human rights abuses. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. The floor now is for India.
Mr. President, we take note of the High Commissioner's report on the situation of human rights in Myanmar. We remain deeply concerned over the precarious humanitarian and security situation in Myanmar. As an immediate neighbor and a friend of the people of Myanmar, India has been repeatedly calling for immediate cessation of violence by all sides, release of political detainees, humanitarian assistance, and the resolution of the crisis through constructive dialogue. We reiterate the need to arrive at peaceful solutions that are Myanmar-led and Myanmar-owned. Increased influx of people from Myanmar into our northeastern states and the challenge of transnational crimes such as drug and human trafficking continue to be areas of grave concern. We've always accorded priority to the peace, stability and development of Myanmar and have been making consistent efforts towards these objectives in the form of humanitarian assistance, people-centric projects and building capacities in democratic systems and practices, including in the areas of constitutionalism and federalism in Myanmar. India remains steadfast in its support of Myanmar's transition towards inclusive federal democracy. Mr. President, we support the ASEAN-led efforts and the ASEAN 5-point consensus and continue to closely coordinate our policy with ASEAN in this regard. We continue to support the efforts of UN Secretary General in political resolution of the current situation in Myanmar. Thank you.
Malawi, you have the floor. Apparently Malawi. Oh, sorry. Please,
Thank you,
Malawi,
Mr. President. Malawi thanks the High Commissioner for the report, and we are deeply concerned about the deteriorated situation in Myanmar, especially the indiscriminate attacks on civilians, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, and targeting of religious sites and personnel. Malawi is also troubled by the continued violence and grave human rights violations against the Rohingya and other minority communities, which appear to be inconsistent with the provision of measures ordered by the International Court of Justice. Accountability for these crimes is essential. Malawi urges the international community to take urgent and effective action to protect the Rohingya and other minorities and ensure that the Myanmar military respects its obligations under international law. Malawi further urges the international community to act with unity and determination to hold perpetrators accountable and support the people of Myanmar in their quest for democracy, human rights, and sustainable peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now the floor is for Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thailand appreciates the High Commissioner for his report. Thailand remains deeply concerned over the escalation of violence in many parts of Myanmar, which has led to even more forced displacement and complicating the already difficult humanitarian situation and aid delivery in the country. On the 25th of March this year, Thailand delivered humanitarian assistance to approximately 20,000 internally displaced persons in Kayin State. It was the first cross-border humanitarian assistance into Myanmar, carried out by the Thai and Myanmar Red Cross societies under the observation of the AHA Center. Thailand is considering ways and means to conduct the next phase of humanitarian assistance as a step to implement the ASEAN's 5-point consensus. We organize meetings with the international organizations, academia, and civil society to exchange views on how to scale up, diversify, and engage more with relevant local partners. We hope that the international community will continue to support efforts to alleviate suffering and promote human rights of Myanmar people, and also to support ASEAN efforts to foster a peaceful political solution in Myanmar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador. The floor now is for Vietnam.
Mr. President, we take note of the High Commissioner's report on the situation of human rights in Myanmar. We emphasize that the process of addressing the situation in Myanmar must be owned and led by the country itself, in line with the will and interests of the people of Myanmar. This is to ensure the fundamental principles of non-interference in the international affairs of the country and respect for its sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and unity. Relevant parties in Myanmar should work in good faith with ASEAN and to fully and effectively implement the 5-point consensus so as to end violence, create a conducive environment for inclusive dialogue and reconciliation, while ensuring humanitarian and healthcare access for all without any discrimination. Vietnam commends and encourages the closer cooperation between ASEAN and the UN in assisting Myanmar to seek a workable and endurable solution to its existing issue, including the collaboration between their respective special envoys on the Myanmar issue and between the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management and the UN agencies in humanitarian aid. Vietnam calls for greater efforts in addressing the root causes of the refugee situation in Rakhine State.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your declaration. I now give the floor to the Lao PDR. Sorry, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Lao PDR reaffirmed that restoring peace and stability is a necessary condition for the promotion and protection of human rights in Myanmar. We call all parties to prioritize peace and stability and create conducive conditions for a conclusive national dialogue and safe delivery of humanitarian assistance without discrimination. The Lao PDR supports ASEAN's role in facilitating Myanmar to have a comprehensive and durable solution through the implementation of the ASEAN 5-point consensus. In this regard, the Lao PDR's ASEAN Chair Special Envoy on Myanmar has actively engaged with various Myanmar stakeholders to move forward dialogue and peaceful solution. We reiterate that the promotion of human rights shall be based on genuine dialogue and cooperation and guided by the principle of impartiality, objectivity, non-selectivity, and non-politicization. I thank you.
I thank you, sir. We now will move to the list of speakers on behalf of the National Human Rights Institution and the NGOs, and I begin by giving the floor to the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development.
Mr. President, we welcome the report of High Commissioner. This debate takes place in a context where Rohingyas are again confronting the dire prospects of genocides and crimes against humanity. Rohingya villages have been forcefully evacuated by the Arakan army in its escalating war against the Myanmar military. Last month alone, more than 200,000 Rohingya have been forcibly displaced from the villages under the control of the Arakan army. At least 1,500 Rohingya have been killed by the Arakan army since March. Rohingya have been subjected to forced conscription by both military and Arakan army. As the High Commissioner report suggests, the current movement in Myanmar offers a vision towards a post-coup unified federal democratic Myanmar. However, without urgent international action to hold the military and Arakan army accountable, Rohingya will not have a place in that future. The rhetoric and actions of the Arakan army, which controls majority of Rohingya homeland in Rakhine State, clearly demonstrate that they do not consider the Rohingya as part of Myanmar's future. Once again, the Rohingyas are subjected to the same hateful, discriminatory narratives and incitement. Peaceful and democratic Myanmar requires equal recognition of the ethnic nationality status of the Rohingya, as well as justice and accountability for the continuing genocide against Rohingya and other atrocities in the country through international mechanism, the ICC. We further urge you and President Nia Mount Township to take urgent measures to deter.
Thank you. Now the floor
Thank
is
you.
for. Thank you. The floor is for Civicus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Civicus and the Burma Human Rights Network thank the High Commissioner for his report and remain concerned about the state of civil space and the situation of Rohingya Muslims and other minorities in Myanmar. The report reflects our ongoing concerns about the closure of civic space by the junta and thousands of political prisoners, including human rights defenders, that remain in detention on fabricated charges. Many face torture and degraded treatment, and at least 1,700 have died in custody in a climate of complete impunity. We are also concerned about indiscriminate attacks against civilians with weapons supplied by a number of countries, the impact of the conscription law. Your report also notes that in addition to persistent discrimination, members of the Rohingya community experience new violence and violations since the resumption of hostility in Rakhine in November. ASEAN has continued to fail to address the crisis in Myanmar, and it's time for the international community to do more. We welcome your recommendations calling for the release of all political prisoners. There must also be an end to all violence and attacks directed against civilians, including the Rohingya. We urge member states to ensure all existing obstacles to humanitarian access are removed, including in Rakhine State, and to support all accountability efforts. We ask the High Commissioner, what should the Council do to adequately and promptly hold the assault on civic space and serious human rights violations committed by the junta and other armed groups, and to push ASEAN to end its inaction on Myanmar? We thank you.
I thank you, Madame. I now give the floor pour le Centre pour les droits civils et politiques.
The Center for Civil and Political Rights welcomes the report of the High Commissioner. However, this report is another evidence of the atrocity of the Myanmar military, catastrophic situation created by it, and grave violation of international human rights and humanitarian law, primarily committed by the junta and its affiliates, but also by other actors involved in the conflict, including abuses and discriminations against Rohingyas. The rule of law and domestic justice system are collapsed. Political prisoners are tried in prison courts where the public access is severely limited. Judges are forced to give maximum prison sentences through pro forma process, which completely disregard fair trial rights. Torture and sexual violence are rampant in detention. The enforcement of the conscription law has added another dimension to the risk faced by civilians, especially the youth among vulnerable groups, including Rohingyas. Mr. High Commissioner, the junta has been ignoring the calls from the international community, including Security Council resolution and ASEAN 5-point consensus. What should be done to ensure your recommendations addressed to it are properly implemented? What concrete action should be taken by the international community to assist and strengthen the local governance systems as identified in your report? Moreover, what concrete steps can you suggest to the NUG in order for it to ratify and implement the ICCPR and CAT, and to effectively engage with the UN mechanism, in particular concerning the challenge of its recognition by the UN Credential Committee? I thank you.
I thank you, Madam. The floor now is for Association Mauna for Human Rights and Immigration.
Thank you. We thank the High Commissioner for his report. Ever since the coup in 2021, grave violations of human rights have increased against the Rohingya Muslims and other minorities in Myanmar. The escalation of hostilities between the state military and the Arakan army has intensified the humanitarian crisis. Forced recruitment into the military, along with indiscriminate attacks by ground, sea, and air, have resulted in the death of hundreds of civilians. This is a clear violation of international humanitarian law. As highlighted in the High Commissioner's report, nearly 2.8 million people have been displaced, both within Myanmar and across neighboring countries. Among religious and ethnic minorities impacted by the conflict, the situation of the Rohingya, who have already suffered discrimination and human rights violation for decades, is worsening as they are now targeted by both parties. Association Mauna and Geneva International Center for Justice call on the international community to increase humanitarian aid for all affected, including refugees in neighboring countries. Rohingya must be granted citizenship, full rights, and assured a safe return to their homeland. Finally, we support the High Commissioner's call to refer the current situation in Myanmar to the International Criminal Court by the Security Council, with the goal of holding military leaders accountable for committing war crimes. Without accountability, there can be no lasting peace. I thank you.
Thank you. The floor now is for Lawyers' Rights Watch Canada by video.
Lawyers' Rights Watch Canada and the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute deplore the catastrophic deterioration of human rights in Myanmar due to the military junta's systematic commission of atrocities against civilians. Over 3 years into the military coup, the junta has increased attacks on displaced and conflict-affected ethnic and minority populations and on human rights defenders and activists. Mass displacement continues at an alarming rate, with over 2.8 million internally displaced in Myanmar since the coup and nearly 19 million in humanitarian need. Thousands of Rohingya are fleeing from their homes and are increasingly unsafe, only a few years after a military campaign of genocide against them. They are now facing atrocities by the junta and the Arakan army. The primary cause of violations is unchecked impunity of Myanmar's military and laws that violate international law, implemented by courts with no independence. More than 20,500 are unlawfully detained, including over 160 sentenced to death. Torture, ill-treatment, and extrajudicial killings are routine, along with denial of adequate legal representation and fair trials. Lawyers face restrictions, threats, prosecution, and arbitrary detention when trying to represent political detainees in unfair closed proceedings. We call on all council members, observer states, and UN bodies to engage with the National Unity Government, ethnic resistance organizations, and broader civil society to strengthen local governance systems, seize engagement with the junta and stop the flow of weapons, and facilitate the immediate delivery of humanitarian assistance to displaced and vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The floor now is for Human Rights Watch.
In Myanmar, Bangladesh and across the region, the Rohingya are denied safety and dignity, trapped in cycles of violence and repression while they continue waiting for justice and freedom. In Rakhine State, about 630,000 Rohingya are caught in the crosshairs as Myanmar's junta and the Arakan army battle for control. More than 200,000 civilians have been displaced since the fighting resumed last November. Rohingya villages that were devastated by military atrocities in 2017 are again being targeted in widespread arson attacks. Over the past 7 months, the junta has carried out more than 880 airstrikes. 1/5 of them took place in Rakhine State. Since February, Myanmar security forces have forcibly conscripted 5,000 Rohingya men and boys from across Rakhine and with the support of armed groups from the camps in Bangladesh. Thus, Rohingya who have been denied citizenship and basic freedoms under the military system of apartheid are being forced unlawfully to fight on the junta's behalf. To forcibly return Rohingya refugees to Myanmar amid the ongoing fighting and repression would threaten their lives and risk persecution. Until Rohingya can safely return home, donors should provide funding to meet the needs of the 1 million refugees in Bangladesh and expand resettlement opportunities. Bangladesh should lift restrictions on work, movement and education to ensure refugees have the tools to rebuild their lives. Building durable solutions for the Rohingya and upholding the rights of all people in Myanmar depends on the establishment of a civilian democratic rule, holding the military accountable for its crimes. Thank you.
The floor now is for Association Caritative Étudiante pour la Jeunesse. Je vous remercie.
Commissioner, however, we deeply deplore that a number of countries, including those sitting here as members of this very council, remain silent and inactive. And more regrettably, there are even countries and private actors providing the junta with weapons, resources and revenues. It is against this backdrop that, despite repeated reports and mounting evidence over the catastrophic situation in Myanmar, the Myanmar military is still able to commit atrocity and blatant violation of human rights and humanitarian law with the total impunity, whereby completely ignoring the calls from various international and regional bodies. More than 4 years after the coup, the junta continues to target pro-democracy activists, human rights defenders, including lawyers and journalists, and civil society, shrinking civic and political space. For the last 20 years, the world continued to be witness of ongoing many genocides and forced occupation of populations, like in Sri Lanka, where more than 175 Indian Tamils were killed or are unaccounted. And 15 years after, there is no any justice process. In Palestine, where more than 37,000 Palestinians were killed, over 100,000 were injured for just 8 last months. Mr. President, the United Nations member countries have to find a way to save those innocent people and victims, and need to take a powerful international mechanism, justice mechanism. Mr. High Commissioner, how many updates, reports and calls need to be made? How many people must die and suffer in order for the international community to take stronger and coordinated and decisive action to end this crisis and to save millions of people in Myanmar? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now, the last speaker would be Legal Action Worldwide.
Mr. President, distinguished representatives, we thank the High Commissioner for his report. We are deeply alarmed by the ongoing human rights crisis affecting the Rohingya both in Rakhine State, Myanmar, and in refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. In Rakhine State, fighting between the Myanmar military, the Arakan army, and Rohingya armed groups has escalated to a shocking level. Facing mounting losses, the military has resorted to forcibly conscripting and coercing Rohingya to fight against the Arakan army and to act as human shields, putting Rohingya communities at further risk of further reprisals from civilian and armed actors alike. Thousands of Rohingya are now caught in the middle of ongoing hostilities and are displaced as their villages are destroyed. This crisis extends to the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, where nearly 1 million Rohingya face routine abduction and extortion by armed groups. Legal Action Worldwide has received first-hand reports indicating that simply leaving your shelter puts Rohingya men and boys at risk of forced recruitment. While no ethnic peoples have been unaffected by the ongoing fighting, we are deeply concerned with the military's systematic campaign to fuel ethnic tensions that leave the Rohingya more vulnerable to intercommunal violence. Propaganda and misinformation directed against the Rohingya is rampant and reminiscent of the vicious narratives used to incite horrific violence against the Rohingya in 2012 and 2017. High Commissioner, what specific steps can Member States take to ensure protection for Rohingya civilians, both in Rakhine State and refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, and what specific actions is your office undertaking to pursue accountability? Thank you.
I thank you. As announced, that was the last speaker on my list for this dialogue. I now give you back the floor, Mr. High Commissioner, for your interaction with the Council and its membership, and also for your concluding remarks. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, and thank you all very much for contributing to this interactive dialogue. I took good note of the fact that it was indeed a cross-regional response, and that is indeed very important, because we need to make sure that the message is loud and clear to the military in Myanmar that the world is watching, and action needs to be taken. And if one just looks at the statistics, horrific statistics, it makes it abundantly clear that this is an issue that has not only domestic implications for the people of Myanmar, but also already regional implications and global implications. The violence that affects, out of 333 townships, 255. So 255 townships out of 330 are currently affected by violence since the military coup in February 21. We have over 18 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. I already mentioned the 3 million people internally displaced. We have 15.2 million people facing acute food insecurity, and we have an estimated 25 million people living under the poverty line. We have over 1 million refugees, Rohingya refugees from Myanmar in Bangladesh, a couple of 100,000 in Malaysia and elsewhere. So anyone who would say that this is a matter of domestic concern is certainly proven wrong by the very statistics that I have just mentioned, but also by the result of the impact that the crisis had on neighboring countries and beyond. There is I think one delegation mentioned this in particular, there's a specific gender dimension to it. The gender impact of the coup has been tremendous. It continues to worsen. At least 185 girls and 841 women have been killed by the military since the coup. 5,536 have been arrested. These are our statistics. It may mean that there is only the tip of the iceberg. Of the 167 individuals that were sentenced to death by military-controlled courts that deny any guarantee, 16 are women. Sexual violence is reported as rampant, although fears and shame prevent a proper quantification of these crimes. And when it comes to the internally displaced, half of them, 1.5 million, are women, and of the displaced population are women and girls. They have no or only limited access to education and health, and in several parts of the country to shelter and food. Recent reports of the initiation of forced conscription by the military involves also women under the military law, which obviously exacerbates all these existing concerns. It is absolutely clear that humanitarian response as a whole has to be stepped up, and where we need much more creativity in the way that this humanitarian assistance actually gets delivered. It has to involve a lot more of the local possibilities, and most certainly avoid any military channels. So all the non-military channels have to be increased massively so that important humanitarian assistance can go into the country. And I think we really need more creativity about cross-border assistance as well. I mean, the Thai delegation mentioned the initiative on their border. The ASEAN support absolutely needs to be built up, but also the UN and ASEAN humanitarian assistance needs to be particularly strengthened. We know that this is going to be particularly challenging in Rakhine State, as neither the military nor the Arakan army will protect Rohingya. So I have to say, when it comes to Rakhine State, this is incredibly challenging, and we need to make sure that all arbitrary denial of humanitarian access and humanitarian assistance are properly documented, so they are part of the accountability framework that that needs to be part of all accountability efforts in that regard. There was also a question about the flow of dual-use goods and jet fuel. And as you remember, I have reportedly mentioned to this Council that the impact of airstrikes on the civilian population is atrocious. It gives the military a position of weapon superiority, and just to look at statistics, between 1 August 23 and 31 March 24, airstrikes have claimed at least 362 civilian victims, marking a 63% increase from the previous 230 fatalities. Limiting access to jet fuel and dual-use equipment is absolutely critical to ensure protection of civilians and prevent the military to continue perpetrating violations. I've also mentioned in my oral update, but also in the report, the emergence of governance structures at the local level that have started to fill the gap to promote the rights of people through the provision of essential services. They need to be supported and encouraged. There needs to be, again, more creativity about multiple funding models. We have seen participatory models emerge, in particular, as I mentioned, in Kaya State, that in fact there are capacities at the local level to forge, in a way, a new Myanmar society that I have been talking about. Women's leadership has played a very important role in that regard. So I really call on all states to increase engagement with the NUG, with the local governance structures, but also with all the civil society organizations and the human rights defenders that are inside and outside of Myanmar, and to engage in this visioning exercise that I have mentioned also in the past. Accountability is absolutely critical. There's no doubt about this, and both the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, as well as the International Criminal Court processes are vitally important, and I commend the Gambia in this regard. I urge all states to cooperate more with the IIMM, the International Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar, so that they can access new evidence, but also new sources of information. And as I have said in the past, it is time for the Security Council to broaden the referral of the whole situation to the International Criminal Court. We know that ultimately, to get out of this current crisis, Myanmar will need a comprehensive transitional justice process to achieve reconciliation and also more social cohesion. I also wanted to mention particular social media platforms, because what we see, especially in Rakhine State, but also in other parts of Myanmar, is the fueling of hate speech, dehumanizing language, especially between the two communities in Rakhine and Rohingya in Rakhine State. I think more efforts have to go into ensuring that this hate speech is not becoming viral on social media platforms. I know from my own experience when I was in 2015 in northern Rakhine State in Mongdao, it was actually during Ramadan, and I was able to break fast between both communities, the Rohingya and the Rakhine communities. It was still possible to do that. So there is indeed the possibility for social cohesion. Unfortunately, because of the divide and rule type of approach, but also because of social media, we have seen a deterioration when it comes to the intercommunal cohesion. But it is possible to reconstruct it. I have never, and this goes back to my mission that I've just undertaken to Southeast Asia, it was really encouraging to see when you actually meet with the refugee communities, it was possible to meet with all of the representatives. In the past, I could only meet with them separately. That actually shows that there is something emerging within the society that gives us hope for the future. But we really need to invest in these local grassroots level organizations and build and forge something that is possible for the future. And I just wanted to mention this at the end, because this mission to Southeast Asia was very much important, and it was precisely to put the spotlight on Myanmar and to ensure that we give it the intention and the political weight that it requires, because beyond ASEAN, ASEAN will need to be supported, but beyond ASEAN, there needs to be a stepping up of international support by the international community as a whole in order to respond to this very, very deeply worrying and troubling situation that we see emerge in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. High Commissioner, for your important interaction with all those who participated to this interactive dialogue, the membership and other stakeholders, particularly the National Human Rights Institution and the NGOs. Excellencies, this brings us to the end of this interactive dialogue. I wish again to thank the High Commissioner for his participation and for his exchanges with all of us. We will now take a short break of no more than 2 minutes before inaugurating our enhanced interactive dialogue on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan. No more than 2 minutes, please. And by the way, we have secured the possibility to stay in room and advancing in our work till 1:15 p.m. Thank you again for the interpreters for their very strong, helpful and support for the activities of the Council.
Good.
Ambassador.
Hello, good morning.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, we will now begin, as announced, the enhanced interactive dialogue on the situation on human rights in Afghanistan, pursuant to Council Resolution 54/1. Exceptionally, interpretation into Dari will be available this meeting. To make it accessible to those following this interactive dialogue in Afghanistan, the interpretation is available on channel number 8. It is my honor to welcome Mrs. Nada Al-Nashif, Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, who will deliver the opening statements. Let me also welcome our distinguished presenters, Mr. Richard Bennett, Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan, Her Excellency Mr. Nazir Ahmed Andisha, Permanent Representative of Afghanistan to the United Nations Office in Geneva, Mrs. Ben Hafsa Yaqoubi, woman and disability rights activist, Mrs. Shafiqa Kpalwak, poet, writer, and human rights activist, Mrs. Lina Tori Yan, woman, peace and security advocate, and finally, Mrs. Leila, a young girl from inside Afghanistan by video message. The list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. I now have the honor to give you the floor, Your Excellency, Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, for your statement in presentation of this interactive dialogue. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Excellencies, colleagues and friends. I'm pleased to present the High Commissioner's talking points to represent him at this enhanced interactive dialogue on the situation of human rights of women and girls in Afghanistan. And let me start by extending a particular welcome of solidarity to the courageous Afghan women who are participating with us today and to those joining us from Afghanistan and from around the world. It is critical to ensure that your voices remain at the center of this Council's discussion and across all other international fora. The grave scale of abuses in Afghanistan requires sustained international attention to the plight of Afghan women and real support for their cause. Our office has sought to enable this Council to hear directly a diversity of voices of Afghan women from inside and outside Afghanistan, their views, their lived experiences, the concerns they have, the difficulties they face, and their determination to face the future. This dialogue will focus on the phenomenon of an institutionalized system of discrimination, segregation, disrespect for human dignity, and the exclusion of women and girls in Afghanistan. In particular, it will address the ongoing impact of Taliban policies on women's and girls' enjoyment of fundamental freedoms and rights. This assault on women continues to affect and limit all their rights, including the right to education, the right to work, and to access effective remedies for injustice, violence, and discrimination. This enhanced dialogue builds upon the dialogue that we held a year ago with the Special Rapporteur and the Working Group on discrimination against women and girls. Since then, regrettably, the situation has worsened. Restrictions on all rights have tightened. Women are now essentially confined to their homes. Although the de facto authorities continue to claim that women's rights will be protected within the framework of Sharia law, over the past year, further and more intrusive restrictions have indeed been applied to women's and girls' lives. The cumulative effect of these various edicts has removed women and girls from public life, confining them to their homes, denying their fundamental rights and freedoms, their individual autonomy, and the most basic opportunities of life. Afghanistan remains the only country in the world, the only country, where girls are denied education beyond primary level. A few days ago, we hit the grim milestone of 1,000 days of Afghan girls being denied this fundamental enabling right. Through this ban, the Taliban continue to restrict girls' development opportunities and their ability to live independently in the future, further corroding, undermining the rich and diverse fabric of Afghan society. The Taliban also continue to apply their ban on women from working for international organizations, including the United Nations, as well as outside the home in many sectors. Its manifest illegality under international law aside, this measure significantly impacts the ability of the United Nations and other organizations to provide critical services to the population experiencing chronic poverty and humanitarian need. Just last week, the de facto authorities cut female civil servants' pay compared to male employees. The removal of women from public service further impacts their ability to be seen, to be heard, and to participate in the decision-making processes that directly affect their lives. Ongoing restrictions on movement, including the requirement of a mahram or male chaperone to travel further than a small radius from their homes, leaves them with limited and at times no ability to undertake social, cultural or economic activities outside of their homes. Restrictions on places where they may socialize have also been imposed. Our office welcomes the report of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan, which highlights this systematic and all-encompassing set of restrictions that women and girls continue to face. It focuses on intersectional forms of repression and oppression and the realities of what Afghan women of all ages face, as well as, for example, women living with disabilities and minorities. We remain deeply concerned at this ongoing discriminatory and restrictive environment, as well as its consequences. This has had enormous impact on women and girls' mental health, for example, reflected in the shocking increase in suicides over the past year. There remains little accountability for violence against women and girls or for other violations of their rights, as the de facto justice system continues to be neither gender responsive nor accessible to women. Such systematic, extreme discrimination and violence must not be normalized nor be tolerated by the international community. I hope that today's dialogue will lead to a consolidation of our agreement on the need for concerted action by this Council and the wider international community. The brave women activists present today should feel that the international community stands with them and is committed to find ways to influence the de facto authorities to reverse their regressive and repressive edicts. The future potential of Afghanistan can only be realized through upholding the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights by all women and girls. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Deputy High Commissioner, for your important statement. I then now will give the floor to our speakers as introductory for this interactive dialogue. And I now give you the floor, Mr. Bennett, for your presentation. Mr. Special Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, fellow panelists, Afghan friends, members of civil society, Eid Mubarak to Afghans and others who celebrate. I'm pleased to present my new report as requested by this Council at its 54th session. I'm also honoured to be joined by 3 Afghan human rights defenders. A longer version of this statement will be posted online. My new report builds on and deepens the findings of my joint report with the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls on the Taliban's discriminatory and misogynistic policies. Following extensive research, consultation and analysis, it finds that the Taliban's institutionalized system of gender oppression, established and enforced through its violations of women and girls' fundamental rights, is widespread and systematic, and appears to constitute an attack on the entire civilian population, amounting to crimes against humanity. This attack is intensifying. The Taliban system of discrimination, segregation, disrespect for human dignity and exclusion is pervasive, methodical, and imposed through edicts, policies and enforcement, sanctioning severe deprivations of fundamental rights, each systematically interacting with others, creating a mutually reinforcing architecture of oppression. Since last June, the de facto authorities have issued at least 52 edicts that intensify restrictions on Afghan women and girls, which are increasingly enforced, sometimes violently. The institutionalized deprivation causes profound gendered harm spreading across Afghan society and cascading down through generations. Women and girls excluded from the education system faced heightened risks of forced marriage and debt bondage. Day by day, Afghanistan is being deprived of its future women engineers, journalists, biologists, politicians and poets, to name a few. Systematic restrictions of women's right to work and freedom of movement has robbed them of their financial autonomy, forcing dependence on male relatives. Families have plunged deeper into poverty, with increased reports of depression and suicide among women and girls. Against this backdrop, I admire the ingenuity and determination of Afghan women who continue to find ways to sustain themselves and their families. Afghans with intersecting marginalized identities, including people with disabilities, LGBTIQ persons, and those from ethnic, religious, and linguistic and other minorities, faced heightened discrimination and violence. I ask the Council to consider the impact on Afghanistan's children. What will be the effect on all Afghans, but particularly on girls and boys, of the erasure of strong female role models outside of the home? What conception of the world and of themselves do girls have when they have no memories of women thriving independently from men? And what type of men do boys raised within an institutionalized regime which has systematically disempowered women and girls grow into? Mr. President, the violations against women and girls in Afghanistan are so severe and extensive, I have concluded that they may amount to crimes against humanity, including gender persecution. In my consultations with Afghan survivors, particularly women, they emphasize that the term gender apartheid most accurately describes their experience and are calling for its recognition as a crime against humanity. I also consider that this system of domination and oppression of women and girls should propel discussion on codification of gender apartheid as a crime against humanity and as a human rights violation, defined in a gender-inclusive way. We must ensure that all victims and survivors can access justice for the totality of crimes committed against them. The gravity and scale of the crimes can't be overstated. We have a collective responsibility to challenge and dismantle this appalling system and to hold those responsible to account. No single approach is likely to be effective on its own. What we need is an all-tools approach centred around 4 key pillars: justice and accountability, incorporating human rights and women's voices in political processes and diplomatic engagement, bolstering documentation, and reinforcing protection and solidarity for Afghan women, girls, and human rights defenders. In 12 days' time, a major meeting will take place in Doha. This offers an important opportunity to affirm that the rights and voices of women and girls will not be sidelined. I reiterate the importance of ensuring that civil society, including women, are meaningful participants in the meeting and that women's rights are central to discussions. For the credibility and sustainability of international engagement, it's vital that it is underpinned by principled human rights-centered approach. The Taliban are not recognized as a government and should not be treated as such. They must not be allowed to dictate the terms of UN-hosted meetings. Meaningful and sustained improvements in human rights must form a central part of any way forward for Afghanistan. Failure to learn the lessons of the past and sideline human rights could have devastating and long-lasting consequences. Mr. President, the Taliban's institutionalization of its system of gender oppression should shock the conscience of humanity. It's incumbent upon us all to take decisive action to stand with Afghan women and girls, hold the perpetrators accountable, and restore dignity, equality, and justice for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Special Rapporteur, for your insight and highlights on the situation of Afghanistan as presented by you under your own mandate. I now give you the floor, Excellency Nasser Ahmed Andisha, Ambassador of Afghanistan and PR, for your presentation. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Shukran, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome the latest report by the Special Rapporteur on the phenomena of an institutionalized system of discrimination, segregation, disrespect for human dignity, and exclusion of women and girls under the Taliban. As credible reports and eyewitness testimonies indicates, Afghanistan has fallen into a state of darkness and repression, marked by severe and systemic violation of fundamental human rights. Institutionalized discrimination and exclusion, along with instances of torture, degrading, and inhumane treatment are prevailing. No doubt, Afghanistan under the Taliban rule faces one of the most serious institutionalized human rights crises in the world, particularly for women and girls, and it's increasingly worsening. Mr. President, Excellencies, let me draw your attention to something very serious. The ongoing entrenchment of Taliban gender oppression and domination, as indicated in this report, and the inherent dehumanization of women and girls is likely sowing a dangerous ideology in the new generation of Afghan, particularly young men and boys. This could potentially lead to future security risks in the region and beyond. The current impunity, which may be perceived as tolerance of the domination and abuse of women and girls, is creating risks that are not being fully recognized, acknowledged, or addressed. Mr. President, as member of the United Nations, Afghanistan has obligations under the UN Charter, international treaties and resolutions, including but not limited to CEDAW, the ILO Convention, the Security Council Resolution 1325. These treaties and resolutions mandate elimination of discrimination against women, promote gender equality in the workplace, and ensure women participation in peace and security processes. However, the Taliban rhetoric and action starkly contravene these obligations, demonstrating institutionalized discrimination and inclusion of women and girls. Approximately 52 edicts issued between June 2023 and March 2024 shows that the further restriction for women and girls across the country. Mr. President, the UN Charter unequivocally reaffirms the equal rights of men and women. Article 4 emphasizes that peace-loving states accepting the obligation contained in the present charter are able and willing to carry them out will get a seat around the table. In the past 3 years, the Taliban government has proven that it is neither willing nor able or capable of carrying these basic UN Charter obligations. Therefore, the people of Afghanistan appeals to this Council member to uphold the core values of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recognizing Afghanistan's role as one of its original signatories. They call for a steadfast commitment on the principle of universality, indivisibility and interrelatedness of UDHR in all discussions and decisions related to Afghanistan. The UN should prioritize the protection of fundamental human rights under the Taliban rule. They emphasize, the people of Afghanistan, that women's basic rights should be recognized as essential and non-negotiable, rather than a means to serve other interests and ends. The protection and the empowerment of women are paramount for ensuring just and equitable Afghanistan, for Afghanistan of future and Afghanistan after Taliban. This report highlights that the UN member states have heightened obligation to address severe breaches of fundamental human rights in the current context. They must avoid normalizing or legitimizing the Taliban under any guise, including during the upcoming Doha meeting on the 28th of June this month. Mr. President, impunity must not find refuge anywhere, not in Afghanistan, not in Palestine, not in Ukraine or elsewhere. This Council should heed to calls for more robust accountability mechanism to ensure justice is served. Mr. President, this report once again shows that the worsening of unprecedented situation of human rights in Afghanistan demands full accountability. Special procedures, mandate holders and the treaty bodies are urged to monitor and coordinate efforts closely. States engaged with the Taliban must demand human rights respect and include women in their dialogues. Finally, Mr. President, I emphasize that the gender apartheid should be recognized as a crime against humanity, and we call for an independent investigative mechanism by this Council that reflects the gravity of the situation in Afghanistan. And I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your presentation. I now give the floor via video to Ms. Leila for her presentation. Could we launch the video message of Ms. Leila?
Abandoning schools and universities, I could not continue my education, but I tried to learn new skills. I faced so many challenges, not only me, but also my other women in my country. They cannot study, so they will not have a job. Even I couldn't graduate from school because the ban came. And because of that, I lost many opportunities in my life. I want to be an effective person, a successful person. Afghan girls are like those birds that with broken wings, they are still trying to fly. And they still want to find an opportunity and fly as much as high as they can. And nowadays that I am at home with no activity, with no communicating with people, I face to depression, and I'm really helpless, and I'm losing my hope. We all Afghan girls, we all lose our freedom, and we are not like the past. We cannot do activities that we did in the past. And all these things changed in our life. At the past, girls could travel alone without anyone. They were free, but now we are not free. We are like slaves. We should always have man with ourselves. And without mahram, we are not allowed to travel anywhere. I don't feel safe because if I don't obey those rules, I'm really afraid that what will happen to me. I'm really worried about my future. Do they capture me? Do they kill me? Or what? I really feel sad, and I say that why these things happen to us, only to Afghan girls. Nobody is facing these challenges that everyday girls. But despite of all restrictions, I still try to deal with problems and survive from this situation. So no power, no injustice is forever. I always try to keep my friends and my family, especially my sisters, hopeful. I didn't give up, and I will not, and I will never give up, and I will never let them to give up. Nowadays, I have very simple activities. I'm helping with my mom in cooking. I learned to cook new foods and these things, but it is not my future. I want to have a bright future. I want to become a leader. I want to become voice of all Afghan girls. And I want help with Afghan girls. I want to be successful, and I want to make my parents proud. My community before was supportive to the normal activities the girls do. After changing the regime, their minds and the way of their thinking also changed. I mean the girls. At the past, they thought that they should be successful, they should be a leader, they should make their parents proud. But now they cannot. You know, a few months ago, they captured girls and they badly hated them, and they I don't know what other bad actions what done by them. Those girls that they didn't wear proper hijab, I'm sure that it's an excuse because girls really afraid. They always try to wear black, scarf, black coat, everything. And 3 or 4 of those girls or ladies, when they come back, they did suicide. And when a person wants to do suicide, when there is no hope in human beings' life, at that time they choose this option to do suicide. Most of my friends nowadays, they got married, they become mother, and they have a baby. And so most of the ladies have lost their hopes of studying, and they choose to do early marriage. If I get married soon, at that time, I'm sure that in the future, I will be a weak mother, and my children will not be proud of me. My children will be the same of me, weak, hopeless, and they cannot deal with problems. Despite of all challenges, my parents are great supporters in my life. I really want to become a leader, and I want to be the voice of all Afghan girls and all over the world. And I wish I could help them and motivate them. The young girls of Afghanistan are what keeps me hopeful. Some of them are like me. They try to deal with problems, and they don't want to give up, and they still want to have hope, and they don't want to give up. And these things are what keeps me hopeful. I appeal to international community. Actually, I beg them to keep supporting the girls and women of Afghanistan, especially in education and work. I hope we could go back to school and be able to get jobs. Always remember, on the road to success, there always we. I mean we, not only all women in Afghanistan, but the whole Afghanistan and international community. And I'm so grateful to international community to support Afghan girls in this situation. and I wish that they could support us more and more.
I thank you, Mrs. Leila, for your important and courageous testimony. I now give the floor to you, Mrs. Ben Hafsa Yaqoubi, for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thanks to Mr. Richard Bennett and his vulnerable team for creating this valuable report. So today, I am here to speak with you regarding the women and girls from my homeland, regarding the people who always have experienced of the gender discrimination and gender persecution in their life. Yes, Their Excellencies, I know the texture of traditional and patriarchal of our society, but within past 20 years, leading up 2021, at least we had some support of international society and we had our local constitution. Based on 2004 Afghanistan constitution and based on the Convention of the CEDAW and Convention of the Rights of People with Disability, at least we could pursue to our education rights. We had the chance to pursue to some of our rights. We could walk without the fear of getting detected or going to detention center or being tortured within the then government. But unfortunately, after Taliban's second takeover, Afghanistan got like a dark place and a vast prison for all Afghanistan people, specifically women and girls. Yes, we women and girls are experiencing like systematic gender apartheid within these 3 years. We are suffering from this gender apartheid. And you imagine being a woman, being a girl, being with disability, living in a rural area and having other problems as well. I'm trying to draw your attention to a woman life which I named her Amina. Amina has 5 daughters. One of them has physical impairment, and then she had her own job, but nowadays she doesn't have any job. She's at home, and the thing that she is worried about it, she told me that she wanted to at least have one day without worry regarding her daughters, not to be obliged to go to forced marriage just because of their poverty and because of their disability. Ladies and gentlemen, I just must to acknowledge, based on the high technology and based on the lots of immigration which is happening, the extremism and the radicalism which is happening in Afghanistan, not staying inside Afghanistan borders, and it will affect far and wide different countries, regional and unfortunately other international or other, all international communities. I'm going to say we all Afghan citizens who we are inside the country or we are waiting in a bridging countries for our last destiny, and even the people who are in the third country and we are living in exile, we all of us victim of radicalism, victim of gender apartheid, victim of problems, challenges with the ruling system made for us. But still, we have the power. We have the power to make the de facto government responsive one, not only for Afghanistan nation, but for all international society. So let's join hands together to make Afghanistan a better place for all women and girls and for all nations. For this, we request, 1, no retreat from international accepted human rights law and regulations while engaging with the Taliban. Dear Presidents, we, women and girls from Afghanistan, we ask you to please, while the international society wanted to engage with the Taliban, do not have any setback. We do not want to see any setback from the accepted human rights rule and regulations. We need our own rights based on the international documents, based on the international regulations and laws. Afghan women And those who are more marginalized, like people with disability, all Afghanistan citizens, they want to see, they want to be represented within all peace process or all peace process building or making any strategic plan for the future of Afghanistan. We all need to be heard. Afghan women, sound need to be heard, and we all need to be there. We all need to hear there. We hear from international society, and the Taliban need to know that that land, Afghanistan, is not just for them. We all Afghanistan people need to be there. Our voice need to be there. And the third recommendation from our side is that while your international society sending humanitarian assistance there as a response to this crisis, so having a contribution or an engagement with vulnerable people, including people with disability and women, should be a precondition from the donors. So let's join hands together again to make all world the much better place for all women and girls, including my land, Afghanistan. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame Yacoubi. Comme on le sait tous, Excellences, distingués collègues, le temps ne pardonne pas. Nous allons donc devoir nous arrêter à ce stade, reprendre ce dialogue à 3 heures précises avec les 2 présentations qui demeurent à être faites par les personnalités qui sont venues donc discuter. Après la présentation faite par Madame la haute commissaire adjointe. Nous allons donc cet après-midi reprendre et aussi écouter les nombreuses délégations qui se sont inscrites sur la liste des orateurs dans le contexte de ce dialogue interactif. D'ici là, je vous souhaite un bon après-midi, un bon appétit et à tout à l'heure. Voilà. J'annonce donc la clôture de la 56e, de la première réunion au titre de la 56e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme et je vous remercie.
Excellencias,
جلالت مآبان، همکاران عزیز، خانم ها و آقایان، فعلا جلسه دوم را شروع میکنیم از شورای حقوق بشر را. جلالت مآبان، همکاران معزز، فعلا ادامه میتیم گفتمان توسعه یافته را راجع به یا روی موضوع حقوق بشر در افغانستان. لطفاً به شما یادآوری میکنم که شما ترجمه دری فراهم میشود در این جلسه تا ای که همکاران ما که در دری میخواین بشنون این جلسه را بتوانند ایره تعقیب بکنند. ترجمه را شما در شبکه 8 میتونین بشنوید.
turning us into nobody. As Afghan women, we are forbidden from being students, teachers, doctors, pilots, journalists, judges, politicians, and so many more things because in the eyes of the Taliban, we are nobody. Asma was a student and was just 12 years old. She should be in grade 7, attending school and dreaming of a bright future, but she is not. Instead, her brilliant young mind is constantly occupied with a haunting question: will she ever be somebody 2 years ago, her cousin, Dunya, was banned from school. Asma's sister, Lema, who could have been in third year of her university, is now confined to the four walls of her house. Asma's mother, Farida, was in grade 6 when the civil war broke in Afghanistan. Her school was shut down, and she never set foot in a classroom again. Apart from being Asma's and Lema's mother, she's nobody. This is not only the story of Asma and her family, it is the bitter reality of millions of Afghan mothers and daughters. It didn't stop with Farida, and it is not going to stop with Asma. It will impact several generations to come. A young woman who teaches girls secretly told me she lives in daily fear. What if the Taliban find out about her school and arrest her? She asks, and I quote, "Is getting an education a crime?" Another woman who could have graduated this year from university asks, and I quote, "Who will give me back the time that I lost?" A widow who used to work in a factory and now she is fired because she is a woman asks, and I quote, "Who is going to feed my children?" From being students, teachers, workers and breadwinners, they have all become nobody. We have even become nobody in our own homes, with thousands of us forced into marriage and many more enduring rising domestic violence. The Taliban systematically created a system that will push our society into ignorance, poverty, and extremism. The Taliban may have claimed that their restrictions on women are in alliance with Islam and Afghan culture, but we see no such policies in any other Islamic country. Their policies do not reflect our religion and cultural values. As you can look at the data where millions of women were studying and working before the collapse of the Republic. Despite all this segregation and discrimination, Afghan women and men seized every tiny opportunity to resist gender apartheid in Afghanistan, whether by speaking anonymously to international media or secretly documenting human rights violations, writing poetry, or taking bold actions, such as the resignation of over 50 university professors, the refusal to take exam by university students in Nangarhar, or the protests of young girls and women who bravely took to the streets in Paktia, Herat, Badakhshan, Kabul, and other parts of the country. In recent days, we launched a campaign named Iqra, a verse in Quran, which means read. The campaign has been met with nationwide solidarity. Hundreds of men and women raised their voices for the reopening of girls' schools. Despite being threatened, beaten up, imprisoned, and forced into exile, we still fight on. But now, as Afghan women, we ask you, with all your power and influence, what have you done in the past 3 years? We are fighting for our existence, and in this fight we feel so alone, betrayed, and abandoned that sometimes it becomes nearly impossible to hold on to hope or dream. All we ask is for you to listen to us, hear us, let us tell our story, and decide what is best for our country and us. Consult us, include us in every decision about Afghanistan, because we're not nobody, we are somebody, and as somebody we have the right to change our fate and live with dignity, not only on national level, but as global citizens. And remember, any decision or deal will fail without the meaningful contribution of Afghan women and youth. We continue to resist for our rights, and we ask you to stand with us and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Shafika.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shafika. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Lina Torijan for the presentation.
Madam Vice President, Madam Deputy High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to address the 56th session of the Human Rights Council. I am honored to be among you today, but my attendance is marked by a deep sense of humility. I want to acknowledge that my experience is nowhere near to what my sisters in Afghanistan are enduring at this current moment, and in no way do I aim to fill their shoes. Instead, I sit before you as someone who grew up under the Taliban's first regime, and as an Afghan woman now working at a Washington, D.C.-based NGO supporting a network of exiled Afghan women leaders. Without the education I received after the first regime's collapse in 2001, I would not be speaking to you today. I am greatly saddened to see the past echoing in the present, with the Taliban's restrictive policies of my early childhood, again stripping the rights of millions of Afghans under a regime that has not changed for the better, but instead has adopted draconian measures to oppress Afghan women and girls. Building on the profound insights of Afghan women who just spoke and Special Rapporteur Bennett's recent report, I wish to draw your attention to avenues for accountability regarding Afghanistan that stand before you, ripe with opportunity for action. These tools are not new. Indeed, they represent the very principles on which the UN was founded on, but they're presently underutilized. First, the International Criminal Court. On March 5, 2020, an official investigation into Afghanistan was opened. 4 years on, the investigation is ongoing and no charges have been filed. As the investigation continues, the ICC should ensure Afghan women and minorities, Hazaras, Tajiks, Hindus, Sikhs, Uzbeks, and other marginalized groups are included in evidence collection. Similarly, countries should remove barriers to interviewing witnesses and survivors within their territories, including visa and travel restrictions. Second, the International Court of Justice. By ratifying CEDA in 2003, Afghanistan consented to the ICJ's jurisdiction to adjudicate disputes. As the prior testimonies and latest reports illuminate, the Taliban is violating the convention. Any party to CEDA can challenge de facto's alleged violations on the ICJ. And I encourage your countries to engage in this litigation by opening or joining cases, and should a ruling be reached, to implement the judgments. Third, recognizing and codifying gender apartheid as a crime under international law. Existing legal frameworks do not sufficiently capture the crimes perpetrated against women and girls in Afghanistan. Gender apartheid denotes an institutionalized system of inhuman acts committed for the purpose of establishing domination of one group over another. Women around the world and 10 member states have expressed openness to exploring the codification of gender apartheid, and I encourage you to refer action on gender apartheid to your capitals. These transnational accountability pathways hold real potential, but are often hindered by the political challenges of international collaboration and coordination. Accordingly, countries can elect to unilaterally continue to withhold formal recognition of the de facto regime and support sanctions to restrict their leaders' travel. Recognition and engagement are distinct. Engagement necessary to deliver essential aid should continue, but relations with a de facto regime should not be normalized. Countries should also stand firm on the conditions for dialogue at the upcoming Doha meeting. It is essential that the international community insists that Afghan members of civil society, minorities and women, and those at the intersectionality of these different identities are represented in these talks. These experiences are currently missing from the conversation. How can you have a meaningful dialogue about the future of the country with the majority of the population unrepresented? Further, talks of security and human rights should not be divided, as they are inextricably linked. Without human rights protections for all, security cannot be sustainably achieved. Participation, prevention, protection, and recovery and relief are essential components of women, peace, and security. Without participation, how can you reasonably expect prevention and protection for women from the perpetrated harm? You cannot. Our world faces unprecedented challenges. More than ever, we need leadership grounded in shared values of empathy and human dignity. It is hard to show this type of leadership. It is hard to take focused action amid a sea of ever-changing challenges. But it is harder to be a woman in Afghanistan. This is a critical moment to take action, and the tools are available. Use them. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Lina Tori.
I thank Ms. Lina Tori. I now invite interested delegations to ask questions to the presenters and to make comments on their statements. I give the floor to His Excellency Lina Valdonian, the Foreign Minister of Finland, on behalf of a group of countries, and this will be a video statement.
Mr. President, I speak on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries. We thank the Special Rapporteur for the report and its contribution to accountability. The de facto authorities' institutionalized system of discrimination, exclusion of women and girls in Afghanistan is increasingly alarming. It has severe social and economic consequences. It causes trauma, suicide, loss of life. It may affect security beyond the country's borders. This institutionalized system of gender oppression may amount to gender persecution. Despite severe limitations, you, women and girls of Afghanistan, with immense courage and determination, contribute as active agents to the well-being of the Afghan society and families. This deserves the full recognition of the international community. Mr. Special Rapporteur, how can the international community support women's full participation in deliberations about Afghanistan's future? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I present this statement on behalf of Australia, New Zealand, and my own country, Canada, and extend our thanks to the Special Rapporteur for his report and the valuable work that he and his team undertake every day. And thank you to the brave panelists for sharing their stories with us here today. The Taliban's complete disrespect for human rights has become pervasive to the point of ubiquity. We remain gravely concerned by the ongoing institutionalized discrimination, segregation, human rights violations, and abuses perpetrated against women and girls in Afghanistan. We know that women and girls continue to be denied access to education, employment, and freedom of movement. The accounts in the SR's reporting of murder, enforced disappearances, torture, beatings, forced marriage, rape, and other forms of sexual and gendered violence are more than a distress signal. They're a loud warning of possible crimes against humanity. The Taliban's incessant campaign of oppression extends to all people they deem unacceptable, to women and girls, the LGBTQIA+ community, and ethnic and religious minorities. They are forcefully prevented from participating fully, equally, and meaningfully in public life, and increasingly face public corporal punishment. We condemn the disregard, for the human rights and dignity of Afghan women and girls, and we remain committed to giving platform to their voices and defending their rights. Mr. Special Rapporteur, how can we amplify the voices of women and girls in all discussions related to the future of their country? I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to inform you that the list of speakers has now been closed. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Madam President, the EU thanks the Special Rapporteur, the Deputy High Commissioner and panelists for their updates. The EU condemns the systematic and widespread human rights violations and abuses in Afghanistan, particularly gender-based discrimination and violence by the Taliban against women and girls. The policies and practices of the Taliban, described in the report as gender apartheid, a concept not codified in international law, may amount to systematic gender persecution, a crime against humanity recognized in the Rome Statute, to which Afghanistan is a party. Accountability for human rights violations and abuses is essential. Madam President, the situation in Afghanistan is dire. The EU continues to provide gender-responsive humanitarian assistance and basic needs and livelihood support to the people of Afghanistan through humanitarian partners and the UN. We do so where women are not excluded from receiving the assistance and are actively involved at all stages of the process. Looking forward, an Afghan-led, inclusive political process with full, equal and meaningful participation of women and girls, persons belonging to ethnic and religious minorities, and persons belonging to vulnerable groups, including LGBTI persons, is required to ensure sustainable peace, stability and prosperity in Afghanistan. We would like to ask, how can human rights centrality and women's and civil society's meaningful participation be best ensured in the Doha political process? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Madam Vice President, we thank the Special Rapporteur for the presentation and take note of his report. We share the concerns and reiterate our disappointment over the suspension of female education and a position of restrictions on women's access to employment and public life. The OIC Group remains deeply concerned over the humanitarian, human rights and socio-economic conditions and about the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan. However, we also stress the importance of assessing this complex situation objectively and without missing its historical, security, political, economic and humanitarian contexts. We urge the de facto Afghan authorities to revisit their actions and take urgent steps for resumption of female education and creation of conditions conducive for their work in line with Afghanistan's international human rights obligations. The OIC Group stands in solidarity with the Afghan people and reaffirms its commitment to support durable peace, stability and development in the country. We call on the international community, including states, humanitarian actors and development agencies to continue their support. Underfunding these efforts risks the lives and well-being of millions of Afghans. Lastly, we regret that some parts of the report dwelt on certain divisive and controversial themes. Such references are both unwarranted and unhelpful. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Liechtenstein thanks the Special Rapporteur for his report and the numerous panelists for their presentations and testimonies. We remain appalled by the human rights situation in Afghanistan. We're particularly concerned about the impact of human rights violations and abuses faced by children. The denial of girls' equal access to education bears the heightened risk for other abuses, including forced marriage and enslavement. Similarly, boys face increased risk of becoming receptive to abuse and radicalization due to being raised in a governance structure that legitimizes dehumanization of women and girls, as well as suffering from a deficit of educational and economic opportunities. The recent mass public floggings are a worrying manifestation of the widespread use of corporal punishment and the suppression of dissent. We reiterate our call to hold perpetrators accountable and emphasize the importance of international efforts in this regard. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Vice President. Chile would like to thank the Special Rapporteur on the situation on human rights in Afghanistan for the presentation of the report and for the conclusions and recommendations made. We remain committed to support the civil society in Afghanistan and express our concern with the continuation by the de facto Taliban regime, the systematic deprivation of women and girls of their right to education, employment, freedom of movement, health, and access to the justice system. This is why Chile joins the Special Rapporteur in respect when he says that that historical traditions, religious and cultural traditions cannot be used to justify serious violations of the right to equality before the law and the equal enjoyment of human rights. Also express our deep concern with the transgenerational impact of the establishment and application of a gender-based institutionalized system of oppression and abuse that creates obstacles to the empowerment of women and girls, and also increases their dependency on a patriarchal system. In this respect, we thank the incorporation of the concept of gender apartheid in the report, and we urge states to continue discussions on the possibility to recognize this concept in international law. Finally, we'd like to find out how can the international community step up its effort to deal and combat the institutionalization of discrimination, oppression, gender oppression in Afghanistan. Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to Distinguished Representative Kuwait.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We endorse the statements of the delegations to which we belong. We also express our concern over the deterioration of the human rights situation in Afghanistan, as highlighted in the recent report of the Special Rapporteur, particularly the systematic and grave violations against women and children and minorities that have been aggravated due to the policy of discrimination, systematic discrimination, and restrictions on movement. In line with our commitment to human rights, we urge the de facto regime in Afghanistan to commit to international obligations and to abrogate discriminatory policies while taking positive steps to protect and promote the rights of the Afghan people. My country is committed to supporting the Afghan people through the different humanitarian and development projects. Safe access have been given to thousands who have been evacuated from Afghanistan. The Kuwait have been providing financial support to alleviate the suffering of the Afghan people, to support education and health to children. We also commend the efforts of the brotherly Qatar and its effective role to support international efforts in this respect. In conclusion, my country would always provide unwavering support in cooperation with international partners to provide human rights to all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Distinguished Representative of UN Women.
Thank you, Special Rapporteur, for your invaluable work. The institutionalized discrimination in Afghanistan has reached a point where its consequences will be felt for generations. The gender profile published by UN Women this month reveals the devastating impact of the Taliban's decrees and bans on the right to education, leaving 1.1 million girls out of school and over 100 million women out of university, correlating with a 25% increase in the rate of child marriage, a 45% increase in early childbearing, and 50% increased risk of maternal mortality. This unprecedented and profound rejection of the full humanity of women and girls requires the international community to double down its efforts. Now it's not the time to turn away. We must continue to engage and put our political will and financial support behind Afghan women and girls. Avoid implementing measures that could normalize discriminatory policies, norms, and values, and incorporate women's rights as a fundamental component of all interventions. Dear Excellencies, when we as the international community invest in Afghan women, we are saying that women's rights matter. Not just for some women in some places, but for women, everywhere. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Distinguished Representative of UNICEF.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Afghanistan is facing one of the world's most severe humanitarian and child rights crises. This year alone, over 23 million people, including 12 million children, require urgent humanitarian assistance. Limited investment in social services hindered implementation of the rule of law, and prohibited access to education for girls beyond grade 6 have deprived millions of children, adolescent girls and women of their basic rights. UNICEF is deeply concerned by the number of children killed or maimed by explosive ordnance, with an estimated one child being killed or maimed every day. Additionally, climate-related disasters such as drought, floods and landslides not only directly affect the population, but also exacerbate risk by displacing mines and explosive remnants of war into areas previously deemed safe. Recently, Afghanistan marked 1,000 days since the de facto authorities banned girls from attending schools beyond grade 6. This prohibition has adversely affected around 1.5 million girls, increasing their risk to child marriage and child labor. UNICEF urgently calls upon the de facto authorities to ensure access to education for all girls and to protect all children from violence. UNICEF also calls upon the international community to continue its support for the rights of children in Afghanistan, including by investing in both humanitarian action and basic services. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Madam Vice President, we have taken due note of the report of the Special Rapporteur on Afghanistan. We are concerned, along with the international community, towards the deterioration of the rights of women, children and minorities in Afghanistan. The UAE once again condemns the decisions by Taliban to ban the education of girls at grade 6. These decisions are in violation of the international human rights law and international humanitarian law, as well as Resolution 2615 and other relevant resolutions. The United Nations Resolution 2721 on the independent evaluation of Afghanistan represents the determination of the international community to develop a strategy that addresses a wide range of topics, including coordination, close coordination and cooperation with Afghanistan. We believe that democracy is a main pillar for the stability of people, and it is also central to the stability of the region as well. Therefore, we call for the continuity of building durable peace in Afghanistan. We will continue supporting efforts to address the crisis in Afghanistan, as well as protecting the rights of women sustainably in Afghanistan. We call upon the international community to strengthen its efforts to realize a joint international strategy to address the economic development and humanitarian needs of Afghanistan. And thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Madam Vice President, an Afghanistan at peace with itself and its neighbors has been an objective we've all been striving for. Inclusive governance and respect for fundamental rights, including women's rights, are critical for enduring stability in the country. No doubt that women and children particularly suffer from the deteriorating humanitarian and economic conditions in the country. Steps pushing Afghan women and girls out of the public sphere, especially the decisions to ban girls from education and women from NGO and UN work, are worrying. Our President explicitly and publicly said that denying girls their rights to education is neither humane nor Islamic. Madam Vice President, we believe that constructive and practical engagement with the interim government is indispensable to be able to help the Afghan people and to prevent the collapse of the country. We continue to give clear messages regarding the respect for human rights during our contacts. We also distributed to the dispatch of 2 OIC delegations of Muslim scholars to Afghanistan. International community should push Taliban to take steps in the fields of political inclusivity and human rights. The UN Security Council Resolution 2721 and UN Afghanistan Independent Assessment provide us the necessary ground for a coherent, coordinated and structured engagement with Afghanistan. We hope that Doha's 3 meeting will be utilized for charting such an engagement that could also enable discussions on human rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The distinguished representative of Ireland has the floor.
Thank you. Ireland aligns with the EU statement and thanks the Special Rapporteur and all the speakers. The Special Rapporteur's report provides a harrowing description of the institutionalised subjugation of Afghan women and girls, encoded in the Taliban's gender-based system of discrimination, segregation and disrespect for human dignity. This system of exclusion, a large-scale, systematic violation of women and girls' human rights, may amount to crimes against humanity, including gender persecution. Ireland condemns this in the strongest terms. We further condemn the system's compounding impact on the rights of women and individuals from marginalised communities, including persons with disabilities, members of the LGBTQI+ community, and members of ethnic, religious and linguistic minorities, including Hazara. The Special Rapporteur has made clear that Afghanistan is in breach of its obligations as a party to multiple human rights conventions, including CEDAW. Ireland calls for the full reversal of all decrees which deny Afghans, especially women and girls, their inalienable human rights. Those who are responsible for the violations and abuses of human rights must be held accountable. Special Rapporteur, what practical measures can be taken to ensure that the institutionalised oppression of Afghan women and girls is a priority for discussion and action in regional, national and multilateral settings? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Gracias, señora vicepresidenta.
Thank you, madam.
Mr. Special Rapporteur, Japan appreciates your effort in preparing your report. Japan remains deeply concerned about Taliban's institutionalized gender oppression against women and girls. As illustrated in the Special Rapporteur's report, the denial of fundamental human rights, including rights to education, has increased the vulnerability of women and curtailed their independence. This has serious repercussions for Afghan's future with a profound intergenerational impact. The Special Rapporteur's report shed further light on the institutionalized discriminations against and segregation of women and girls, highlighting the importance of measures and approaches that effectively address the needs to protect and promote the human rights of Afghan women and girls. In this regard, Japan aligns itself with a view of the Special Rapporteur that in light of women, security and peace agenda, it is crucial to ensure that women's participation in the discussion concerning the country's future and toward the creation of a lasting peace. In collaboration with all relevant stakeholders, Japan will continue to make every effort to engage directly with the Taliban in order to ensure the respect of the human rights of all Afghans, especially women and girls, in line with applicable human rights instruments. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Let me now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Islamic Republic of Iran aligned itself to the OIC statement and thanks all the speakers. We precisely considered the report of the Special Rapporteur and found it a still requirement of a more comprehensive and profound outlook to contribute a more realistic analysis of the situation according to its historical and structural context. The current situation of human rights in Afghanistan is the result of a school of thought that hasn't been appeared overnight. The root causes in the rise of extremist attitudes, mainly prolonged discrimination, marginalization, and exploitation, should also be adequately calculated in analysis. Madam Vice President, the Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates again the requirement for inclusive government in Afghanistan. Inclusiveness should embrace both political and social aspects, mainly adequate respect to the language, culture, and traditional rituals of all population, while requesting the de facto authorities in Afghanistan to reverse discriminatory edicts and orders that curtail the fundamental rights of women and girls. Iran is providing widespread educational services to Afghanistan people. Mr. Special Rapporteur, considering the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on overall economic and social situation of Afghanistan that can worsen the situation of women and girls, what other measures do you recommend to increase accountability without jeopardizing well-being of normal population? Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la distinguida representante.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Madam Vice President, Sierra Leone thanks the Special Rapporteur for his report and other panelists for their testimonies on the human rights situation in Afghanistan. We support the efforts of the Special Rapporteur and other international mechanisms to document abuses and hold perpetrators to account. Sierra Leone is deeply concerned about the ongoing and grave human rights violations and the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. The report underscores the dire situation and highlights widespread abuses, including targeted killings, arbitrary detention, and severe restrictions on freedom of expression and assembly. We unequivocally condemn these actions and call for the immediate end to all forms of violence and repression. The economic collapse, coupled with the ongoing conflicts, has led to widespread food insecurity, displacement, and suffering. The situation of women and girls in Afghanistan is of particular concern. The rollback of women's rights, including the rights to education, employment, and participation in public life, is a significant setback. Sierra Leone urges the de facto authorities to respect and uphold the rights of women and girls and to ensure their full participation in all aspects of society. The international community must continue to advocate for and support the empowerment of women and girls. Sierra Leone reaffirms its commitment to supporting the Afghan people in their quest for peace, justice, and human rights. We urge the international community to continue its engagement and support and ensure that the rights and dignity of all Afghans, particularly women and girls, are upheld. And I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Madam Vice President, the dire situation in Afghanistan, especially the systemic discriminations against women and girls, demands urgent and coordinated international action. Indonesia is particularly concerned by the lack of progress in women's rights and education. Without significant effort from the de facto authority, Afghanistan profoundly risks losing its future women engineers, healthcare workers, journalists, lawyers, biologists, politicians, and poets, to name a few. Special Rapporteur, Indonesia has actively provided higher education scholarship and capacity building programs through the International Conference on Afghan Women's Education. We have collaborated with Netherlands, Norway, and Denmark to offer scholarship. Indonesia also prioritizes humanitarian assistance. Notably, Indonesia has sent 10 million doses of polio vaccines, targeting 8.6 million Afghan children. We urge all member states to bolster their contribution to humanitarian support to prevent further catastrophes. Lastly, Indonesia remains hopeful about the critical role of ulama, underscoring the sense of religious justification for the education ban. We actively engage Indonesian ulama with Afghan counterparts through trilateral frameworks with Qatar and multilateral framework within the OIC. We also committed to sharing good practices on madrasah curriculum and Sharia banking by working with UNAMA and other UN agencies. And I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, and I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Luxembourg aligns itself with the statement from the European Union. We warmly thank the Afghan women who are here present today for their brave witness statements and testimony. Special Rapporteur, thank you for your report. There is no longer any doubt that the system of discrimination, segregation, utter failure to respect human dignity, and the exclusion targeting women and girls that has been practiced by the Taliban is systematic and institutionalized. We hail the important work that you have conducted together with the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls. Although gender apartheid is not yet recognized in international law as a crime against humanity, this expression best describes the oppression that defines the Taliban governance. And that is what we are also being told by Afghan women. Luxembourg hopes that codification of this crime, as well as its universal rejection by all countries that respect international law, will bring its perpetration to an end. We support your recommendations to the de facto authorities, particularly the urgent obligation to restore equal, inclusive and equitable access for women and girls to full quality education. Women and girls must participate in all political debates regarding the future of Afghanistan, particularly the Doha process. Mr. Bennett, how can we ensure that human rights are at the heart of this process? I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Israel.
Thank you, Vice President. The report of the Special Rapporteur is staggering. Since the Taliban took over Afghanistan, they have imposed a vicious and cruel regime that aims to destroy the basic social fabric for current and future generations. The regime's intentions are clear: to impose a gender apartheid where women have no rights and they become completely non-existent in the public sphere. The SR is accurate when he refers to the transgenerational impact of the Taliban regime. Women and girls are not only deprived of their agency, they are being turned from subjects to objects. Girls are forced out of schools and forced to marry. They are forced to forever live in the shadows in constant fear and abuse. The Taliban regime executes its rule by violence, prohibition, limitation, and exclusion. Human rights is recognized for women and girls in Afghanistan. No group in a vulnerable situation is granted any protection. In this devastating context, the international community must act. Otherwise, silence is complicity. We owe it to the Afghan women and girls to take action. We owe it to women and girls everywhere. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the Distinguished Representative of Israel, and I give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Spain. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, Madam Deputy High Commissioner. Spain aligns itself with a statement by the European Union and reiterates its grave concern at the situation in Afghanistan, as the panelists have done. The institutionalized system of discrimination and exclusion of women and girls not only exacerbates the horrendous human rights violations that the Taliban have been committing for 3 years, but it is also having an extremely serious intergenerational impact. It's perpetuating the cycle of violence and inequalities for future generations of women and girls. It is alarming to see how the ideology of gender oppression has taken root in laws, consciously eliminating any autonomy of women and girls, depriving them of access to education, the labour world and most basic services. The use of violence, arbitrary detention, ill treatment and torture, the repression of the right to protest are serious human rights violations. Spain would call for compliance with international law, including with CEDAW, indeed to which Afghanistan is a party. It is vital to ensure accountability so that this systematic segregation, accountability for this systematic segregation, which may constitute a gender persecution as stipulated by the Rome Statute. Spain reiterates its commitment to the Afghan population, supporting women and girls and Afghan civil society working bravely within and outside of the country. Thank you, Special Rapporteur, for bringing us your factual findings and the feelings of the victims. Your work is vital for this Council to continue to bolster its collective response in the face of this injustice. How can we better support from this Council initiatives led by Afghan women who are seeking to restore the rights and freedoms in this context of extreme oppression? Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Germany.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Germany aligns itself with the EU statement. Since the Taliban have seized control of Afghanistan, the human rights situation continues to deteriorate. Human rights defenders and media workers are arbitrarily detained, and ethnic groups are attacked. Detainees must fear abuse and torture, to name just a few of the human rights violations committed under Taliban rule. The Taliban have failed to live up to the international human rights conventions to which Afghanistan is a party. For the women and girls in the country, the situation is even grimmer. We thank the Special Rapporteur for laying out in his report how the Taliban have put in place a system of discrimination, segregation, disrespect for human dignity and exclusion based on a profound rejection of the full humanity of women and girls. A system that by all means bears the characteristics of systematic gender persecution as a crime against humanity. Germany calls upon Afghanistan to ensure the human rights of all Afghans, including women and girls. Mr. Special Rapporteur, how can we hold the Taliban accountable for these crimes? I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Excellency, and I give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Poland.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Poland aligns itself with the EU statement. Poland remains strongly disturbed by the systematically deteriorating situation of human rights in Afghanistan, including the rights to education, work, and freedoms of expression, assembly, and association. We particularly worry about the ongoing violations and abuses of the rights of women and girls, especially in the context of their limited access to healthcare and social services, to the labor market and public life, as well as the privation of education, including higher education. Justice and full enjoyment of human rights are essential for lasting peace and stability in Afghanistan. We call on the authorities in Kabul to end human rights violations, comply with the fundamental international human rights treaties, take responsibility of well-being of its citizens, and enable the people of Afghanistan, especially women and girls, to enjoy all human rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium.
Merci, Madame la Vice.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Belgium aligns itself with the statement of the European Union. I should like to hail the courage of the women who've borne witness today. Women who are trapped in abusive homes, young girls who are obliged to marry, girls and boys growing up without the support of any women who prosper independently from men. There are no words to describe the impact of the institutionalized system of discrimination, persecution, gender persecution and segregation that has been set up by the Taliban. There are no words to describe the exclusion and inherent discrimination of women and girls, or the harm inflicted on the new generations, whatever their gender. Belgium welcomes the report of the Special Rapporteur, which stresses the importance of gender for women and girls, the systematic and widespread nature of the gender-based discrimination, the intergenerational harm, as well as violence against all those, including men and boys, who defy, question, or do not conform with the ideology of the current governance. Mr. Bennett, as you flagged rightly, accountability is essential to put an end to the cycle of impunity. More needs to be done to achieve that. I thank you.
Muchas gracias a la
My thanks to the distinguished representative of Belgium. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
شكرا السيدة نائب الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Allow me to thank the Special Rapporteur for his report. Allow me also to underline that in Afghanistan, women and girls are coming up against huge challenges in the humanitarian, economic and other spheres. We are seeing a deteriorating human rights situation, in particular the rights of women and girls. Qatar has always ensured that it provides the necessary assistance to Afghanistan. This between 2021 and 2024. Over 1,080 tons of assistance and aid have been sent to that country, particularly following the natural disasters that occurred recently. We intend to build a hospital for women and children, and in collaboration with the Qatari Fund, we have planned various projects for Afghanistan. And for the second time, we are preparing to host the meeting of special envoys on Afghanistan under the aegis of the UN at the end of this month, with a view to improving coordination between the international community and the provisional government. We are also promoting programs for women and girls in Afghanistan. Thank you. My thanks to the distinguished representative of Qatar, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Czechia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Czechia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the EU. We wish to thank the Special Rapporteur for his report providing analysis of the institutionalized enslavement of Afghan women and girls. The ongoing deterioration of human rights situation in the country is reprehensible, whether it is women and girls erased from public life, peaceful dissent stifled, violence used to control and instill fear, or extrajudicial killings and disappearances. 1 in 10, that's roughly the ratio of foreigners in Czechia, coming from 186 countries, including from Afghanistan. Afghan refugees have been offered scholarships at some Czech universities. As a part of the state integration program, they are provided with assistance in housing, employment, education, social area and healthcare. We all have the same desire, which is a prosperous, peaceful Afghanistan ruled by an inclusive government and free from terrorism. Mr. Special Rapporteur, how can we best manage the threat posed by terrorism in Afghanistan? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Republic of Korea thanks the Special Rapporteur for his comprehensive report to the Council. We are deeply concerned about the report's analysis of the Taliban's institutionalized system of gender-based oppression in Afghanistan. Reports of severe deprivation of fundamental rights of women and girls through relentless edicts and policies are significantly troubling. As the Special Rapporteur concluded, such institutionalized gender oppression may constitute gender persecution, murder, and enforced disappearance. In this regard, we reiterate our call upon the Taliban to comply with its obligations under international law and urgently reverse its discriminatory policies and directives that deprive rights of women and girls and their fundamental freedoms, including the rights to education, employment, freedom of movement, health, and access to justice. The systematic oppression of women will not only affect them, but also ripple through their children, families, and the entire fabric of the Afghan society. We urge the international community to stand in solidarity with Afghan women. The way forward lies in inclusive participation, ensuring all, including women and girls, have a voice in shaping their future and reaching their full potential. I thank you.
Muchas gracias a la distinguida.
My thanks to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Italy aligned itself with EU statement and thanks to the Special Rapporteur for his report and all speakers for their contributions. It is essential that the international community, through this Council, continues to address the situation of human rights in Afghanistan, which remains extremely dire, with particular regards to the gender-based discrimination and violence against women and girls, described in the report as gender apartheid. The increasing restrictions imposed on their fundamental rights, including the rights to education, work and freedom of movement, are unacceptable and must be lifted. While reaffirming the importance of justice and accountability, we are alarmed that the systematic oppression of women and girls may amount to gender persecution, a crime against humanity defined in the Rome Statute, to which Afghanistan is a contracting party. Italy remains also deeply concerned about the impact of the current situation on millions of children deprived of basic rights and services, as well as on ethnic and religious groups and minorities. We recall that Afghanistan must respect its obligation under the international law, including CEDAW and Convention on Rights of Child, and other treaties to which it is also contracting party. In conclusion, Italy underlines that the full, equal, effective and meaningful participation of Afghan women in all spheres of society, as well as in the international processes, is crucial to ensure sustainable peace, stability and prosperity in Afghanistan.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Yeah. Vice President, since the changes in Afghan in 2021, the Chinese people have been closely following the well-being, security, safety, future of the Afghan people. China has noted that the Afghan interim government has made promoting the return of overseas refugees a priority of its governance. This issue, which has been long affected the world and the region, is now having an opportunity of being resolved. The international community should give it objective assessment. China hopes that the Afghan authorities will protect the basic rights and interests of all Afghan people, including women, children, ethnic minorities, and continue to make positive efforts in the direction that serves the interests of the Afghan people and expectation of the international community. Some countries have frozen Afghan assets for a long time, imposed unreasonable unilateral sanctions against Afghan. These actions have made the suffering of Afghan people even worse, seriously damage the human rights of their people. China is deeply concerned. China advocates adhering to the basic principle of Afghan-led, Afghan-owned approach to address the urgent needs of Afghan people in a flexible, pragmatic manner and providing targeted humanitarian and development assistance. Thank you, Vice President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States of America. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and welcome to the Afghan human rights defenders on the dais with us today. I thank you, Madam Deputy High Commissioner, for your remarks earlier. And Special Rapporteur Bennett, we are grateful to you and all of those who continue to call out the Taliban's extreme mistreatment of Afghans, particularly of women and girls. The United States is deeply troubled by the systemic and escalating human rights abuses in Afghanistan, including the Taliban's ongoing actions, which may amount to gender persecution, especially targeting women and girls in all their diversity. Afghan women face near complete societal erasure as their ability to participate in public life continues to diminish, with the Taliban denying their independence and ability to learn and to work and banning them from most public spaces. Credible reports display an utter disregard for human rights as the Afghan population faces killings, unjust detentions, inhumane treatment, forcible displacement, and restrictions on their ability to exercise freedom of religion or belief. We note with grave concern the rise in public floggings of those suspected of adultery or homosexuality. The international community must stand with all Afghans. We call for reversing oppressive measures and for justice and accountability for abuses committed. Special Rapporteur, the Taliban's architecture of repression based on gender harms all Afghans. What measures do you suggest the international community take to protect at-risk Afghan women and girls? I thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajadora.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. Thank you. Costa Rica, once again, would like to express its concern on the systematic violation of human rights, gender apartheid, and disdain for human dignity of women and girls in Afghanistan. Our country regrets the setting of an institutionalized system that, with its discriminatory policies and related misogynist decrees, has led to total isolation of women and girls under the architecture of oppression, deny the right to education, limits the empowerment of women and girls. Equally, conditions impose on access to work, minimize the autonomy and financial independence of women. The results of such decisions affect directly family economy and the growth of poverty. The restrictions that have been imposed on the freedom of movement, the right to health, lead to the worsening of the situation. What has been described shows a clear exclusion and persecution on the basis of gender and the rejection of conditions of humanity for women and girls. It is of great concern also that there is irreversible damage that is being created to new generations. As a realtor, I would like to find out in which way can states help work greater effectiveness to monitor the violation of human rights in Afghanistan. Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation. Madam Vice President, the Russian Federation fully supports the right and the willingness of Afghan people to live in peace and stability. In the end, the order in the region as a whole depends on this. However, achieving the lasting and stable peace is not possible without working with the de facto authorities on a broad range of issues, including the area of human rights. We're paying close attention to the evolution of the humanitarian social-economic situation in Afghanistan. Among other things, we're monitoring closely on the situation with respect of human rights, including the rights of women and girls in the area of education and the realization of the right to employment. Of great importance is the creation of a fully inclusive government with the participation of all ethno-political groups of the country. As a result of the irresponsible withdrawal of foreign troops from Afghanistan and the flight of the former president in 2020, the current de facto authorities inherit a country with a whole heap of problems and threats accumulated during the war. After 20 years of full reliance on infusions of international funds, Afghanistan is now in a situation of a financial quagmire, facing unprecedented unilateral sanctions just a step away from a humanitarian economic catastrophe. We're disappointed the Special Rapporteur has decided to ignore these aspects. We're consistently in favor of an approach that is based on a complex assessment of the situation in Afghanistan, an objective analysis and balanced assessment of the situation and the prospects for settlement. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malta.
Thank you, Mr. President. Malta aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and thanks the Special Rapporteur for his report. We are deeply troubled by, by the deterioration of the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan since the Taliban takeover in 2021. We reiterate our condemnation of the systematic and systemic human rights violations and abuses by the Taliban. These violations are deplorable, and we therefore call on them to reverse all existing oppressive measures targeting women and girls immediately. Malta underscores that an inclusive political process is a prerequisite for achieving sustainable peace and development. The rights of women and girls must be fully respected and represented in such a process, and doing so is a first step to ensure that Afghanistan becomes a more inclusive country. We therefore continue to call for women's full, equal, meaningful and safe participation in all aspects of public, political and social life. We are gravely concerned at the numerous reports that several human rights defenders, including women and girls, have been arbitrarily detained, and we call for their immediate release. To conclude, Malta reiterates its strong support for the Special Rapporteur and all other UN structures and mechanisms assisting Afghanistan. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Malaysia thanks the Special Rapporteur as well as the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women for their joint report. Malaysia aligns herself with the statement of OIC. We have noted that the joint report has identified and expressed deep concern over institutionalized system of discrimination, segregation and exclusion of Afghanistan girls, particularly in addressing the education and employment. The report has called for urgent attention and the need for remedy. Malaysia follows the situation in Afghanistan closely. While we stand in solidarity with the Afghan people, we stand ready to assist the de facto authorities to demonstrate genuine commitment to upholding the rights of all Afghans, especially women and girls, and ensuring their full participation in society. Malaysia also stands ready to work with the international community to help Afghanistan, including in initiatives that promote gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. Malaysia is committed to providing capacity building programs to support the development of Afghanistan. Towards this end, we stand ready to coordinate capacity building assistance through the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program with special emphasis on health. We also stand ready to provide humanitarian assistance in maternity and other medical facilities. Malaysia believes that through dialogue, cooperation and targeted assistance, we can contribute to a more inclusive and equitable future of all Afghanistan. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My delegation thanks the Special Rapporteur for the report and reiterates Pakistan's concern at the interim Afghan authorities' decisions restricting the participation of women and girls in public life, especially in terms of accessing education and employment opportunities. We have consistently urged the interim Afghan authorities to revisit these decisions consistent with Afghanistan's international human rights obligations. Madam Vice President, even as the human rights situation in Afghanistan remains a major concern, the humanitarian crisis engulfing the people of the country requires urgent and unconditional global attention. The importance of humanitarian assistance and its role in promoting the rights of Afghan women and girls could have received greater attention in the report under discussion. We urge the international community to continue providing humanitarian assistance and support to the people of Afghanistan. Madam Vice President, any assessment of the human rights situation in Afghanistan must reflect its historic, political, security, economic, and humanitarian context. Pakistan has always remained a firm proponent and advocate for an inclusive, peaceful, and stable Afghanistan where all its citizens, including women, girls, minorities, enjoy their fundamental rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Albania.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Albania thanks Special Rapporteur for his report and thank you Afghan human rights defender for sharing with us the information. We are gravely concerned by the finding of his report regarding the continued deterioration of human rights situation in the country, especially the widespread, systematic and institutionalized oppression of women and girls in all areas of life. The Taliban have restricted the rights of women and girls across the country, including the rights to education, employment, freedom of movement, health and access to justice. Women and girls in Afghanistan are at increased risk of forced marriage, particularly where their families are under financial pressure. women and girls from education continue to be a widespread practice and will have an immense and enduring impact over the future of the country. Albania has praised the courage, resilience and strength of Afghan women who continue to stand up for their fundamental rights, including their freedom of expression, freedom from discrimination and freedom of movement, the rights to peaceful and education, and bravely denounce the regime brutality. Respect for human rights and for freedom, as well as meaningful participation in all spheres of public life for all Afghan people, are essential to guarantee the country's stability and development. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Madam Vice President, Bulgaria aligns with the EU statement. Bulgaria remains deeply concerned over the widespread violations and abuses of fundamental human rights in Afghanistan. We regret that the situation of Afghan women and girls is becoming increasingly alarming and are outraged that the de facto authorities have established an institutionalized system of discrimination, segregation, disrespect for human dignity, and exclusion of women and girls. Bulgaria is profoundly concerned that the ban on secondary education for girls, initially imposed in 2021, was subsequently extended to cover private education centers and universities. We are outraged by the curtailment of women's right to work, their severely restricted freedom of movement, constrained access to health care and medical treatment, and limited ability to avoid violence, to seek justice and hold perpetrators of violence accountable. Bulgaria reiterates its call on the de facto authorities to abide by the key international human rights treaties ratified by Afghanistan and to re-establish equal and inclusive access to education without discrimination for girls at all levels. We urge for the restoration of conditions for meaningful participation of women and girls in public, political, economic and social life, for their renewed employment opportunities, access to quality health care and protection from all forms of violence. We reaffirm our belief that the respect, protection and full exercise of the human rights and fundamental freedoms of all citizens, and particularly empowerment of women and girls, are essential prerequisites for achieving a lasting political settlement and socio-economic advancement in Afghanistan. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Austria aligns itself with the EU statement. We thank the Special Rapporteur for his report. The Taliban's institutionalization of its system of discrimination, segregation, denial of human dignity, and exclusion of women and girls, and the damage it has done to all Afghans, is deeply alarming. In Afghanistan, women and girls cannot live freely in their own homes. The Taliban's draconian laws and edicts permeate every aspect of life and society. Through the institutionalization of mahram requirements, the Taliban forces fathers, husbands, and sons to pursue deeply gender discriminatory practices against their own families. Yet, we commend the courageous efforts of Afghans to try to reclaim their human rights, such as through radio broadcasts aimed at helping girls to continue their secondary school education against all odds. Austria reiterates its call on the de facto authorities to abide by Afghanistan's international human rights obligations, including under the CEDAW, and to uphold the principles of non-discrimination and the rule of law. Mr. Special Rapporteur, could you give us examples of acts of Afghan resistance and how the international community could support them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Madam Vice President, Switzerland would like to thank the Special Rapporteur for the report and the presentation, as well as we thank the panelists for their statements. Since the previous reference period, we've received reports of torture in the detention centers managed by the Taliban, also in public flagellation that we've strongly condemned, also discrimination, institutionalized subordination, segregations, and non-respect of dignity, and the exclusion of women and girls in Afghanistan represent a serious violation of human rights and international law. The Special Rapporteur has focused on 5 human rights: education, employment, freedom of movement, health, and access to the justice system. Such rise reflects the architecture of
گروه طالبان را کاری که میکنن کاملا غیر انسانی و خیلی غیر قابل قبول هست بر کرامت انسانی و بشری که اونها از همه شده هستند، مثل صحت، آموزش. باید نمایندگی درست و پایشان صورت گیرد و جلسه که در دوحه می باشد امیدوار هستم که یک فضای امن باشد و جامعه مدنی افغانستان که خوب نمایندگی کرده بتوانند. تشکر از شما. فعلا از نماینده بریتانیا میشنویم. مایکتون خاموش است سفیر صاحب. تشکر از شما. یک بار دیگر باز شروع میکنم. سپاسگزاری میکنم از گزارشگر خاص، از خودشان و از تیمشان، از واقعا زحماتشان و تایی که راجع به وضعیت افغانستان به ما روشنی انداخته هستند و واقعا از زنان افغانستان که در اینجا با شجاعت آمدن و مسائل را بیان کردن خیلی سپاسگزاری میکنیم. ما واقعا خیلی راجع به این ماموریت ما واقعا کاملا حمایت خود را اعلام میکنیم به شما و ما همچنان خیلی گزارش های شوکه کننده را میشنویم که عاملان خیلی جرایم بزرگ را انجام میدهند که میتونیم میره بگوییم که جرایم علیه بشریت هستند. مثلا خشونت های داخلی بیشتر شده هستند، ازدواج های اجباری هستند که واقعا نهادینه ساخته میروند این نوع خشونت را و این باید خاتمه یابد. پس تایی که پس دوباره دختران و زنان پس دوباره در موسطای کاریشان مکاتبشان برگردند و خصوصا گروه از مردم هزاره همچنان خیلی خشونت بزرگ را و بالایی را مواجه هستند، شمول دیگر گروه هایی که در اقلیت قرار می گیرند. تشکر میکنم. تشکر از شما سفیر صاحب. فعلا از نماینده کشور گانا میشنویم. تشکر معاون صاحب. ما تشکری میکنیم از گزارشگر خاص برای گزارششان و همچنان از پنل که راجع به وضعیت افغانستان به ما معلومات را شریک ساختند. واقعا خیلی نگران کننده وضعیت افغانستان راجع به صلح است، ثبات افغانستان وقت که ما میبینیم و رفاه افغانستان که میبینیم. گانا صدا میزند بالای طالبان که همه پالیسی های زنستیز و نامناسبشان را متوقف بسازند و دقیقا باید همه شهروندان افغانستان باید حقوق مساوی بهره‌مند باید شوند و آزادی بیان خود را باید صاحب باشند. گانا جامعه بین‌المللی را تشویق میکند و شرکا را که کارهای مؤثر را انجام بدهند تا ای که بتوانند کمک های بشردوستانه را برای افغانستان فراهم بسازند به هر شکلی که میتوانند اینها، تا ای که ما یک افغانستان با ثبات و پر از امن داشته باشیم. تشکری میکنم از همه شما. تشکر. فعلا از نماینده کشور رومانیا میشنویم. تشکر. و رومانیا همچنان البته با گزارش اتحادیه اروپا هم نظر هست و تشکری میکنیم از گزارشگر خاص. واقعا همه ما شوکه شده هستیم با افزایش خشونت روز به روز در افغانستان و جامعه بین المللی باید در راستا کار را و عملکردهای را باید انجام دهد، به خاطر که واقعا روز به روز خشونت ها افزایش یافته می رود و در راستا باید کار صورت گیرد و هر نوع تبعیض در راستا قابل قبول نیست. اما در اینجا ما میبینیم که تبعیض نهادینه شده می رود. پس فشار باید علیه مقامات دیفکتو باید هیچ کاهش نیابد، باید هنوز بیشتر شده برود و باید فشار بالاشون بیارد در حسابدهی و تساوی جنسیتی باید رویش فشار آورده شود. و چند پیشنهاد را در راستا داریم که طالبان اول مسئولیت هایی را دارند که اونها باید اونا را رعایت بکنند، که جامعه جهانی جامعه جهانی باید حمایت‌های فوری را به زنان و دختران باید فراهم بسازد، خصوصا در ثابت توقف دادن این خشونت سیستماتیک در افغانستان. تشکر بسیار زیاد. فعلا از نماینده های ونزوئلا میشنویم. تشکر. ونزوئلا هر نوع عمل را محکوم می کند که نقض حقوق بشر را انجام دهد و در این راستا ما تاکید می کنیم روی وضعیت مردم افغانستان و خصوصا دختران و زنان که در این راستا قرار دارند و همچنان وضعیت را ما مثل که در این شکل ما می بینیم خشونت هایی را که ما میبینیم در این راستا که قابل ناپذیر هستند و ما میبینیم که البته در اینجا تنها وضعیت مشکلات در پهلوی مشکلات اقتصادی و اجتماعی مشکلات خیلی بزرگ را ما در راستای مواد مخدر و خیلی مسائل امنیتی و دیگر مسائل فساد و اینها را ما میبینیم. تا ای که ما امیدوار هستیم که یک راه حل واقعی و پر از بتانیم راه حل پر از صلح را بتانیم دریابیم برای افغانستان. تشکر از شما. پس فعلا نماینده آفریقای جنوبی میشنویم. آفریقای جنوبی تشکری میکند از گزارشگر خود برای گزارششان و ما میبینیم که طبعا تبعیض سیستماتیک علیه زنان و دختران در افغانستان خیلی یک فشار بزرگ هست در این راستا. آفریقای جنوبی واقعا درک میکند این مسائل را و حمایت خود را اعلان میکند به شما علیه گروه دیفکتوی افغانستان. ما دادخواهی را انجام میدهیم به سطح بالا، به سطح جهانی برای تساوی جنسیتی و آفریقای جنوبی از هر نوع از تبعیض علیهش ایستادگی میکند و می جنگد، خصوصا تبعیض جنسیتی و ای طبعا آفریقای جنوبی را میپذیرد که ای تبعیض‌ها را وقتی که ما میبینیم این عبارت از جندر اپارتهاید هست و اینها باید من حیث جنایت علیه بشریت حساب شوند. تشکر از شما. فعلا از نماینده هند میشنویم. منصف ما گزارش دریافتیم. افغانستان یک همسایه ما هست و یک شریک طولانی مدت ما بوده هست در این راستا و همیشه تقاضای صلح و امنیت در افغانستان داشتیم. اولویت
gross violations and abuses of human rights in Afghanistan. We express our grave concern with the findings of the report, particularly in the domain of gender-based oppression and discrimination. We are most profoundly worried with the status of women and girls and systemic denial of their fundamental rights, foremost rights to education, employment, freedom of movement, health, and access to justice. We found these policies violating rights of Afghan women and girls to be utterly unacceptable and contrary to the international human rights law. We reiterate the importance of ensuring an inclusive political process, including the full, equal, and meaningful participation of citizens in Afghanistan for the peaceful, stable, just, and sustainable future for all. Also, we underline the importance of ending impunity and ensuring accountability for human rights violations. Finally, we shall not omit to pay tribute to brave and inspiring Afghan women and girls who continue to resist and fight the oppression. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico. Madam Vice President, Mexico would like to thank the Special Rapporteur for the report. We see with concern the regression in the area of human rights of women, young people, and girls in Afghanistan. The institutionalization in the country of a system of discrimination and exclusion based on gender deprives women and girls and of all its diversity and fundamental rights and leads to deep damage. Education is a right, as it is established in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It has to be fully implemented as a crucial element to ensure the future of Afghanistan and to guarantee gender equality. The denial of access to health, including sexual and reproductive health, as well as psychosocial support, violates seriously the human rights of women, young people, and girls in the country. The exclusion of Afghan women from the labor market undermines their right to employment, limits their autonomy and financial and economic independence. The serious humanitarian situation faced by the country is an indicator of the fact that Afghanistan cannot continue without the support of women. Historical, cultural, or religious differences cannot be used justification in order to prevent groups of the population to enjoy rights for all people in a society. Thank you.
Ahora la palabra al distinguido representante.
I thank the representative of Mexico and give the floor to Ukraine.
Madam Vice President, Ukraine thanks the Special Rapporteur for the comprehensive analysis of the human rights situation in Afghanistan and express its deep concern about the implementation of an institutionalized system of discrimination, segregation, disrespect for human dignity, and exclusion. We reiterate our serious concern that the Taliban's exclusion of women from participation in Afghan society, blocking their access to the basic rights to education, health, and work in the public sector with the UN or international NGOs. The Taliban's inhuman ideology, which consider women only as the objects for exploitation, including debt, bondage, domestic servitude, sexual exploitation, and other forms of humiliation, is nothing less than a deliberate policy of gender apartheid. Moreover, the practices of degrading human dignity and violent deprivation of rights and freedoms have become a horrific reality not only for women and girls, but also for members of ethnic and religious minorities, persons with disabilities, and LGBTQI+ communities in Afghanistan. Women forms of abuse intend to maintain an institutionalized regime of systematic oppression and domination over women in Afghanistan. What more should the international community and this Council do to stop this heinous crime? I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Dominican Republic thanks the Special Rapporteur for the report. We are deeply concerned at the situation reported regarding the systematic discrimination suffered by Afghan women and girls. This discrimination severely affects their access to the fundamental rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We highlight the importance of access to education for women and girls. Education opens up economic, social, and political opportunities. It permits those who receive it to fully participate in society and to combat discrimination and widespread gender violence. We align ourselves with the call from the Special Rapporteur, and we invite the Afghan authorities to ensure that the international human rights standards and treaties that they have ratified are abided by, namely to promote and protect the rights of all persons, particularly those of women and girls. We also call for reflection to inclusion of women and girls in decision-making on the future of Afghanistan, because this is so essential to ensure sustainable development and lasting peace. Women's participation in political, economic and social life contributes to the creation of resilient and equitable societies, and which are ultimately more respectful of human rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much indeed, Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Special Rapporteur, thank you for a report which unfortunately confirms the tragic situation of women and girls in Afghanistan. This since the Taliban took the country by force. France once again condemns the systematic discrimination imposed on women and girls by the Taliban, which is tantamount to a policy of segregation. This systematic policy of segregation depriving the country of its population not only harms women, it also condemns development and justice for Afghanistan. Persecution of women and girls must cease immediately. Full participation of women and girls in Afghan life is essential. In line with international humanitarian law, safe, unhindered humanitarian access to all those in need, including women and girls, must be upheld. France reiterates its support to Afghan women. France will continue to host them through the Femmes en Danger mechanism to protect defenders of freedoms, such as through the Marianne Initiative, and to support humanitarian actors who provide assistance to the Afghan population. Madam Vice President, in terms of our Council's responsibility, it is our responsibility to shed light and not to remain silent, to prepare for the future and to ensure that we are a place where Afghan women can reaffirm the inalienable right to equality and to parity. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, thank you for your valuable inputs. We will now move to the list of speakers from non-governmental organizations.
Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development.
Madam President, I'm an optimistic woman, but what is happening beyond this room, with more countries willing to normalize relations and engage with the Taliban while our people continue to suffer under its brutality, does not give us a lot of reason for optimism. Half of the population of the country, more than 21 million women in Afghanistan, have been completely erased from society. No words come close to describing the level of repression against women other than gender apartheid. No one is safe under this regime. Children are being forcibly recruited by the Taliban for sexual and military purposes. As we gather here to examine the Taliban's brutal action and dealing with the Taliban to get access to the country and to our natural resources which are being auctioned off to fund its regime. Your Excellencies, Afghanistan women are not just slogans for your statements. We are not just bargaining chips and a global game of power and political and economic deals. As a mother who had to leave my 3-year-old daughter and 5-year-old son for fear of persecution as a result of my human rights work, as someone who has been forcibly separated from my children, and as a victim and survivor of the Taliban regime, I seek justice. Many of you in this room who bear some degrees of responsibilities for our current situation, also thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Women's International League for Peace and Freedom.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The report confirms that the large-scale systematic gender-based violation in Afghanistan constitute gender apartheid. With such a level of denial of fundamental human rights, normalizing relations with the Taliban, not and must not be an option. To give political recognition to the Taliban is to say that the world is willing to ignore the suffering of millions for the sake of political convenience. The international community must not let this happen. As we approach the diplomatic talks in Doha, I urge all states not to normalize oppression. You must stand in full support with the women and girls of Afghanistan. But words of solidarity are not enough. The rights of women and girls must be front and center of any talks. Any engagement with the Taliban must be fully informed by international law and recommendation of Afghan women. Ensuring participation of civil society in the upcoming Doha talks is a must. Upholding women's and girls' rights is a prerequisite to addressing the humanitarian crisis. Humanitarian action that fails to uphold our rights causes harm and entrenches the Taliban repressive policies. The international community has a moral and legal duty to stand firm against gender apartheid and to hold the Taliban accountable for their crimes. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Iran Human Rights Documentation Center.
Thank you. I thank Special Rapporteur Bennett for his systematic oppression and domination of Afghan women at the fore. This cannot be taken for granted. As we speak, we see that states and the UN have conceded to the Taliban with regard to the next round of Doha talks, leaving women's civil society without a seat at the table and women's rights off the agenda. Every day, the Taliban further entrenches their institutionalized regime of systematic gender-based oppression and domination in Afghanistan. We thank the Special Rapporteur for recognizing that this continued perpetuation is appropriately labeled gender apartheid, and we echo his call that states codify gender apartheid under international law, including in the potential UN Crimes Against Humanity Treaty. The women of Afghanistan have long been advocating for the recognition of gender apartheid as a bulwark against their erasure from their homes, communities, and society. As we approach 3 years of this horror for women, girls, and LGBTQI+ individuals, we call on all states to prioritize women's rights in all of their engagements on Afghanistan, and as Special Rapporteur Bennett has urged, ensure that gender apartheid is a priority for discussion and action in national, multilateral, and regional settings. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Freedom Now.
Now is alarmed by the continued repression of women's rights in Afghanistan, correctly labeled an institutionalized system of discrimination, segregation, and exclusion by Special Rapporteur Richard Bennett. We recently marked 1,000 days of the ban on formal education for girls beyond the secondary level, which is horrific, unacceptable, and unmatched. Women protesters peacefully demanding their rights are silenced through violence, abduction, torture, and killing. Women continue to be denied the full spectrum of their rights, including employment, free movement, and even access to recreation. To further oppress women, the Taliban recently announced that the salaries of the few remaining female civil servants employed reduced to $70 US. Past Taliban actions suggest this is a tactic to gradually strip away women's rights and erase them from public spaces. While the Taliban continue to escalate their attacks on women, the UN hands out travel waivers to Taliban leaders on terrorist watch lists, allowing them to travel freely and contributing to the normalization of a regime of terror and oppression. We call on UN member states to genuinely stand with Afghan women in their demands for their rights. Targeted travel sanctions must strictly be imposed.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Madre Inc.
Dear Vice President, UN Special Rapporteur, and delegates, good afternoon. Afghan LGBTIQ organization ALO welcomes the UN Special Rapporteur's focus on Taliban's crime of gender persecution against LGBTIQ people in Afghanistan. However, we are concerned that LGBTIQ victims will be excluded from recognition as victims of gender apartheid if the definition the rapporteur included in his report is not adjusted. ALO's documentation points to the Taliban's widespread use of sexual violence, unjust detention, and torture to oppress LGBTIQ community. In the first 5 months of 2024, the Taliban proudly announced the lashing of at least 20 individuals for engaging in same-sex acts. Sophia, a 25-year-old transgender woman, was ambushed, abducted, and taken to a hidden location where 6 Taliban soldiers, including their commander, sexually assaulted her multiple times. Dear delegates, we recommend the following. 1. The international community must prioritize accountability instead of engagement with the Taliban. 2. Call for gender apartheid to be recognized as a crime against humanity with a definition that includes LGBTIQ victims by using based on gender instead of outdated gender groups language. And 3. Support Afghan LGBTIQ organizations' effort to document the crime against humanity of gender persecution and ensure their meaningful participation in decision-making, peace-building, and peacemaking efforts. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Interfaith International.
Mr. President, as a former female diplomat from Afghanistan, I have 3 short yet very clear messages to the Council today. The first message is for my former colleagues, all diplomats, especially female diplomats, sitting in this very prestigious hall. I asked them, can you accept what's happening to the women and girls in Afghanistan in your own countries? Would you let anyone to stop your daughters from going to school? If the answer is no, then I ask you to stand on the right side of the history and support the women of Afghanistan. For those diplomats who lobby for Taliban, for more engagement with them, stop supporting Taliban. Taliban are terrorists and they do not deserve recognition. Do not normalize Taliban's brutality in Afghanistan. And the third message is, recognize the gender apartheid in Afghanistan so we can make Taliban accountable for their brutal restrictions toward the women in Afghanistan. Taliban are criminals and they must face justice. Gender apartheid in Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now give the floor to Afghanistan Democracy and Development Organization.
The report exposes the Taliban's systematic discrimination and grave disregard for human dignity. Women and girls are denied basic rights, facing arbitrary detention, lack of education and health care, and widespread violence. The Taliban's actions constitute crimes against humanity, reversing progress and worsening the feminization of poverty. EDDU, OMCT, and HRD Plus call on the international community to reject any normalization or legitimization of the Taliban until substantial verifiable improvement in human rights are achieved, including imposing sanctions such as travel bans and asset freezes on those in power. Prioritize the protection and support of Afghan women, human rights defenders, and activists who courageously oppose oppression. Mobilize diplomatic and legal efforts to hold perpetrators accountable under international law and advocate for recognizing gender apartheid as a crime against humanity. It's worth mentioning humanity. We are the global community not to grant impunity on human rights violators. In the upcoming Doha conference, the voice of Afghan women and girls must not be silenced or compromised. Their rights are inviolable. It's our collective responsibility to ensure their voices are heard, their rights are protected, and their empowerment secured. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to International Service for Human Rights.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
A young woman confided, 2 years ago I graduated from Kabul University, but now the university door is closed to all female students. Afghan women have no rights today. They are all walking dead. These words of despair were uttered more than 25 years ago. Today, a new generation
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Engage with Afghan civil society. We welcome the report's intersectional analysis of the establishment and enforcement of an institutionalized system of discrimination and segregation against women and girls, and the impact on men and boys in resisting this institutionalized system of gender oppression. We welcome references to marginalized communities, including ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, and the multiple and intersecting violations they suffer. We particularly welcome references to violations because of one's sexual orientation and gender identity. We welcome the report's clear, most fully encapsulates the institutionalized and ideological nature of the human rights abuses against women and girls in the country. The pursuit of justice demands a multifaceted approach, including various accountability mechanisms, including establishing a Human Rights Council mandated mechanism to engage deeper into investigations and evidence collection to contribute towards accountability. With strategic coordination, this can exert heightened pressure on the Taliban. The Special Rapporteur's report places squarely into the view the responsibilities of international actors. We continue to call on all states to ensure that any engagement with the Taliban should not normalize the regime as it continues to violate international human rights. There cannot be an inclusive and stable Afghanistan without justice and accountability. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to International Federation for Human Rights Leagues.
FIDH and Armin Shah Open Asia welcome the Special Rapporteur's report on the institutionalized system of discrimination faced by women and girls in Afghanistan, which echoes our grave concerns over the nature and prevalence of the violations that are systematically committed in the country. Since the Taliban seizure of power almost 3 years ago, the human rights situation has not ceased to deteriorate. The oppression, segregation, and discrimination of women and girls in Afghanistan is now unparalleled in the rest of the world. This is why FIDH and Armin Shah believe that the current legal vocabulary is no longer sufficient to describe this situation and call on all states and stakeholders to recognize this as a situation of gender apartheid. We agree with the Special Rapporteur's assessment that the time has come for the codification of gender apartheid in international law. We recall that the ongoing negotiations for a treaty on crimes against humanity provide an opportunity to do that. It would send a strong message to all, including the Taliban, that the oppression of women and girls will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you. Excelencias, distinguidos y distinguidas colegas.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, this was the last speaker that we could accommodate for this dialogue. I now give the floor to our panelists for their concluding remarks. You have 3 minutes each. Ms. Lina Turijan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. The questions that was shared around Doha, in relation to what can immediately be done and what member states can do, I encourage you to look at the NGO Working Group on WPS's recent letter that was sent to the UNC Council that outlines specific recommendations for the upcoming meeting. Additionally, the answer is quite simple. We have been asking, we are saying 3 years, you have heard it multiple times, to include women, include civil society in all parts of dialogue conversations on Afghanistan. That is a message that you can take to your capitals. In relation to human rights and women's rights being on the agenda, that is another thing that you can advocate for the upcoming meeting. In relation to specifically human rights, I would also encourage that the Special Rapporteur be invited to the Doha meeting to be able to share his findings from his report. Lastly, already most of you have shown admirable solidarity and sustained commitment to human rights in Afghanistan, which I'm grateful for. However, as we look ahead, let us not get fatigued by lack of progress or the complexity of the situation. Let us not get threatened by powers who use religion and culture to justify their atrocities. Let us not neglect our commitments to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, especially when it becomes complex. Let us not forget why we as individuals have signed up for our roles here today, dedicating our time, energies, and lives to making a world a better, safer place. As you leave here, I ask that you follow through on your commitments, not just through words, but through actions. Support accountability mechanisms that were shared, uphold international law, maintain a policy of non-recognition, and insist on women's participation in all discussions about the country. I can attest that you each envision a better world of flourishing for your children. So let us not betray this future for Afghan children and lose sight of the fact that they too deserve this future. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much. Palwak, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much. I just would like to make a remark about the political, economic reality of Afghanistan. Just one thing, I and millions of other women or somebody in the country who, and millions of other girls who want somebody in the country who wants education, employment in different sectors are also the political, social, economic, and historical reality of Afghanistan. However, excuses whoever is making, you cannot ignore us. That is one thing. And second, as you have all, thank you all for showing the solidarity that you did. And there can be short-term and long-term solutions for Afghanistan. In the short term, when I was speaking with girls in Afghanistan, all of them, especially young girls who are deprived of school, were demanding that their time shouldn't be wasted because this is irreversible damage. So if you can invest and fund mechanisms and ways, some creative ways that they can still learn, have access to education, whether it's online or through clandestine schooling. And second, alongside Afghans, the United Nations and maybe some of the member states can lead an international alliance seeking especially the rights of women for education. We have started that in Afghanistan, and we would like to call on world to join us in that. And the second one is the employment. As you know, the women unemployment, restriction on education and other aspects is directly related to poverty. There are still some small windows available for women's business engagement. I hope that you will look into that, and also pressure the Taliban to allow women to work in the humanitarian aid distribution sector so that women can receive humanitarian aid properly. And of course, the last one is to codify gender apartheid to strengthen women to have access to justice under international law. Thank you all.
Muchas gracias, señora Shafika.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Shafika. And I give the floor to Ms. Benafsha Yacoubi.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. And thank you, Excellencies. Yes, today we spoke about Afghanistan. We discussed regarding Afghanistan. We heard and we said regarding gender apartheid and gender persecution, which is ongoing in our country. And now it's clear for you, we all Afghanistan women of Afghanistan, we suspect, we fallen, and we raised again. Now we are standing strong by our strong own will and support of those people who are believed to human rights value. I want you to think for a second, think for a moment, and I want you to please, before you leave this country, this room, before you leave this room, you think, what is our takeaway from this session? I heard from different delegations, from different countries, from Russia to US, from Ukraine to India to Pakistan, from all of you, that you are in solidarity with us. So now I want you to think, what is your takeaway? What is our takeaway? What can we do, not just in word, but in deed, for people inside the country, for women in Afghanistan, for marginalized groups in our country, for people with disability in our country? We need your solidarity in action. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Benafsha Yacoubi. And Nasir Ahmad Andisha, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I would like also to once again thank the Special Rapporteurs, the brave women, girls, compatriots in the panel, the active contribution of member states and NGOs in this interactive dialogue. The depth of the abyss and the demand of the people of Afghanistan has been very clear in this debate, and that is inclusion and upholding the basic rights. It's a point of agreement in all of the statements, and I think there is a hope for action. There's already a general consensus among all stakeholders, including some among the Taliban, that the status quo is not sustainable. And this is the key phrase in the United Nations Independent Assessment, a reasonably consulted and all-encompassing report prepared by Ambassador Faridun Sinirlioglu of Turkey. There is also an agreement among the UN members on what a sustainable outcome should look like in Afghanistan. And that's described in the report and reinforced by Security Council Resolution 721. The end goal in Afghanistan is an Afghanistan at peace with itself and with its neighbors, fully reintegrated into the international community and meeting its international obligations, and recognizes the need to ensure a full, equal, meaningful and the safe participation of all people of Afghanistan, including its women, throughout the processes. With this consensus on the status quo's unsustainability and the end goal's desirability, we expect that the differences and the expected differences among the major regional and international players in designing the roadmap and crafting an action plan are amenable. So we think that the existing general agreement among the major stakeholders on the issues such as non-recognition of Taliban, the imperative of security cooperation, the restoration of fundamental rights, and the establishment of an inclusive system offers a common ground for a win-win cooperation, most crucially achieving the end goal of a peaceful Afghanistan fully reintegrated into the international community and meeting its international obligation requires not only engaging with the Taliban, but also placing non-Taliban constituencies, a clear majority of people of Afghanistan, at the center of engagement processes. Afghanistan is not doomed to endure the often propagated binary of bad and worse, the Taliban or the Daesh, a dictatorship or a civil war. Always there is a viable alternative among the emerging professional, civil and political forces in the country and exile. Ensuring their space in the UN-led efforts could be the first step in the right direction. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
Special Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Madam Vice President, I wish to express my gratitude to the Afghan human rights defenders who were invited by the Council to give presentations. Your call for action could hardly be clearer or more.
اولتر از سپاسگزاری میکنم از مدافعین حقوق بشر که در اینجا دعوت شده بودند. شما برای عمل خیلی تشویق کننده بوده. میتواند در این راستا حاضر در گزارش ولی که تقویت کردن و توسعه دادن اقداماتتان
led initiatives promoting gender equality and women's rights at a grassroots level. Several members, including the Nordic Baltic states, CANS, the EU, Malta, Luxembourg, Turkey, asked about representation, including at Doha. I've already stressed the importance of principled human rights-based engagement, the inclusion of women's voices and rights. Any backtracking would not only gravely undermine the credibility of the process in the eyes of non-Taliban Afghans, it would also send a concerning precedent for any future engagement on Afghanistan. I would also add that while an international process is important, the success of the next Doha meeting should not be measured solely by whether or not the Taliban come to the table, especially if the cost is the rights and representation of Afghan women and girls. There was a point made about the definition of gender apartheid and many other comments on gender apartheid. I'll only repeat what I said earlier, that it should be approached as a crime against humanity and a human rights violation and defined in a gender-inclusive way. With regard to my work, I regularly attempt to raise human rights concerns with the Taliban and shared a draft of my report ahead of publication. I regret that instead of engaging with the findings, the Taliban instead dismissed them as false. I reiterate my call to the international community to avoid normalization or legitimization of the de facto authorities until and unless there are demonstrated, measurable and independently verified improvements, including human rights benchmarks, particularly for women and girls. I want to conclude by expressing my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the people of Afghanistan who continue to show enormous courage and perseverance in standing up for their fundamental human rights. After almost 3 years without progress, allowing another year to pass as the situation remains the same would not only be unacceptable, it risks claims of complicity. We owe it to Afghans to meet their bravery with effective action. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor relator. Excelencias.
Thank you, Excellencies. This brings us to the end of this enhanced interactive dialogue. I wish to thank the Deputy High Commissioner and all presenters for their participation. We'll now take a short break before holding the interactive dialogue on the oral update of the fact-finding mission for the Sudan.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, я прошу всех занимать места, чтобы мы могли начать нашу работу. Ваше превосходительство, уважаемые коллеги, мы начинаем интерактивный диалог об устной информации Международной миссии по установлению фактов в Судане.
Me complace dar la bienvenida a los miembros de la misión, el señor Mohamed Shande Othman, la señora Joy Ngozi Eseilo y la señora Mona Rishmawi. La lista de oradores se cerrará en 15 minutos. Invito ahora al señor Mohamed Shande Othman, en su condición de presidente de la misión de investigación, a presentar la actualización. Señor Mohamed, tiene la palabra.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to present an update on the progress made by the Independent International Fact-Finding Mission for the Sudan, which I refer to as FFM Sudan, in accordance with the Human Rights Council's Resolution 54/2. I present this briefing as the chairperson of the mission, and I'm joined by my two other colleagues, Mona Rishwami and Joy Ngozi Ezielo. Sudan has been engulfed in a devastating conflict for over a year now, characterized largely by its urban, widespread nature and its civilian population placed at the center of extreme violence. Blatant disregard for fundamental human rights and international humanitarian law has led to killings, looting, mass displacement, rape and other forms of sexual violence, and resulted in a grave humanitarian crisis with around 18 million people acutely food insecure and 5 million facing starvation, according to the World Food Programme. My colleagues and I are deeply aware of the urgency of the situation. Since our appointment in December 2023, we have been doing our utmost to fulfill the mandate of this Council has bestowed upon us. The liquidity crisis faced by the United Nations Secretariat and the hiring freeze, unfortunately, led to several months of delay in establishing an effective Secretariat. We are pleased that thanks to the special efforts of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Deputy High Commissioner last month, the Secretariat has finally begun its work in Nairobi, Kenya. We thank the Government of Kenya for hosting this mandate. At this point, on board are about 2/3 of the staff contingent that were considered necessary by the General Assembly to fulfill and to fully implement the mandate. It is imperative for us to have adequate resources in order to effectively deliver. This does not mean that we are starting the work only now. First, with thanks to the flexibility and commitment of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, a small number of experienced staff in Geneva was allocated to us from the beginning, which enabled us to start operations. Therefore, from the outset of the mandate, we published a call inviting individuals, groups and organizations to submit information and documentation relevant to the mandate. Second, we have initiated contacts with the government of Sudan and with governments of neighboring states, Chad, Egypt, Eritrea, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Central African Republic, as well as Kenya and Uganda, requesting their cooperation and access to their territories in order to gather first-hand information from victims of the conflict, including those who have fled Sudan since the outbreak of the violence. Kenya has responded positively, and we've been able to carry out visits to Nairobi, where we met with a number of victims, witnesses and experts. We are pleased to have received confirmation from the government of Chad that they are also willing to receive us soon for a visit. As this Council's mechanism, we are particularly keen to visit Sudan and interact with the government to hear also their perspectives. We also note that the Rapid Support Forces has expressed through the President of the Council their willingness to cooperate with this mandate. Thirdly, we have engaged with organizations and entities involved in the situation in Sudan, including the High Commissioner, his office, his designated expert on the situation of human rights in Sudan, the personal envoy of the UN Secretary General in Sudan, and other UN senior officials. We also have had a constructive dialogue with the Sudan country rapporteur of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and have reached out to the African Union, the League of Arab States, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, with a request for dialogue and cooperation. The main purpose being to coordinate our efforts and to assure complementarity. Fourthly, even without physical access to Sudan, the fact-finding mission has been able to conduct about 80 direct interviews so far, including with victims and eyewitnesses. We also held meetings and consultations with a considerable number of stakeholders, including civil society representatives, human rights defenders, journalists, academics, and specialized experts on child rights and sexual and gender-based violence. We thank all these individuals and organizations for their constructive cooperation and submission of relevant information. We are particularly grateful to the many Sudanese victims, witnesses, and human rights defenders who have courageously shared their experiences and insight, sometimes at great significant risk for their safety and security. We would like to remind the warring parties that any act of intimidation or reprisal for cooperation with the United Nations is prohibited and will be duly recorded in accordance with our mandate. Excellencies, the information that we have gathered so far indicates that the deadly conflict that began in Sudan on 5th of April 2023, mainly between the Sudan Armed Forces and RSF, is continuing unabated on a massive scale. It now involves multiple actors within and outside Sudan and has spread from Khartoum and Darfur to most of the countries. We are deeply concerned that the fighting persists with tragic consequences and enormous suffering of the civilian population. We have received credible accounts of indiscriminate attacks against civilians and civilian objects, including through airstrikes and shelling in heavily populated residential areas, as well as ground attacks against civilians in their homes and villages. In the capital Khartoum and its close vicinity, Omdurman and Bahari, at the outbreak of the conflict, the intense clashes, airstrikes, and heavy artillery shelling, including residential areas and attacks on schools, hospitals, and medical facilities, resulted in killings and injuries of civilians, including women and children, and forced many to leave their homes and property to seek refuge in other locations. Reports of looting and sexual violence have added to this exodus. We are particularly concerned about the situation in Darfur, especially the siege of Al-Fasher, North Darfur by RSF. Al-Fasher, as you know, is the capital of Darfur with about 1.5 million inhabitants. It hosts approximately 800,000 internally displaced persons. Already heavy fighting between the warring factions in different parts of the city has led to significant civilian casualties, damaged homes, and caused mass displacement. The attack on one of the main and last functioning hospitals in the city on the 8th of June led to its closure, leaving the civilian population without access to life-saving medical care. We call on all parties to abide by Security Resolution 2736 of 2024, which demands that the RSF halt the siege of Al-Fasher and calls for an immediate halting to the fighting. The Security Council resolution also calls for the protection of all civilians and for warring parties to allow and facilitate rapid, safe, unhindered, and sustained passage of humanitarian relief for civilians in need, including by removing bureaucratic and other impediments. We call on all parties to heed the Security Council's call on the parties to reopen the Adre border crossing for the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We further call upon all states to abide by the Security Council arms embargo imposed on Darfur pursuant to Resolution 1556 of 2004. We also note the call of the prosecutor of the ICC for information regarding this unfolding situation and urge all parties to fully cooperate with his office. Previous attacks on other areas compound our concern. We are currently investigating earlier large-scale attacks against civilians based on their ethnicity in other areas of Darfur, and that have included killings, rape and other forms of sexual violence, torture, forced displacement, and looting, including in Genena and later in Ardamata between April and November last year. Ethnic-based attacks are also under investigation, including in Zalinje, Nyala, and other areas of Darfur, as well as in Kordofan, Al Jazeera, and parts of Greater Khartoum. With regard to the situation in Al Jazeera, we are investigating attacks, including on its capital, Wad Madani, in December 2023, and related killings, injury, arbitrary arrests, and torture of civilians and mass displacement. Recently, on 5th of June, Wad Noura village in Al Jazeera was reported to have been attacked with large and heavy artillery, leading to hundreds of civilian deaths, including numerous children. In all these areas, massive looting and extensive destruction of civilian homes and property continue. Additionally, health facilities have been attacked, pillaged, and destroyed, making it impossible for many injured civilians to get any medical attention. Medical supplies have also been blocked from reaching critical areas. There are reports that many civilians have died from injuries sustained in the conflict due to the unavailability or inaccessibility of medical supplies. The conflict has also led to significant damage of essential infrastructure, including electricity and water supply lines, as well as communication networks. Attacks on medical personnel, including those providing support to victims of sexual violence, are highly disturbing. The conflict continues to cause mass displacement of the civilian population at unprecedented levels. Since the breaking of the conflict, almost 9 million individuals have been forcibly displaced from their homes, with more than 1.8 million fleeing to neighboring countries. We heard from victims how they had to take a long and perilous journey from Khartoum all the way to Egypt, Kenya, or Uganda, sometimes crossing multiple countries in an attempt to escape the brutal conflict. Others were forcibly evicted from their homes by warring parties. Most left nothing and traveled for several weeks to seek safety. We appreciate the efforts of the countries who, despite their limited resources, continue to support the refugees who have fled the conflict in Sudan. Nearly 18 million individuals are facing acute hunger amidst looming famine. At least 5 million civilians, including children and pregnant women, are at risk of starvation, with a minimum response as war infections continue to obstruct humanitarian access, attack humanitarian workers, and loot humanitarian supplies, thereby curtailing delivery of life-saving support to vulnerable population. In face of this immense suffering, the humanitarian response, which remains largely underfunded with only 16% of the required funds having been received, required urgent international attention. We have also received credible reports of many cases of sexual violence being committed by warring factions. Parties across various parts of the country since the start of the conflict. Women and girls have been and continue to be subjected to rape and gang rape, abduction, and forced marriage. Victims and first-line responders told us of how women and girls not only endured violent rape, including gang rape and denial of medical support, but also how they were stigmatized and subsequently abandoned by their families. There are reports of sexual slavery and sexualized torture in detention facilities, including against men and boys, which we are investigating. The majority of survivors have not had access to adequate support due to lack of access to or unavailability of health facilities and the destruction of the health infrastructure. Medical personnel and members of civil society are prevented from or targeted for providing support to victims of social violence. Widespread recruitment and use of children at checkpoints to gather intelligence as well as to perpetrate indirect combat and commit violent crimes are also frequently reported, placing the lives and future of many children at risk. In his report of 3rd of June 2024 on children and armed conflict, the UN Secretary General ranks Sudan among the countries with the highest number of grave violations against children being reported, committed by several warring factions, including the Sudan Armed Forces and RSF. There are also credible reports of mass arbitrary arrests of civilians based on suspicion of supporting the other party to the conflict, expressing dissent, or supporting human rights and a return to democratic transition. From the outset of the conflict, the warring parties appear to have been targeting resistance committee members, medical emergency room volunteers, lawyers, journalists, civil society actors, and human rights activists, and subjecting them to threats, attacks, arbitrary arrests, torture, detention, and forced disappearance and killings. Excellencies, our mandate also requires us to examine, and this is unique, the root causes of all alleged violations and abuses of human rights in international humanitarian law and related crimes. We have so far identified a number of structural and systematic issues, as well as those related to policies and conduct. These include continued arming of civilians without meaningful control, the mobilization of militias and armed groups on an ethnic basis, and the shielding from accountability those persons and entities responsible for atrocious crimes. Some of these practices are being revived by the warring parties from past conflicts and are laying the ground for current and future cycles of serious violation. The national legal system appears unable to conduct prompt, independent and credible investigation or to prosecute persons in a manner consistent with international human rights norms and standards. It is therefore crucial to combat impunity. Your Excellencies, it is hard to see human rights and the humanitarian situation in Sudan improve without an immediate ceasefire. We note the Security Council's call on 8th of May by Resolution 2724 for the immediate cessation of hostilities in Sudan during the month of Ramadan without avail. Regrettably, the fighting never stopped and continues with full intensity until now, 3 months later. While appealing for the fighting to stop immediately, we need the commanders of warring parties to issue instruction to the forces of militia under their control to strictly abide by the international humanitarian law, by their international obligation, and also as iterated in the Jeddah Declaration. Civilians must be protected, and against exam, including killings, looting, sexual violations, and forced displacement, must be punished in conformity with international humanitarian and human rights law. We further call upon warring parties to refrain from attacking humanitarian workers, stop obstructing the delivery of aid, and allow unfettered humanitarian access to the millions of civilians in need in every part of Sudan. We also appeal to states with influence over any of the warring parties to urgently step up efforts to hold the fighting and bring the parties back to the negotiating table in order to prevent further violations and abuses. As this update demonstrates, the people of the Sudan are crying for help to restore their dignity and rights. They need the support and the attention of this Council. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor Mohamed Chande, por la presentación de su actualización. Informo que la lista de oradores está cerrada. De acuerdo con nuestra práctica, comenzaremos escuchando a la delegación del país concernido. Tiene ahora la palabra Su Excelencia el señor Yasir Bashir El Bukhari Suleiman, Fiscal General de Sudán. Dispone de 5 minutos.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، السيد سامي، السادة رؤساء الوفود، بداية أود أن أتقدم بالتهنئة للسيد رئيس المجلس سعادة السفير عمر جنيبر لقيادته الحكيمة لأعمال المجلس، كما أتقدم بالشكر للسيد المفوض السامي فولكر تورك. أخاطبكم من موقعي كنائب عام لجمهورية السودان وهي سلطة مستقلة ورئيسا للجنة الوطنية للتحقيق في الانتهاكات التي جرت منذ 15 أبريل 2023 لكون مجلسكم الموقر هو جهاز دولي يعنى بتشجيع الآليات الوطنية المعنية بالعدالة والمساءلة ومنع الإفلات من العقاب. سيد الرئيس، شهد العالم الانتهاكات والجرائم والفظائع التي ارتكبتها قوات الدعم السريع المتمردة ضد المدنيين العزل من قتل وتشريد واعتداءات ممنهجة ترقى لمستوى الإبادة الجماعية ضد قبيلة المساليد في غرب دارفور والتي راح ضحيتها أكثر من 5,000 قتيل وأكثر من 8,000 جريح، كما ارتكبت مجزرة بقرية والدنورة بولاية الجزيرة، ونشكر المفوض السامي على التنديد بها مؤخرا، والتي راح ضحيتها ما يزيد عن 227 قتيل وما يزيد عن 150 من الجرحى. كما جرت اعتداءات صارخة مؤخرا على قرية الشيخ السماني راح ضحيتها 21 قتيل و15 جريح. لقد تابعتم جميعا ما قامت به القوات المتمردة بغرب دارفور من قتل لوالي الولاية خميس بكر والتمثيل بجثته في أبشع صورة تم توثيقها بواسطة عناصر تتبع لذات القوات المتمردة، وارتكبت عناصرها انتهاكات جسيمة ضد الأطفال والنساء من وعنف جنسي، حيث بلغ عدد النساء اللاتي تعرضن للعنف البدني والاغتصاب والحمل الغصري والزواج الغصري أكثر من 216 فتاة وامرأة، فضلا عن التجنيد الغصري لأكثر من 6,000 طفل. وبلغ عدد القتلى من الأطفال المشاركين في العمليات الحربية حوالي 4,800 طفل. والتزاما منها بالقانون الدولي الإنساني قامت القوات المسلحة بتسليم الأطفال الذين تم القبض عليهم أثناء المعارك إلى اللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر. سيد الرئيس، منذ تمردها في أبريل 2023 ظلت قوات الدعم السريع المتمردة تهاجم وتحتل الأعيان المدنية ومنازل المواطنين، الأمر الذي أدى إلى تهجير غصبي لما يربو على 15 مليون مواطن داخل وخارج البلاد. كما اعتدت على دور العبادة حيث تعرض أكثر من 1000 مسجد و51 كنيسة للتدنيس والتخريب، و5 من المواقع الثقافية والتراثية والمتاحف ودار الوثائق للنهب والحرق والتخريب. كما خرجت أكثر من 120 مستشفى من الخدمة بسبب استخدامها كثقنات عسكرية بواسطة القوات المتمردة إلى جانب نهبها لمستودعات الدواء المركزية. سيد الرئيس، في محاولتها لبث الفوضى قامت القوات المتمردة باقتحام 31 سجنا وإطلاق سراح نزلاء السجون في عدد من الولايات بلغ عددهم 19,481 نزيل، وقامت بالتعدي على 7 مطارات مدنية ومحطات المياه والكهرباء، ومغار أكثر من 18 من السفارات والبعثات الدبلوماسية ومغار المنظمات الدولية بتجاوز صارخ للقوانين الدولية، فضلا عن تعديها على مغار أجهزة إنفاذ القانون والمحاكم بالنهب والتدمير والحرق وإتلاف الوثائق وقتل الخيول والكلاب البوليسية. السيد الرئيس، مواصلة لنهجها في الانتهاكات وسياسة التجويع الممنهج، أعاقت القوات المتمردة وصول المساعدات الإنسانية ونهبت وحرقت مخزون وموارد العمل الإنساني، كما استهدفت العاملين في مجال العون الإنساني وتعدد على المحاصيل الزراعية والماشية بولاية الجزيرة. سيد الرئيس، لقد ارتكبت القوات المتمردة كل تلك الجرائم بالاستعانة بمرتزقة أجانب من 11 دولة في مخالفة للمواثيق الدولية والإقليمية. راعت اللجنة الوطنية في تحقيقاتها مبادئ المحاكمة العادلة، وكفلت المحاكم حقوق المتهمين ووفرت لهم حق الاستعانة بمحام وتوفير العون القانوني من وزارة العدل لمن لم يتمكن من إحضار مترافع. وبلغ عدد الدعاوى الجنائية التي تم تقييدها 12,470 دعوة، وقد تم إصدار عدد 346 أمر قبض في مواجهة قادة ومنسوبي القوات المتمردة، وتم إعلام بعضهم بالنشر. كما تم تصنيف القوات المتمردة جماعة إرهابية بموجب القانون وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة. ونشير إلى إحالة حوالي 65 دعوة جنائية اكتملت فيها التحريات ليتم الفصل فيها بواسطة القضاء الوطني الذي أصدر أحكاما في بعضها بالإدانة وأخرى بالبراءة. سيد الرئيس، ختاما أود أن أؤكد لكم قدرة ونزاهة أجهزة العدالة الوطنية في السودان ورغبتها الأكيدة في تنفيذ مبدأ سيادة حكم القانون وصولا إلى تحقيق العدالة وإنصاف الضحايا وتحقيق مبدأ عدم الإفلات من العقاب. ونؤكد أن النيابة العامة كسلطة مستقلة لديها الاختصاص بموجب قانونها لتلقي الدعاوى والشكاوى من أي شخص والتحقيق في كافة الانتهاكات وإحالتها إلى المحاكم الوطنية. ونعبر عن استعدادنا للتعاون وتلقي الدعم الفني لتمكين لجنتنا الوطنية من القيام بدورها، ونطلب من المجتمع الدولي ما يلي: تقديم المساعدة الفنية التي يطلبها السودان في مجالات التحريات والتحقيقات الجنائية وإنفاذ القانون في إطار التزام تلك الدول بمكافحة الجريمة المنظمة العابرة للحدود الوطنية. مناشدة الدول الجوار لتسهيل مهمة اللجنة للسماح بالوصول إلى الضحايا والشهود والمنهوبات. المساعدة في إنشاء صندوق دولي لجبر الضرر والتعويضات. تقديم الدعم الفني واللوجستي بما في ذلك الدعم الاستشاري. إعمال مبدأ التكاملية بحيث يكون الجهد الوطني هو الأساس. شكرا سيد الرئيس. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Muchas gracias, Su Excelencia. Invito ahora a las delegaciones interesadas a formular preguntas a los miembros de la misión de investigación y a comentar su presentación. El tiempo de uso de la palabra es de 1 minuto y 30 segundos para todos los oradores. Tiene la palabra ahora el distinguido representante de la Unión Europea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The European Union remains alarmed by the continued escalation of the conflict in Sudan, as well as by the severe deterioration of human rights and a catastrophic humanitarian situation nationwide. The country is now facing the largest displacement crisis in the world, with 20% of the population displaced. Both parties to this conflict show an utter disregard for any protection of civilians and human life in general. We are appalled by the accounts of ethnically motivated killings and sexual and gender-based violence, especially targeting women and children. Accounts of child recruitment, crackdowns on freedom of speech and journalists, and forced disappearances and hate speech bring back dark images from Sudan's past. Ongoing violence, including the killing of aid workers, hindrance of humanitarian access and restrictions on aid delivery, are pushing millions into famine. Belligerent parties must stop looting and obstructing aid delivery and ensure the protection of civilians in line with international law, as demanded during the Paris conference in April. The EU recalls its strong appeal for an immediate and durable ceasefire. The international community should cooperate with the fact-finding mission to the fullest. We welcome the ICC's recent call for evidence and reaffirm our strong support for the fact-finding mission's mandate. Members of the Commission, following the Paris conference, what can the international community do to aid you further in your efforts towards accountability? Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la distinguida representante de la Unión Europea. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante de Noruega en nombre de un grupo de países.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I speak on behalf of the Nordic-Baltic countries, and we thank the fact-finding mission for its presentation and regret that the mission is still hampered by the UN liquidity crisis. Sudan's civil war has caused one of the world's worst humanitarian and human rights catastrophes, with unspeakable suffering, including for women, children and other civilians. More than 10 million people are displaced, and millions are on the verge of famine. Reports of ethnically motivated violence, conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence, and disappeared or detained human rights defenders are extremely concerning. We welcome, therefore, the recent Security Council resolution and the ICC investigation into allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity. We condemn all attacks on civilian and civilian objects, including the recent attacks on MSF's hospital in El Fasher. This must come to an end. Violations and abuses of IHL and international human rights law must have consequences. The cycle of impunity must be broken. We urge the parties to agree to sustain ceasefire and adhere to their international humanitarian law obligations, protect civilians and ensure humanitarian access. We encourage all parties to cooperate with the FFM and allow its access. And our question would be the following: how can regional actors, including the AU and IGAD, contribute to your work? I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante de Pakistán en nombre de la Organización para la Cooperación Islámica.
Madam Vice President, we take note of the FFM's report. The OIC member states remain concerned over the situation in Sudan, the continued loss of innocent lives, injuries to 2,000s, and the ensuing dire humanitarian situation. We reaffirm our solidarity and stand by the people of Sudan during these challenging times, and we reiterate our support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Sudan. The situation has resulted in a deteriorating humanitarian situation in the country, with more than 25 million Sudanese, including millions of children, remain in urgent need of life-saving humanitarian support. The multifaceted crisis faced by the people of Sudan needs urgent attention. We urge the international community, including humanitarian organizations, to enhance their support and assistance programs. We also call upon these agencies to provide support to Sudan's neighboring countries, which are hosting a large number of people displaced due to the conflict. We welcome the regional efforts to bring peace and stability in the country. We call on all parties to exercise restraint and take effective steps towards a ceasefire and implementing the Jeddah Declaration. Recognizing Sudan's consistent cooperation and engagement with this Council, we urge the OHCHR to continue providing technical assistance for enhancing Sudan's capacities to promote and protect the human rights of its people and fulfill its international obligations. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Cedo la palabra al distinguido representante de Qatar en nombre del Consejo de Cooperación del Golfo.
شكرا السيدة نائب الرئيس. أخذت دول مجلس التعاون علما بإحاطة المستقلة لتقصي الحقائق في السودان. تكرر دول مجلس التعاون تأكيدها على الحاجة الملحة لحل شامل للأزمة التي يمر فيها السودان، وتحث الأشقاء في السودان على ضرورة التهدئة وتغليب لغة الحوار وتوحيد الصف والحفاظ على تماسك مؤسسات الدولة الوطنية ومنع انهيارها والحيلولة دون تفاقم الصراع والمواجهات بين الأطراف السودانية. وتدعو دول مجلس التعاون طرفي الصراع في السودان للالتزام بإنهاء الصراع في ضوء ما تم الاتفاق عليه في إعلان جدة الموقع في 11 مايو 2023 بشأن الالتزام بحماية المدنيين، والإعلان الصادر في 20 مايو 2023 بشأن الاتفاق على وقف إطلاق النار قصير الأمد والترتيبات الإنسانية في إطار القانون الدولي الإنساني وقانون حقوق الإنسان. كما تؤكد على قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2724 الصادر بتاريخ 8 مارس 2024 الذي دعا جميع الأطراف إلى ضمان إزالة أي عراقيل وتمكين وصول المساعدات الإنسانية بشكل كامل وسريع وآمن ودون عوائق. في الختام، تحث دول مجلس التعاون الحكومة السودانية وقوات الدعم السريع على الانخراط الجاد والفعال في مبادرات تسوية الأزمة ومنها منبر جدة ودول الجوار وغيرها، وتعيد التأكيد على التزامها بالوقوف إلى جانب الشعب السوداني ومواصلاتها تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية والدعم والمساهمة في تخفيف معاناته. وشكرا.
Muchas gracias a la distinguida representante de Qatar. Cedo ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Jordán en nombre de la Liga de los Estados Árabes.
شكرا السيدة نائبة الرئيس. تتابع المجموعة بقلق تطورات الأوضاع في السودان وتعبر عن تضامنها الكامل مع السودان وشعبه في هذه المرحلة الصعبة التي يمر بها، كما تجدد تأكيدها على سيادة السودان واستقلاله وسلامة أراضيه. وترى المجموعة أن الأولوية القصوى الآن هي لوقف إطلاق النار وتسهيل إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية. في هذا الإطار تدعو المجموعة إلى تنفيذ إعلان واتفاق جدة لحماية المدنيين، كما ترحب بالجهود الثنائية والإقليمية والدولية الجارية لإنهاء النزاع ودعم الحوار من أجل حل يستجيب للتحديات الراهنة ويضع البلاد في المسار الصحيح نحو الانتقال إلى الديمقراطية وسيادة القانون. وتشدد في هذا السياق على الملكية السودانية للعملية السياسية ورفض كل محاولات التدخل الخارجي في الشأن السوداني، كما تدعو المجتمع الدولي إلى إرسال الرسائل التي تساعد على تحقيق التوافق السياسي وتعزيز الاستقرار خلال الفترة الانتقالية وصولا إلى إجراء انتخابات حرة ونزيهة. وتؤكد المجموعة على أهمية المحافظة على مؤسسات الدولة السودانية ومنع انهيارها. وتثمن المجموعة جهود المساعدات الإنسانية المقدمة للمتأثرين بالأوضاع الحالية في السودان، وتدعو المجتمع الدولي لمضاعفة تلك الجهود بما يمكن من الاستجابة للحاجة الناتجة من الحالة الراهنة. وتشدد المجموعة على ضرورة أن يضع المجلس في عين الاعتبار موافقة الدولة المعنية عند إنشاء آلية جديدة أو التوسع في ولاية آلية قائمة بالفعل. ونشيد بتعاون السودان مع آلية حقوق الإنسان خلال الفترة الماضية، وتحث المجموعة المكتب المفوض السامي لتقديم كل أشكال الدعم الفني للسودان من أجل دعم مسيرته في مجال تعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان. شكرا.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante de Nueva Zelanda en nombre de un grupo de países.
Madam Vice President, I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of Australia, Canada and my own country, New Zealand. We welcome the oral update provided by the fact-finding mission for Sudan. Investigating and establishing the facts and causes of all alleged human rights violations and abuses, as well as violations of international humanitarian law, are critical steps in ensuring accountability in Sudan. The fighting in Sudan is now in its second year and continues to have a devastating impact on the Sudanese people. Millions are dead or displaced, and Sudan now faces one of the world's largest humanitarian crises. Rapid, safe and unhindered humanitarian access must be given to a population in desperate need of assistance. We are deeply concerned by reports of gross human rights violations and abuses by both the Sudanese armed forces and the RSF. Unlawful killings, arbitrary detention, and the use of torture cannot continue. The reports of sexual and gender-based and ethnically motivated violence are of grave concern, and the perpetrators must be held to account. Echoing the recent call of the FFM, we once again urge the parties to immediately halt fighting and negotiate and adhere to a ceasefire. The meaningful inclusion of civilian voices in mediation efforts is essential to lasting peace. Madam Vice President, how can the international community help ensure there is accountability for human rights violations in Sudan? I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante del Reino Unido, en nombre de un grupo de países.
Muchas gracias, Señora Vicepresidenta. This statement is on behalf of the core group for Sudan, Germany, Norway, the United States, and the UK. So we welcome the fact-finding mission's update ahead of its first report next session. The recent escalation of violence between the warring parties and their allied militias, including now in Al-Fasher and Gezira, demonstrates how crucial the fact-finding mission's independent mandate is. The Rapid Support Forces appear to be waging a campaign of ethnically motivated violence in Darfur, including sexual and gender-based violence. The parallels to 2003 grow more evident by the day. Meanwhile, reportedly indiscriminate airstrikes by the Sudanese armed forces across North Darfur and wider Sudan continue to kill innocent civilians. Both parties' collective actions, including the diversion of aid, border closures and bureaucratic obstructionism, are preventing life-saving humanitarian aid from reaching those in greatest need. As a result, an unprecedented 5 million people are now a step away from famine. Senora Vice-Presidenta, we fiercely condemn all these acts. The war must stop. The international community, including regional actors, the UN, the African Union, IGAD, must use all its influence to urge the parties to resume peace talks and end the obstruction of cross-border and cross-line humanitarian access, guarantee the safety of civilians, and promote peace and accountability in Sudan.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante de Gambia en nombre del Grupo Africano.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the African Group, and the full version of the statement will be available on the extranet. Madam Vice President, the African Group has been closely monitoring the ongoing crisis in Sudan and expresses solidarity with the Sudanese people during this difficult time. We emphasize the importance of the principles of complementarity, subsidiarity, and African solutions for African problems. The group welcomes regional mediation efforts and international support to resolve the crisis in Sudan. We reaffirm the need for a single coordinated international effort under the auspices of the AU, together with IGAD and the Sudan's neighboring countries, supported by the UN, League of Arab States, and key international partners based on the AU roadmap for the resolution of the Sudan crisis. The immediate priority is to silence the guns and achieve a ceasefire to pave the way for the humanitarian relief. We urge all parties to implement the Jeddah Agreement to ensure the protection of civilians and the delivery of humanitarian aid. We do not support external interference that seeks to foil conflict in Sudan, and urge those involved to refrain from undermining efforts aiming for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. We call on all Sudanese parties to continue dialogue towards a consensual solution and a peaceful transition to democracy. The international community must provide all necessary support to Sudan. The group appreciates the cooperation of the Sudanese government. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Muchas gracias a la distinguida representante de Gambia. Se da ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Liechtenstein thanks the fact-finding mission in Sudan for its oral update. We're deeply alarmed by the escalating violence in the clashes between the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces, such as the recent brutal killings in Al Jazeera state, as well as the atrocities in and around West Darfur. We strongly condemn the continued and widespread disregard of international human rights law and international humanitarian law, including disturbing reports of widespread sexual violence, which resulted in the displacement of millions and left even more in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. Liechtenstein calls for the immediate cessation of hostilities as well as full humanitarian access and underscores the importance of ensuring accountability. We support the crucial task the fact-finding mission in documenting and investigating serious human rights violations and grave violations of international humanitarian law. Mrs. Vice President, given the tragic high number of civilian casualties in the conflict in Sudan, we would want to ask the experts to which extent the fact-finding mission conducts casualty recording in order to verify the numbers and circumstances of civilian deaths. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Cedo ahora la palabra al distinguido representante de Arabia Saudita.
شكرا سيدة نائب الرئيس. تجدد بلادي التأكيد على موقفها الثابت والداعم للسودان وشعبه الشقيق لتجاوز هذه الأزمة الغير مسبوقة. السيدة نائب الرئيس، تعبر بلادي عن قلقها حيال استمرار العمليات العسكرية في السودان والمعاناة الإنسانية الناجمة عنها، وتجدد الدعوة إلى ضرورة العودة للحوار تمهيدا للتوصل إلى حل سياسي يجنب الأشقاء وإلات الحروب، ونشدد على حماية المدنيين والعاملين في المجال الإغاثي والإنساني والحفاظ على البنية التحتية، ونؤكد أن الحل للأزمة السياسية هو حل سوداني يحترم سيادة ووحدة السودان ومؤسساته الوطنية. السيدة نائب الرئيس، قد استضافت بلادي محادثات جدة بين طرفي الأزمة في السودان من أجل تثبيت الهدنة والتوصل إلى اتفاق نهائي لوقف إطلاق النار وإنهاء الأزمة، بما يحفظ للسودان الشقيق سيادته ووحدته ويمكنه من استعادة أمنه واستقراره ومسيرته إلى مستقبل أفضل بإذن الله. وشكرا سيدة نائب الرئيس.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante de Egipto.
شكرا السيدة نائب الرئيس. تتابع مصر عن كثب تطورات الوضع في السودان وتعرب عن تضامنها الكامل مع الشعب السوداني الشقيق، وتحرص مصر على استقرار الأوضاع الأمنية والسياسية وسرعة تلبية الاحتياجات الإنسانية في السودان، وتؤكد ضرورة الوقف الفوري والمستدام لإطلاق النار ووقف التدخلات الخارجية في الأزمة السودانية لعدم إطالة أمدها حفاظا على مقدرات الشعب السوداني ومؤسسات الدولة السودانية. وتستمر مصر في بذل مساعيها للتوصل إلى تسوية سلمية للأزمة الراهنة في السودان ومعالجة تداعياتها الإنسانية. فستستضيف مصر في نهاية الشهر الجاري مؤتمرا للقوى السياسية المدنية السودانية بهدف التوصل إلى توافق حول سبل بناء السلام الشامل والدائم في السودان عبر حوار وطني يتأسس على رؤية سودانية خالصة، وذلك انطلاقا من إيمان مصر بأن أي عملية سياسية مستقبلية يجب أن تشمل كافة الأطراف الوطنية الفاعلة على الساحة السودانية، وفي إطار احترام مبادئ سيادة السودان ووحدة وسلامة أراضيه وعدم التدخل في شؤونه الداخلية والحفاظ على الدولة ومؤسساتها. كما تواصل مصر جهودها الرامية لتفعيل خطة عمل دول جوار السودان لإنهاء الأزمة في السودان بهدف تنسيق الجهود لوقف القتال والتوصل إلى حل شامل للأزمة ومعالجة تداعياتها الإنسانية. واتصالا بما سبق، يؤكد وفد مصر موقفه الرافض لإنشاء آليات جديدة تابعة لمجلس حقوق الإنسان أو التوسع في ولاية الآليات القائمة بالفعل دون موافقة الدولة المعنية، لا سيما إذا ما كان لتلك الدولة تاريخ طويل من التعاون مع المجلس. شكرا السيدة نائب الرئيس.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante de Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
السيدة نائب الرئيس، تواصل دولة الإمارات تعبير عن قلقها البالغ إزاء العواقب الإنسانية للصراع المتفاقم على الشعب السوداني الشقيق، ونؤكد على موقف دولة الإمارات الثابت والراسخ المتمثل في دعم الحلول السياسية والحد من التصعيدات والوقف الفوري والدائم لإطلاق النار. إن دولة الإمارات ستبقى داعمة للسودان وشعبه انطلاقا من الأخوة الراسخة، وتواصل مسؤوليتها الإنسانية للتخفيف من معاناة الشعب السوداني الشقيق. ومن هذا المنطلق أعلنا بالأمس عن تخصيص دولة الإمارات باعتبارها أحد المساهمين الرئيسيين في المساعدات الإنسانية للسودان وإفريقيا 70% من تعهدها الذي أعلنت عنه في اجتماعات المؤتمر الدولي الإنساني بشأن السودان، والبالغ $1,000,000 أمريكي إلى وكالات الأمم المتحدة ومنظماتها الإنسانية والإغاثية دعما للجهود الإنسانية في السودان. وفي الختام ندعو المجتمع الدولي إلى تكثيف الجهود الدبلوماسية لإنهاء الصراع واستئناف عملية الانتقال السياسي في السودان وضمان تشكيل حكومة مدنية للاستجابة لتطلعات الشعب السوداني إلى الأمن والسلام والاستقرار والازدهار. شكرا السيدة نائب الرئيس.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra el distinguido representante de Irlanda.
Thank you. Ireland aligns with the EU statement and thanks the FFM for its update. It is clear that perpetration of horrific human rights violations and abuses and violations of international humanitarian law continues to be widespread in Sudan. Ireland is particularly concerned by the perpetration of sexual and gender-based violence, attacks against health and humanitarian workers and infrastructure, and targeting of civilians, including on the basis of ethnicity. The UN Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide described the RSF attack on the village of Wad al-Noura last week as increasing the risk factors and indicators for genocide and related crimes. As we speak today, there are allegations of grave human rights violations and abuses unfolding in El Fasher, Darfur. Meanwhile, human rights defenders and community workers continue to be arrested and detained, including under the expanded powers granted to the National Intelligence Service in the 2024 GIS law. Ireland calls for protection of civil society and a cessation of intimidation and reprisals against them. Against this backdrop, sufficient resourcing of and support for the work of the FFM is vital. It must be enabled fully to investigate the circumstances of these violations and abuses, collect evidence and make recommendations on ensuring accountability and access to justice for victims. Chairman, what actions can states take to support the FFM to fulfill its mandate? Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la distinguida representante de Irlanda. Tiene ahora la palabra la distinguida representante de Qatar.
شكرا السيد نائب الرئيس. في البدء نرحب بوفد السودان الشقيق برئاسة معالي النائب العام، كما نأخذ علما بالإحاطة المقدمة من بعثة تقصي الحقائق. تؤكد دولة قطر موقفها الثابت الداعم لوحدة واستقرار وسيادة السودان وسلامة أراضيه، كما نؤكد على حق الشعب السوداني في الحياة والحرية والأمان، وفي إنجاز تطلعاته المشروعة في السلام والاستقرار وتحقيق التنمية، ونرفض أي شكل من أشكال التدخل في شؤونه الداخلية. تتابع بلادي باهتمام وقلق بالغين تدهور الأوضاع الإنسانية والأمنية والاقتصادية في السودان، ومع دخول النزاع عامه الثاني أصبح من الواضح أن هذا الصراع ولن يجني منه الشعب السوداني سوى المزيد من القتل والدمار والتشريد والمعاناة التي يتطاول أمدها يوما بعد يوم. لقد آن الأوان أن يحتكم أطراف النزاع في السودان لصوت العقل ويغلبوا مصلحة بلادهم وشعبهم باستئناف الحوار الشامل والجاد لوقف القتال واستعادة الأمن وإنهاء الأزمة الحالية وتجنيب السودانيين المزيد من المعاناة. وفي هذا الصدد نجدد ثقتنا في المبادرة، كما نرحب بالمساعي الإقليمية والدولية الأخرى ونأمل أن تتضافر جميعها لتحقيق النتائج المرجوة. نشدد أيضا على أهمية وقف جميع الجرائم والانتهاكات المرتكبة بحق المدنيين في سياق هذا الصراع، وعلى ضرورة تقديم المسؤولين عنها للمساءلة الفاعلة. وفي الختام نؤكد على مواصلة دولة قطر جهودها لتقديم المساعدات الإنسانية للشعب السوداني والتي لم تنقطع منذ بداية الأزمة، ونجدد دعوتنا للمجتمع الدولي لتكثيف دعمه الإنساني للسودان، كما ندعو أطراف النزاع إلى تيسير وصول المساعدات الإنسانية إلى مستحقيها دون قيود. وشكرا.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra el distinguido.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Japan appreciates the work of fact-finding mission to address the human rights situation in Sudan. The FFM work is vital to ensuring impartial accountability in accordance with the rule of law. The ongoing armed conflict continues to have a dire impact on civilians in Sudan, especially women and girls. Japan is concerned by the report of the atrocity being committed by the party to the conflict, including conflict-related sexual violence. We call all parties to grant immediate access to humanitarian hostility and facilitate an orderly transition to civil rule. In doing so, it is essential to ensure the meaningful participation of women in the political decision-making. This will contribute to creating lasting peace and security in line with WPS agenda, which will in turn help to strengthen protection of human rights of all Sudanese
IGAD, especially to promote the participation of approximately 180 women in the Sudanese civilian actor held in Addis Ababa in May. Japan remains committed to working with the country concerned in the region and to supporting Sudanese effort towards the restoration of the transition to civilian rule in the country. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene ahora la palabra la distinguida representante de ONU Mujeres.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Violations and abuses of women's and girls' rights in Sudan continue to worsen, with reports showing a rise in all forms of violence, including conflict reports showing a rise in all forms of sexual violence. We are concerned that the new security law that shrinks civic space and exposes women's rights
a las 10 horas para continuar el diálogo interactivo con la Misión Internacional Independiente de Investigación de los Hechos para el Sudán, al que seguirá el diálogo interactivo con la Comisión de Investigación Internacional sobre los territorios palestinos ocupados, incluidos Jerusalén del Este e Israel. Por la presente, clausuro la segunda sesión del 56º periodo de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos.